Hey, thanks for waiting, folks. Really, thank you for your patience. Whoa. Amazing title, by the way. I think so. If I do say so myself. Hell yeah. Wonder if this fixed. Looks like we have a lot to get through, but I'd love to see you go through the India-Pakistan situation. I'm not doing that until I can do a fucking research stream on it, because that is a whole new sphere. I don't even know how important it's going to be going forward, but you know, we try. Definitely not the clickbaitiest clickbait title. No slop here. It's, it's a little bit clickbait. Just a bit. But you need some, don't you? You need to keep the animals happy. Keep them fed. Just pick whoever the West isn't supporting. That's a really good idea. Oh. Might be a good social experiment just to back the terrorists and see how much trouble I get in. Who knows? See how much or how little trouble you get. The West supports all of the above except the Kashmiris. Is that a fact? I don't know. I also don't know if we're supposed to be having a debate today between um, David and Teuton. But we'll see. That would absolutely be the most fucking. Can you imagine? It's like if there's it's like if there was a second. It's like if there was a second Scrappy Doo, but they didn't like each other. Fucking brilliant. You've seen two versions of the ship peace deal. One where 4 regions are locked plus Crimea. One where Russia gets all 4, including territory they don't have yet plus Crimea. I mean, that could be fun. Isn't there also like Russia wanting the Kursk region back, even though Ukraine's lost most of it, I think? You learned the title lesson. Well, we don't know if I've learned the title lesson, do we? We don't know if this title is going to be more attractive than the one that's just Ethan Hasan and everything else can go to hell. We don't know. Also, I just want to give a little shout out to one of our contributors to the channel, one of our viewers, named in chat is Yusuf Saleh. He has this very interesting, well, not so much interesting, he has this very impressive drive to make translations for all the clips that we have of the anti-Hamas protests. So what we have so far is the first 2 days, because I grabbed a shitload of, no, the first 3 days of the protest, I grabbed a shitload of clips from Twitter, and we have all of this so far. You just have the video with the translation underneath it. 12 pages. I didn't realize it'd give him a whole ass interview, but God. One with a deleted tweet, so that can go away. So what I was thinking, obviously, this is the last date that I gathered stuff for in this doc is from the 27th of March. So it's been almost a month. It's basically been a month. So what I could probably do going forward is maybe just grab 1 or 2 clips from each day since. And then if those can get translated, and maybe some highlights from Abbas's speech, because that's kind of important as well, and put all that together, you could actually get quite a good compilation of the protests as they progressed each day. And obviously news headlines as well, because a couple of high-profile protesters were murdered by Hamas as well. The only thing that would be missing from this would be someone who is willing to actually make a compilation of these videos with translations and with editing for laying out the timeline. Yes, they are still going. It's only a handful of Twitter accounts that are really posting these regularly, but I could just go through them and maybe do a couple for each day. Even just 2 clips per day would be pretty valuable. Don't need to do those whole massive speeches. Just to get an idea of the kind of trend of what's being said. But I'd have to find someone who's willing to sit there and read the translation and edit in subtitles and hope they're in the right place. Fuck. But I will actually, maybe we can make a Discord channel, or if you just put it in stream suggestions, if you have like a good protest clip, and it's a, say like this, like say a chant, and you might have like the date or the location, it might already have subtitles, then if you could just grab it and put it into stream suggestions in Discord with the date, that would be quite valuable as well. Or if there was any special news in the protest, because I know that near the end of March, a couple of people were murdered. So that might be good too. Maybe you can also put it in parallel with like the Israeli airstrikes and things like that as well, to see how that was affecting things. So if anyone has any clips they like or want to throw in, you can absolutely feel free. Oh God, some of these tweets are so effort posty. What the fuck? I wanted to watch this video. I ended up writing a very small essay on my opinion on the Hezbollah pager attack, because someone was asking me for my case on why they were legitimate, like why the attack was legitimate. So I wrote a little thing on the legal arguments. Some of them are actually a bit more interesting than I thought they initially were, like a little bit more contentious, but pretty confident in the position still. It turns out, I think the most contentious issue is whether or not the weapons themselves were legal, let alone not so much the proportionality or the discernment applied. There's like this whole debate over what constitutes a booby trap, what constitutes an other device, or whether or not it's a completely unprohibited device altogether, or whether or not it ever was legal to booby trap or remotely arm devices that are used by the military. Yeah, it's a very interesting little debate. You were hoping for a long form essay. Is it available to read? Not yet, no. It's on Google Doc right now, so I have to shift it over to Obsidian. And that means all the hot linking needs to be done again, which is such a fucking dick. Booby trap needs no activation, though. These explosives were manually triggered. Yeah, I know. But then does that make it another device? Because, quote, other devices are also prohibited as well, like the other devices as listed in the CCW. All that simple. Chill. Okay. Yeah, let's see this video. I don't know Unpacked very well, but this is like a 20-minute video on... What is this channel, actually? Unpacked. Why do I feel like I've seen it a million times, but I don't know anything about it?
Hey, welcome to...
Short videos exploring Israeli identity crisis. Like is this an Israel-Palestine channel, or is this like a... anything channel? Or is this just a Jewish channel? What happens in the tunnels? Pro-Israel Jewish culture channel. Okay. I want to see what they're saying about the pagers. See if there's any new information. Who knows? Because I haven't... There were a few articles on this pager attack that I didn't actually know about, so they were quite helpful.
Mossad has...
Jesus Christ, that's loud.
...executed some of the most audacious spy missions on Earth, going deep undercover into hostile territory, catching terror masterminds who seem untouchable, and duping militant groups into buying rigged electronics through a ruse so elaborate no one suspects a thing until they explode without warning. The Mossad waits until terrorists feel safe, and then It reminds them that they aren't.
We are
Wow.
a global production company. We write the screenplay. We're the directors. We're the producers. We're the main actors. The world is our stage.
So how has the Mossad managed to take down some of its most elusive targets? Successful spies are masters of tradecraft, strategies that help them gather intel without getting caught. It can take months or even years, but a good spy is patient. A good spy can wait over a decade for the payoff. Then, when the target least expects it, Mossad sends a little message. We're watching. We're waiting. There is no escape.
Wow.
No one is out of reach. Not even a ghost.
What?
Even when he was alive, Imad Mughniya was a ghost. Not the friendly kind.
Oh, that
He'd
guy.
always been extreme. As a
This
teenager,
guy was involved in some of the initial attacks, wasn't he? The bombing of the Marine barracks. He was a big deal. They killed him in Syria, I think.
in Beirut,
Spoiler.
he controlled a savage gang that prowled the streets enforcing Islamic law, mostly by beating up drug suppliers and female escorts. But he had bigger ambitions. By the time he turned 21, he was second in command of a new shadowy terror organization, Hezbollah. Within months of assuming the position, he masterminded 2 blasts that claimed hundreds of lives.
191 Marines dead in the explosion at their headquarters at the Beirut airport.
He oversaw some of the most barbaric abductions the West had ever seen, and his reach extended well beyond his home turf. Mughniya ruthlessly targeted Israelis and Jews around the world. Israel had to eliminate him, but Mughniya was crafty.
Fun fact about Hezbollah in the beginning, there were Soviet officials in Lebanon at the birth of Hezbollah as well in the mid-80s. Hezbollah targeted a couple of Soviet officials. I think they were just KGB. So the KGB, in response, found the families of the kidnappers, kidnapped those people, and then sent parts of their bodies to the kidnappers. And then the officials were just dropped off at the Soviet embassy the next week or next day. And the Hezbollah never touched a Soviet official again. That's a true story. There's a whole debate over which body parts were sent, whether it was like ears or toes. But yeah, hard times.
Really crafty. All Israel had to identify him was one washed out photo. For over 20 years, no spy agency could catch him. Not even the Mossad, which employed some creative strategies to lure him out of hiding, like assassinating his brother, another Hezbollah operative.
Whoa.
Mossad waited for Mughniya at the funeral. But Mughniya was too crafty to show up. His brother was buried without him. Mossad seemed to be out of luck. He was a ghost, a puff of smoke that no one could pin down. Till Hezbollah made a mistake. In 2004, Israel took out Ghalib Awali, a senior Hezbollah commander. In a touching show of sentimentality, Hezbollah's propaganda department memorialized him in a short film. Bad move. Because the Mossad got their hands on the video, analyzing every frame for new information. They didn't expect to spot a ghost on camera, but there he was, standing next to Hezbollah's leader, Imad Mughniya, in the flesh. It was the first sighting of Mughniya in decades. Now, Israel knew what he looked like, and they knew that if he was near Nasrallah, he was probably somewhere in Lebanon. Where? And how would they get to him? As they pondered ways to reach Mughniya, Mossad pulled off a huge win. They hacked into the Iranian government
What is this
system,
fucking
which kept files
What is
on
this
its
footage, man? What the fuck? Is this a guy in space floating and doing...
off a huge win. They hacked into the Iranian government system, which kept files on its allies and proxies, including Mughniya. And that's how the Mossad found out he'd been living in Damascus,
Damascus, yeah.
under an assumed name since 2006.
Mission Impossible.
It was the breakthrough they'd been waiting
Fuck
for.
me.
It was also a problem, because Syria was a target country, an enemy state, where undercover operations are especially dangerous. Organizing an assassination attempt would require lots of reconnaissance trips into Syria. But Syrian security was vigilant and sophisticated, and everyone knew what they'd do to a captured Israeli spy. It was too risky for Israeli agents to make the trips into Damascus. So, the Mossad did something highly unusual. They asked the Americans for help. But the CIA has a strict policy of not picking fights with neutral countries, and at the time, Syria and the US had diplomatic relations. They couldn't just carry out an assassination on Syrian soil willy-nilly. Or could they? Turns out, They could. The US had their own reasons for wanting Mughniyeh gone,
Because he bombed
including
Americans.
the fact that he'd been sending men into Iraq to carry out strikes against
that
American
too.
troops.
Okay, right.
So the CIA agreed to help under two conditions.
Wow.
One, the Israelis could target Mughniyeh, and only Mughniyeh. That meant that if anyone else was in the vicinity, the whole operation was off. Two, US agents would help find Mughniyeh. The Mossad would be the ones to take him out. The Israelis agreed. It was time for an exorcism. As American agents tailed Mughniyeh, they found the pious family man had a weakness. Syrian security services had supplied him with 3 women to be his special friends. He would drive to see them on his own, a surprising lapse in security for someone who was otherwise totally obsessed with staying out of danger.
Oh,
because
shit.
Mughniyeh was no dummy. He knew he was a target. And he and his body
Did I read about this? I feel like I've read about this. I can't remember that the bit though. I've read about his assassination, but I don't remember him like trying to get his hole. And that's how he died. Oh no.
guards were careful to check often for detonators inside and under his car. But they didn't think to check the case holding the spare tire.
It's in Fauda. Well, in Fauda, there is a character who's not Mughniyeh, but he is. Yeah, they do fuck over a guy because he's like got special friends. Yeah, lady friends.
Back of a slick silver SUV. Bingo. This was it. If the Mossad could get some kind of blast material into the tire cover, Mughniyeh was going down.
Whoa.
For months, Mughniyeh had a constant tail, watching and waiting for the right moment when his car was unattended. One night, while Mughniyeh was getting cozy with one of his lady friends, Mossad agents swooped in. They exchanged his tire cover for a new one, which had a special device that would eliminate Mughniyeh without causing any other casualties.
Whoa.
The weapon was ready. Now, they just needed everything else to fall into place. For weeks, Mossad operatives waited on edge. They almost detonated the charge 32 times, stopping at the last minute when Mughniyeh got into his car too quickly or when he got too close to another person. They didn't forget their agreement with the CIA. The target was Mughniyeh, and only Mughniyeh. 33rd time? Charm. On a chilly February evening, Mughniyeh left a meeting with Syrian intelligence and other Hezbollah.
Bro had no one watching his car. Well, I assume if you are part of an Islamic fundamentalist organization, you probably can't make a request being like, mate, can you like watch my car while I fucking bang my mistress? While I go and get my hole.
Officers. Alone. This was it. As he drew closer to his car, the agents detonated. Mughniyeh was finally gone. After 30 years, they'd gotten the ghost.
We got him.
This wasn't Israel's first time executing a daring mission in enemy territory. They'd done it before, and they would do it again, but the results would bring some unanticipated scrutiny. Dubai is the so-called playground of the rich in the Middle East. It's home to some eye-wateringly tall skyscrapers, improbable indoor ski hills, and the pristine turquoise waters of the Persian Gulf. It's also where some of Earth's most notorious militants conduct their business. Mahmoud al-Mabhouh was one of these militants. Israel had wanted him for 2 decades, ever since the 80s, when he and an accomplice had kidnapped and murdered 2 Israeli soldiers. Mahmoud was cold as ice. He admitted that his only regret was that he hadn't shot the gun himself.
Whoa.
20 years later, Mahmoud was coordinating weapons shipments for Hamas, running the network that moved Iranian weapons into the Gaza Strip, weapons that Hamas used to attack Israelis. It was time to get rid of him. Question was,
Dubai is overrated. Dubai is like, yeah, it's a shithole. Which is, it's sad because the amount of fucking like de facto slave labor that they use to build it into a shithole. Yeah.
where and how? Mahmoud spent a lot of his time in countries like Syria, China, Iran, and Sudan. Not exactly Israel's buddies, but Mahmoud was a frequent flyer to another destination, Dubai.
Whoa.
In 2009, the Emirati government was none too friendly to Israel. Dubai was risky, but it was the best of bad options. Tons of foreigners passed through the emirate, which meant Mossad operatives could easily pose as tourists. And Dubai's security wasn't as sophisticated as Iran's or Syria's. The Israelis figured that no investigation would get very far. Mistake number 1. In 2009, Mossad deployed a hit squad to spy on Mahmoud and learn his habits. They entered the UAE undercover, using false identities and foreign passports. Passports that in some cases belonged to real people who had no idea that the Mossad had borrowed their documents.
What the fuck? Hell no. What? What if you just see your mum in one of these photos? Holy shit.
Belonged to real people who had no idea that the Mossad had
That's some identity theft. That's some serious identity theft. Wow.
borrowed documents. A few months later, they broke out those same foreign passports and returned to Dubai, this time to eliminate Mahmoud by poison. The mission was a failure. All the poison ended up doing was making Mahmoud feel a little unwell. The good news was that he never realized it was the Israelis that were the source of his illness. The bad news was that he was still at large, and the Mossad was determined that the next time they tried to eliminate him, nothing could go wrong. So in January 2010, Israel's hit squad landed in Dubai for the third time, using the same foreign names and passports as before. Mistake number 2. The hit squad wasn't sure where Mahmoud would stay, so they broke into small teams and checked into different hotels. Some paid in cash, but other agents paid with debit cards issued by one specific company, a company that was run by an Israeli. Mistake number 3. Because the team was scattered around the city, they had to communicate with each other in real time, so they used cell phones. But cell phones are very easy to track, so they didn't call each other directly. Instead, the agents called a central switchboard in Austria, which connected them automatically to each other. Mistake number 4. Any well-trained spy knows that part of successful tradecraft is switching up their look. New wigs, different hats, glasses, even a costume or two. The hit squad had this technique down pat. They came prepared with disguises. Some posed as tennis players. One guy even entered a bathroom bald as a cue ball and left it with the head of luxurious hair.
Okay, I thought this whole video was just about new insights into the fucking pagers, but okay, I guess we're just watching a Mossad glaze off. Let's go.
But even if they could evade the attention of other people, there were silent eyes watching them.
UAE food is so bad that you develop immunity to poison. There was something, I remember something about the Dubai airport. And something about just the air in the Dubai airport making me feel sick, like constantly as a kid. I don't know why. I don't know what was going on there, but yeah.
All the time. Dubai's hotels were absolutely chock full of security cameras. Cameras that saw and
Unpacked is propaganda. Don't waste your time watching this. Okay, let's put on Al Jazeera instead. Let's go. Let's go.
recorded everything. Mistake number 5. Just 6 hours after Mahmoud landed in Dubai, the hit squad broke into his hotel room. It took 20 minutes to accomplish the mission. After locking the room from the inside, the hit squad hightailed it out of the hotel and onto the flights. Mahmoud lay in bed after what looked like a heart attack. At first, the hotel security officers who found him thought they had
Hood Barak was part of this mission. He legit posed as a woman in a dress. Based.
just stumbled on a random tourist who had the misfortune to croak on vacation. The authorities didn't know it was Hamas's weapons guy. They only knew Mahmoud under the false name he traveled under. His body went to the morgue and nobody thought about it again. Until Hamas started to get suspicious. You don't just ignore Hamas when they call. So when Mahmoud stopped picking
Don't
up
worry,
his
guys. After this, we'll watch some Hamas military footage, okay? We'll watch some footage of them with the red triangles injuring one soldier and cheering.
phone, they knew something was off. One of their agents searched police stations and morgues until he found Mahmoud. Now, the Dubai authorities were in for a nasty surprise. That random tourist? Not actually a tourist. That heart attack wasn't a heart attack at all, but the work of the Mossad. Dubai's security services were furious at Hamas for using Dubai as a base for illegal activity, and at the Mossad, which had just assassinated someone in their city. They scoured airline passenger lists, looking for anyone who had traveled to Dubai around the same time as Mahmoud. A series of foreign names kept appearing and reappearing. Authorities cross-checked these names against hotel guest lists. And those silent eyes, Dubai's huge network of security cameras, gave them another piece of the puzzle, the faces of the agents. With the names of the agents in hand, investigators looked at data. A lot of data. Data like debit cards that were traced back to a company headed by an Israeli. Phone calls that were all mysteriously routed to the same switchboard in Austria. Information that made it glaringly obvious that a group of people, seemingly scattered around Dubai, actually acted in unison. Dubai's lead investigator was able to cobble together all the security footage to retrace the footsteps of the hit squad, almost to the minute. This grainy, silent movie wasn't going to win any Oscars, but the evidence was irrefutable. Dubai wasn't the only angry government. Had the Mossad used real passports or had it forged them? The countries involved didn't really matter. They felt manipulated, and Israel couldn't afford to alienate their allies. The diplomatic fallout from this episode was intense.
France condemns this assassination. Murder is no way to carry out international relations.
The Dubai passports incidents also constitute.
What an amazing sentence. Fucking hell. What year was this? Looks fairly old.
Constitutes a clear and direct breach of confidential undertakings between Australia and Israel dating back some years.
Murder is indeed bad patter. Murdering someone by sneaking into the country of an ally. by tricking ally security is very bad banner. That.
On paper, the mission was a success. They'd eliminated Mahmoud, temporarily interrupting Hamas's flow of weapons. But the operation was a bust. The Mossad had burned a number of agents and exposed its tradecraft secrets, which weren't even that sophisticated to begin with. It was a mortifying episode, but a useful one, because Israel learned a lot about what not to do. And though it took over a decade, they eventually put those lessons to good use.
Cute.
Remember this video from June 2024? I'm not a betting guy, but I'm willing to put money on the fact that over the next few years, Israeli secret agents are going to go on some pretty wild missions. After all, the Israeli government has vowed to take down every single person who planned the attack of October 7th. Turns out that was a pretty safe bet. Here's the story of how a broken air conditioner almost foiled Israel's operation to get rid of a top October 7th mastermind. Ismail Haniyeh had been involved with Hamas since he graduated from...
Do we actually know this? Do we know that Haniyeh was involved in October 7th? Has this been confirmed? I thought this wasn't confirmed.
I have not heard
Fuck! Tim Pool jump scare. This is it's a recruitment video. Yeah. Even the IDF probe found that the October 7th attack was kept in very close quarters within Gaza. How would they have even got the information to Haniyeh, who was in Qatar or Turkey when it happened? How much he knew about the assault beforehand is not clear. That's from 31st of July, 2024. He was celebrating on October 7th in Istanbul. Praised Sinwar and Mohammed Daif. Do we know this, or I didn't know we knew this? Yeah, I'm not sure what that's based on. It's one of those ones where I'm just like, I feel like they just did it. I don't think they did. They killed Haniyeh for any kind of like Geneva Convention related justification or any like military necessity. I think they did it to let Iran know that they could. I honestly think that's the only fucking reason they did it. They did it to be like, hey, Iran, just so you know, we can like blow up your guys in their own safe houses. Rip.
University. By the time the terror group wrested control of the Gaza Strip in a bloody coup, he was in charge. For a decade, he ruled Hamas with an iron fist. But by 2017, he traded the Gaza Strip for Qatar, one of the richest countries in the Middle East. As millions of Gazans struggled to put food on the table, Haniyeh lived in the lap of luxury with a net worth of $4 billion. What a leader, right? As for
That's
Haniyeh,
AI, isn't it? Okay. This might not be. Wait,
luxury,
no, it is.
with
What
a
the
net
fuck?
worth
Or
of
just like a
$4
fake
billion.
video. Yeah, okay.
What a leader, right?
Fuck me.
As for why Haniyeh was enjoying the good life in Qatar, well, it's complicated. Qatar has hosted Hamas's leadership since 2012 at the request of the United States, which wanted an easier way to talk to the terror group. Israel agreed to respect this arrangement. That meant attacking any Hamas operatives on Qatari soil was absolutely out of the question. And Israel was not about to repeat the Dubai debacle and risk alienating its most important ally,
The dastardly
United
Dubai
States.
debacle.
If they were going to get Haniyeh, they'd have to wait for him to leave Qatar. Problem was, Haniyeh spent most of his time in Turkey, Russia, and the Islamic Republic of Iran, highly dangerous countries for Israeli operatives. And when he was visiting Iran, Haniyeh wasn't exactly couch surfing. He stayed in one of Tehran's most heavily guarded hotels, the guest house of the Islamic Republic's notorious military, the IRGC. The IRGC is powerful, dangerous, and sophisticated, but even they weren't immune to Israel's tradecraft. In May 2024, an unexpected event sparked one of the Mossad's most ambitious assassinations. On a cool spring day, Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi's helicopter unexpectedly crashed into a remote mountainside. No one in Israel, or most of Iran, was shedding any tears over Raisi. He was a monster, responsible for executing several thousand political prisoners in Iran. Right away, Israel realized they had a golden opportunity.
Wow.
The helicopter crash meant Iran would hold a state funeral. And shortly thereafter, the inauguration of a new president. And as a key figure in Iran's terror proxy network, Ismail Haniyeh would undoubtedly attend both events, which left Israel with just weeks to plan the assassination that would finally take Haniyeh out. Someone working for the Israelis smuggled a device into the IRGC guest house, carefully positioned in Haniyeh's room. Some news reports say the device was placed soon after Raisi's crash, while others claim it was placed a couple months later, just moments before the detonation. We still don't know who or how or when, but we do know this. As the inauguration festivities wound down and Haniyeh made his way back to his room, a team of agents was waiting on tenterhooks for go time. Then, AC broke down? July in the Middle East is hot. Even the bad guys need to stay cool. So when Haniyeh left to get his air conditioning fixed, the team feared he was switching rooms.
Oh,
A
no.
twist of fate which would have led to a very different ending to this. But after a while, Haniyeh came back. But he didn't have long to enjoy the room, because in the early hours of July 31st, 2024, a boom shook the IRGC guest house. And the man who had masterminded the 10/7 attacks, the man responsible for tens of thousands of deaths, was finally gone.
I'm guessing if he's not going to show why he thinks he masterminded the 10/7 attacks. Like, we know that some of the groundwork for 10/7 was kind of... It was very, very loose, though, right? It was like setting up their equivalent of a general staff and shit like that, right? I think 2016 was the first kind of blueprint for what would eventually become October 7th. But he left Gaza a year later. I don't think it's ever been substantiated how involved he was, or if he even fucking knew that the attack was going to happen, because he was out of the country.
Gone. But war was far from over. Since that horrific day in October, Israel had been fighting on multiple fronts. At first, they focused on Hamas. But as Hezbollah rockets rained down on Israel's northern communities, driving 60,000 Israelis from their homes, it was clear that the situation couldn't continue.
Imagine Quds Network making this video for 10/7. Bro, I'd watch it. Fucking based.
It was time to take down Hezbollah.
A good consolation
Back in
prize.
2014, Taylor Swift had just dropped her hit single, Shake It Off.
Wow.
Russia was hosting the Winter Olympics, and Israel, usually known for its high tech, was in the business of making clunky walkie-talkies for a very special customer. That customer was
Haniyeh probably knew something at least. Oh, that's good. Okay, thanks. I was in massive doubt because I just can't find any article or any piece of intel or any documentation or anything that says that Haniyeh really had anything clue about what was going on for October 7th. That he just like the only evidence is that he was celebrating on the day that it happened. But now that Chase James, Mossad agent, has informed us that he thinks Haniyeh probably knew something. Wow. Well, now we know. Is it actually called Operation Grim Beeper? I have no idea.
was Hezbollah, who were in the market for walkie-talkies for their fighters.
It's probably not, right? Like, normally it's probably called Operation fucking Hammer of the Lion or some bullshit.
They're the perfect method of communication on a battlefield. Instant and secure. So Israel seized on the opportunity. Their plan was simple. Copy a popular Japanese design Hezbollah liked, replace replace some of the battery components with tiny blast devices and convince Hezbollah to buy them. Easy peasy. Using a complex network of shell companies, Israel sold 16,000 walkie-talkies to Hezbollah operatives. Then, for 10 years, they sat back and waited. Like KGB sleeper spies from the Cold War, the walkie-talkies seemed innocent. In reality, they were deadly weapons ready to activate at a moment's notice. Fast forward a few years, a female Mossad agent had a bright idea. Why not do the same with pagers? Make some unassuming-looking pagers and voila! You have a handheld, remote-controlled exploding device. Pagers are the dinosaurs of communication devices. For the most part, they're a museum piece.
That belongs in a museum!
But for a terror group like Hezbollah, pagers had a lot of appeal. Pagers don't have much function other than receiving a message, but their limited utility also means that they can't be electronically hacked. Perfect for a group that doesn't want to be tracked. Initially, the Mossad said, nah. Not enough people in Hezbollah were using pagers to warrant the effort it would take to make and distribute them. But over time, Hezbollah's higher-ups were getting antsy about using cell phones, which could be hacked and tracked. It was too big a risk. So Israel jumped. They even got a team to flood Arab social media with fake news about Israel's amazing ability to hack cell phones, trying to fool Hezbollah into looking for more secure alternatives, like pagers. The Mossad knew that Hezbollah would be suspicious of new technology companies trying to sell them products, so Israel had to work within their existing supplier system. But the suppliers couldn't know either. Everything had to seem above board, which meant Mossad had to go deep. Hezbollah got its devices from a Taiwanese technology company, so Israel set up a shell.
The report said that they were only informed a few hours in advance. Is that from the Times of Israel article? This is from the IDF probe. That's what I thought because... Yeah, that's what I thought because before that it was kept under like insanely close quarters because they didn't want anyone to leak. Like very few people knew about it until on the day, basically.
Company based in Budapest, which bought a licensing agreement from Gold Apollo to manufacture a new line of beepers. This new product line was bigger, more rugged, more durable, and came with a little surprise embedded in the battery. Israeli engineers spent months testing and tweaking the pagers, which were designed to maim rather than kill. The blast radius was tiny. Only the person carrying the beeper would be injured. It was the most targeted attack the world had ever seen.
Whoa.
The Mossad left nothing to chance. They tested which ringtones would be most compelling and how long it would take for someone to check their beeper after being paged. To convince Hezbollah that the pagers were a worthwhile investment, Israel tapped again into the power of social media, creating slick ads that played on YouTube. Even legitimate customers were interested, but the Israelis dissuaded them by quoting absurdly high prices. Of course, these customers had no idea they were really talking to the Mossad. Meanwhile, the sales team made Hezbollah an offer they couldn't refuse. The first batch of beepers were free, and they'd offer a discount if they bought in bulk. Hezbollah fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. By the fall of 2023, they'd handed out thousands of pagers to their operatives. But Israel was on borrowed time. One of Hezbollah's top technicians was starting to get suspicious that the walkie-talkies Hezbollah
apparently they had actually run these pagers through security, like airport scanners, and hadn't found anything because it was such a small amount of explosive.
10 years earlier might actually be incendiary devices. He was asking one too many questions. So Israel shut him down permanently in airstrike. And in mid-September 2024, the now or never moment came. Israel's military intelligence learned that Hezbollah had asked Iran to examine the pagers, worried they might contain explosives. It was time to act. 5 days later, in the middle of the afternoon, an encrypted message went out to the rigged pagers, triggering the hidden detonators. Seconds later, a wave of explosions sounded all across Lebanon. The country was in shock, but Israel wasn't done yet. A few days later, they activated the
I'm fucking molding, man. I am so molding. My fucking desk isn't arriving until Monday, bro. Fucking Monday. I'm gonna have to stream through the weekend in this cuck chair. Fuck!
the walkie-talkies. 10 years of waiting. Over. Hundreds of Hezbollah's fighters were taken out of action. Their communications network was shattered. And in one of the biggest blows to the terror organization, Israel capitalized on Hezbollah's weakness to finally assassinate its elusive leader, Hasan Nasrallah. It was the stuff of spy thrillers.
What type of desk? It's a studio desk. That's why I'm not streaming on my computer. 'Cause I don't have my desk. It would have been better to just buy a new one. This is the new one. This is the one that I ordered like last week. Fuck.
So unlikely, it seems impossible. But that's the Mossad's MO. They have to remain adaptable. They have to think outside the box. They have to strike when they're least expected. Not every mission succeeds. When they do, they remind Israel's enemies that Jews fight back.
Wow.
And that the Mossad is always watching, working overtime to protect a tiny nation.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Cringe. That was kind of useless. I forgot that Mugnia died because he had fucking concubines. So that's funny. But brilliant. You know what? What's going on in my own country? Every now and then, good to check in with the most boring fucking political environment on the planet. Let's see. Even if I go on BBC News, it's all India and Ukraine. It's not even the most recent UK news. No, I'm not going to watch their video on the Nakba. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Is a medieval cemetery near the UK airport runway. Okay. A runway. We have more than one runway. Okay. Okay. Pope Francis. Look, this is BBC. This is British news broadcaster. Trump, Putin, China, Kashmir, Kyiv, Trump, Putin, Trump, Vance, India. Interview with some people. Oh, look, in the UK, they found cemetery near the airport. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Do Kashmir. I might as well just absorb some cursory information. So my understanding of Kashmir is that it's basically fought over. It's like a fucking region of what was once British India, I guess. And it's like been constantly fought over by India, Pakistan, and China. Is that right? Like each three of those countries have positions in Crimea. Mostly India and Pakistan is where a lot of the constant saber rattling about fucking nuclear weapons comes from. Because these are three nuclear powers. Do you condemn cemetery? Yeah, based. Okay. Let's see what we get from this. India closes main border crossing with Pakistan after Kashmir attack. What we're going to learn in 3 minutes about Kashmir.
Now, India's defence minister has warned there will be a loud and clear response to the killings of more than 20 of its citizens in Indian-administered Kashmir. There's been no official confirmation yet on who carried out the attack in the picturesque tourist town of Pahalgam, but some media reports say a group linked to Pakistan-based organisation Lashkar-e-Toiba has claimed responsibility. Well, Delhi has now closed its main border crossing with Pakistan in response to the attack. Kashmir is claimed by both India and Pakistan in full and has seen a decades-long insurgency against Indian rule that has claimed tens of thousands of lives. Our Southeast Asia correspondent Yugita Limai has reached the area and spoken to survivors. Some of you may find the images distressing.
Kashmir's famed beauty that draws masses of visitors to it is today the backdrop for some of the worst violence it's witnessed in the past 2 decades. These are the moments when gunmen opened fire at tourists in Pahalgam's meadows. Footage verified by the BBC. Dozens were killed. This photo has become a defining image. Himanshi Narwal's red bangles identify her as a new bride.
The Taliban condemned the attacks. Okay.
The gunman said, "My husband doesn't look like a Muslim," and then he shot him. She's heard saying in this video, suggesting that some of the victims were targeted on the basis of their religion.
Uh-oh.
Married less than a week ago, her husband was 26, a naval officer. They were on their honeymoon. Nearly all of those killed were from outside Kashmir. These ambulances took the bodies of the dead to the airport, followed by buses which carried their families, to be flown out to their hometowns in different corners of India.
This is a region that's not a stranger to conflict. It's faced an armed insurgency for more than 35 years. But rarely in those 3.5 decades have we seen an attack directed at tourists on this scale.
In South Kashmir,
It was all tourists killed, wasn't it?
a home in grief.
26 tourists.
This is the family of Syed Adil Hussain, the only local man who was killed.
Oh, there was one local.
He
okay.
took people around Pahalgam on horseback and is believed to have been shot dead trying to protect a tourist.
Fucking hell.
There's no one to care for us now. We don't know what we'll do without him. His mother wept. Indian security forces are still searching for the attackers. What's happened at this location will have deep ramifications for the region and for the already fraught ties between India and Pakistan. Yogita Lamai, BBC News, Kashmir.
Wow. So they said that Kashmir is claimed by Pakistan and India in whole. They both want all of it. What and what's the what argument do they make against Kashmir being independent? Does Kashmir want to be independent? The last documentary I watched on Kashmir, it sounded like the people who lived there wanted to be independent, or most of them did. Diaspora seem to think so. Many want independence. Let's see. The government doxed Kilmar's wife. Who's Kilmar? What? Let's see. Hunt for militants. 2 minutes.
But now to Indian-administered Kashmir, where police have named 3 militants suspected of carrying out Tuesday's deadly attack in the region. They say that 2 are Pakistani nationals. The police have also announced a reward of more than $20,000 for information on the attack, in which 26 people were killed. Around 1,500 people in the region have been detained. We can speak to our South Asia correspondent Yogita Lamai, who joins us from Srinagar in Indian-administered Kashmir. So just bring us up to date. 3 potential suspects named.
That's right. What top police sources have told us that they believe there were a total of 4 militants involved in the attack, which include people they say who are locals, but also people who are foreign nationals. Police sources have also told us that 1,500 people from across the Kashmir region have been rounded up in connection with the attacks. They say these are people they suspect who remain in connection with terror networks, and they believe they might give them clues as to who carried out this operation and how it was carried out. The search for the attackers, of course, continues. The area of Pahalgam continues to be shut down and cordoned off. There is a 2 million rupee reward, or $23,000 being offered for anyone who can come up with any information about those attackers. As far as Kashmir is concerned, it remains tense, but after the shutdown yesterday, life is slowly resuming to normal. Shops, businesses, schools in this area have reopened. India yesterday we saw...
Box, do you support India or Pakistan Personally, I support world peace. Okay, that's where I am right now. I will update you if my position on wanting world peace ever changes.
Announced a raft of measures against Pakistan, which appeared to be directed at hitting it economically. The key measures, of course, is the closing down of the main border crossing between the two countries, which will affect trade between India and Pakistan. The other significant announcement was the suspension of a river waters sharing treaty, which was signed back in 1960, which will have an impact on the water available for irrigation for agricultural lands. Apart from that, India also announced the expulsion of diplomats and also said it was withdrawing some of its own diplomats from Islamabad.
So one question would be, this group that carried out the attack, what's their connection to the Pakistani government? Or were they Pakistanis, or what group did they say it was?
On
Or was it a
February
local?
14th, 2019.
Oh, fucking Vox video. God damn it. I feel like this is going to poison me. All right, let's see. Oh, there's an Unpacked video. Hey, let's go. Oh, no, it's not. It's DW News Unpacked. Ah. 2 Pakistani nationals. The intelligence. Check stream suggestions. Oh, yeah. An Indian perspective, who masterminded. All right. Well, it's not going to be till next week before I can start digging into this properly, but let's see.
A suicide bomber attacked a convoy of Indian security forces.
Getting reports of multiple casualties in a
He killed at least 40 Indian soldiers here in Kashmir.
the deadliest attack the region has seen this century.
The bomber was part of an Islamic militant group based in Pakistan.
Jaish-e-Mohammed claimed responsibility for that attack.
12 days later, India carried out airstrikes in northwestern Pakistan. Then Pakistan shot down at least one Indian aircraft around here. Tensions rose between the two rival nations.
It can escalate.
To escalate.
Serious escalation in years.
Kashmir is one of the most disputed places on Earth. Over the course of 70 years, it's been at the center of 3 wars, fought between 2 massive armies. It's heavily occupied by more than 500,000 Indian troops and a deadly collection of militias and terrorist groups. Kashmir is the stage for the relentless conflict between India and Pakistan. But focusing on these 2 countries can obscure what's really at stake: the voice of Kashmiris who are caught in a vicious cycle of violence.
Have you seen that Al-Shara might be willing to recognize Israel under the right conditions? I'm guessing it's going to be for nothing less than like a sovereign, like 2-state solution with 6-7 borders. But let's see, Al-Shara, I'll look it up while I'm watching.
Any conflict between India and Pakistan, Kashmir is always the battleground.
Kashmir is a disputed area. It neither belongs to India nor belongs to Pakistan.
Two giants of nuclear giants. We are nothing in between them.
There is always uncertainty. You know, you never know what is going to happen.
It can be a hartal, it can be a strike, anybody can be killed anytime.
We are the pawns in their hands.
It's a mess. It is a mess, and we have been affected in every possible direct and indirect way.
I have been born in this conflict, and I have to die within this conflict.
Kashmir is one of the most strategic places in the world, where 3 powerful countries collide: India, Pakistan, and China. China invaded and took this slice of Kashmir from India and was given this one by Pakistan. India and Pakistan control these parts, but lay claim to more. This region is at the center of a brutal conflict over these disputed borders, so it's important to start when the borders were being drawn. In the mid-1800s, India was a patchwork of several hundred provinces and princely states under British rule. A century later, when British India won independence, the British left and hastily decided to split the region into 2. These areas would be a new Muslim-majority country, Pakistan, and this would be the mostly Hindu but secular India.
This partition was absolutely fucking brutal. Like, I think you're talking like 15 million people displaced, 7 million on each side of India and Pakistan, and about a million plus killed.
Partition was bloody.
Communal hatred flares up in the Punjab. 1 million people become refugees overnight. They flee from savagery and butchery that has never been exceeded, even in India's stormy history.
Amid the chaos, some princely states were given the choice to join either country. In most cases, the ruling monarchs followed the will of their people. But this state, called Jammu and Kashmir, was different. It was right along this new border and had a Muslim-majority population, but was ruled by a Hindu monarch.
Uh-oh.
When asked to pick a side, the ruler chose to stay neutral.
Uh-oh.
Fearing that the monarch would join India, the Kashmiri population rebelled here in 1947. Armed tribesmen from Pakistan soon joined the fight. The monarch turned to India for military help and in exchange agreed to join them, which sparked the First Indo-Pakistan War in Kashmir.
Continuing was increased.
One of the states at the time of partition was ruled by the Hashemites. Which one? Pakistan or...
Threat to world peace and brought
What do you mean, which state?
to the
You mean a
attention
province or a state?
of the United Nations.
The UN Security Council brokered a ceasefire in 1949,
Gujarat.
which established this line, with Pakistan controlling this side and India this one. It also asked Pakistani tribesmen to withdraw and Indian troops to follow so that Kashmir could hold a direct vote to decide its own future. But neither held up their end of the deal. Pakistan argued that Kashmir's Muslim-majority population rightfully belonged with them, while India insisted that Kashmir was handed over to them by the Hindu monarch, so they doubled down and added Kashmir to their constitution. The vote was never held.
I think every person in Kashmir has been affected by India and Pakistan.
The Kashmir is completely destroyed by India as well as by Pakistan.
This is a territorial dispute, they call it. They don't need people.
The main stakeholders are the Kashmiris. Their opinions are not being heard.
Both countries continued to tighten their grip around it for decades.
Kashmir, fighting is going on, and heavy casualties in men and equipment have been inflicted on the aggressor.
In 1965, the Second Indo-Pakistan War broke out in Kashmir. Thousands of people were killed between the huge armies on both sides. A ceasefire ended the war, but didn't change this line. Kashmir was kept divided and occupied. And another war broke out in 1971. This time the focus wasn't in Kashmir, it was in East Pakistan. Here, India helped rebels fight for independence and dealt Pakistan a devastating defeat. This region became a new country, Bangladesh, and Pakistan lost its eastern half. This made Kashmir more important than ever. It became one of the most militarized places on Earth as India and Pakistan deployed planes, tanks, artillery, and soldiers along the line of control. On the political front...
Have there been any annexations in either of these countries? In either of these parts? I'm guessing they don't... I was going to guess, I would argue they just don't bother because they don't want the population to be voting, but... China annexed, that little bit in the north?
1987, India reportedly rigged an election, declaring a pro-India party as the winner. Now, this was a big turning point for many Kashmiris, who felt they were again denied the chance to vote. Thousands took to the streets in Indian-controlled Kashmir to protest the occupation. But India met the movement for independence with harsh resistance, which quickly escalated to more violence.
In January, security forces opened fire on demonstrating separatists, turning a 2-year-old struggling movement into a full-blown popular uprising. More than 650 people have been killed in clashes between troops and separatists.
Kashmiri militias, like the Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, started recruiting Muslim youth to fight for independence, and increasingly attacked the Indian military. Pakistan saw an opportunity in this insurgency. They helped introduce a new kind of militant group, radical Islamic fighters who fought for more pro-Pakistan Kashmir. By the mid-90s, these groups dominated the insurgency. India responded with incredible military force, deploying 500,000 troops to Kashmir. And they cracked down on militants and protesters. Unarmed civilians were killed, and many were forced to flee the violence. And in '98, the stakes were raised yet again.
Today, India conducted 3 underground nuclear tests.
Pakistan today successfully conducted 5 nuclear tests.
Kashmir became a battleground between 2 nuclear-armed nations, and another war broke out in 1999.
More evidence of the attacks being launched on the Indian-controlled area of Kargil. The past 2 days have seen some of the fiercest fighting so far. Militant Muslim fighters have also crossed over into some parts of Indian-ruled Kashmir.
The 1999 war ended with another ceasefire, but that didn't stop either country. Over the years, Pakistan's militant groups got bolder and launched terror attacks in and outside of Kashmir. In 2001, members of Lashkar-e-Taiba bombed India's parliament building in New Delhi, killing 14 people. And in 2008, 10 militants from the same group killed 174 people and wounded 300 in Mumbai. Meanwhile, Indian military cracked down in Kashmir, firing bullets and pellets on unarmed protesters, leaving hundreds wounded and blind. This is the vicious cycle of violence. The Indian Army's crackdown drives some Kashmiris to join Pakistani-backed militant groups who carry out violence against the Indian forces. It's a cycle that Kashmiri civilians are stuck in the middle of.
Just because of this conflict, we are losing our young generations because we are getting killed.
Every second day we hear a news that 2 boys were killed, 3 boys were killed, and there is an anger, among young generation.
There are psychological effects of the conflict. Okay, everybody is facing some sort of problem in Kashmir.
Hopelessness is everywhere due to this conflict.
When you snatch pens from youth, you are yourself forcing them to pick up guns.
Which brings us back to 2019. The suicide bomber was 19-year-old Adil Ahmed Dar from Pulwama, Kashmir. According to his parents, in 2016, Indian police officers stopped him and humiliated him by forcing his face into the ground. The same year, he was shot in the leg at a protest. The next year, Dar left home with his brothers to join Jaish-e-Mohammed, a Pakistani-supported militia that radicalized him and trained him to be a suicide bomber. A year later, he drove explosives into an Indian military convoy. For more than 70 years, India and Pakistan have driven a cycle of violence, retaliation, and exploitation in Kashmir. But beneath it all is the Kashmiris' wish to make a choice. A wish that continues to be suppressed again and again by violence.
The best way to handle the Kashmir situation is to have a dialogue and to hold a referendum. And both of the countries are not doing anything as such.
In every action, there is equal and opposite reaction. The more suppression you face, the more you rise.
I just want to get a freedom, to get a right to do everything. As a teenager, I have big dreams, but as a Kashmiri, the dreams are suppressed here.
Essentially, you have a kind of like intertwined population almost, with a Muslim majority, a Hindu monarch, and that results in India and Pakistan both trying to make territorial claims, China being involved as well for whatever reason. And I guess both of the large halves of this territory has just been occupied since 1947 by both sides. Has the border shifted that much? Didn't look like it had, but Raptzar is in the waiting room wanting to talk about this. I don't want to have just like a random viewer fucking poisoning my well, okay? not to say that anything he's saying is wrong. It's just I don't even I know so little about Kashmir that I don't even know what questions to ask. Like, whatever, let's do it anyway, because I'm a dipshit. Whoa. Hello, Raptzar.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
Oh, yeah, I saw you talking about Kashmir in the stream, so I think I could help you a bit, since you have a lot of questions.
Maybe. I have no idea how useful these questions are, but yeah.
I'm an Indian, and I have some basic reading of the conflict, so I can help you in that.
Okay. Do you have any like background connection to Kashmir itself, or are you just like from India?
No, I'm from India, but Yeah, you can say I have talked to a lot of Kashmiris. I've read some literature on the subject.
Okay. So I guess that in terms of pretext, after the partition, there's not really an agreed border for Kashmir, and because of it being a Muslim majority but also a Hindu monarch, this kind of like is why both countries have their pretext to try and take it. Is there anything else? Is it because of resources or like strategy?
So there are actually a lot of context to that. There are more to that. So before 1947, India had both two types of ruling for itself. One was the princely state rule, and then there was a British directly administrated zones. Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, the region's full name is Jammu and Kashmir. It's actually not Kashmir itself. Kashmir itself is a very small valley in it. And the region is very big. It has Ladakh, it has Akshay Chin, Gilgit-Baltistan. There are a lot of regions in it. So when generally people talk about Kashmir, they're talking about the region. And these regions have very complex demographics. So like Jammu is a Hindu majority region, for example. So in 1947, what happened was that princely states were given that either they can join India or they can join Pakistan. And a lot of these princely states had a very pro-Indian population. Two examples are Junagadh and Hyderabad. So Junagadh was in Gujarat today. It had a Muslim monarch and a very huge Hindu population. So India basically just, saying it in a more oversimplified terms, India took the region and did a plebiscite there. Because when they do this referendum and plebiscite, they basically have this claim over the region.
Yeah.
And they sort of did this similar in Hyderabad. Not exactly, but Hyderabad happened a bit later. Now, in the question with Kashmir was that Kashmir, who was the main leader of Pakistan back then, wanted Kashmir to be part of Pakistan because he originally wanted Junagadh to be part of Pakistan, but India basically took it. So, and he believed that even India cannot give it to itself because one day they will have to do the referendum there as well. And Nehru, actually, the Prime Minister of India back then, believed the referendum will turn into pro-India. Why? Because his friend, Sheikh Abdullah, was the one leading the Quit Kashmir movement back then against the Hari Singh king. So this Hari Singh was basically a genocidal maniac. This is not usually talked about, but during the 1947 partition violence, one of the worst places of violence was in the Muslims. They were basically ethnically cleansed. Like they were like 40, 50,000 deaths. And in the same area as well, Manipur, I cannot pronounce it properly, where there were two regions which are now in Azad Kashmir. They lost their entire Hindu and Sikh population in retaliation. So Hari Singh was basically, he never wanted this to go to India or to Pakistan. He didn't like Pakistan because he was a Hindu monarch, and he didn't like India because he would lose his monarchical position. So he basically played this for a very long time and tried to pull this whole massacre. And his goal of the massacre was to basically reduce the Muslim population in order to make it more appealing, so have the control over itself. Right. But it failed, and Pakistan launched a whole invasion with Pashtuns, which are basically Pathans. They are a group, Afghani group, and tribal people from the north, from the Poonch area. And what this followed was basically that Hari Singh was left with no option. So Nehru, whose friend was Sheikh Abdullah, said that, okay, we can basically agree him upon joining India, then we can keep a referendum to make it a sure position. And he believed that his friend Sheikh Abdullah would make sure in future to convince the population to join India. But essentially, the war took place, and India was able to capture a lot of land. Pakistan was able to capture a lot of land, which is under today Pakistan. But essentially, Nehru went to the United Nations, and the United Nations gave a resolution. The resolution was a three-step process. The first step that Pakistan will have to withdraw its tribal and proxy forces. India will have to withdraw its forces, and a referendum would happen to decide what will be the future of this state. So, and essentially later on, what happened was Sheikh Abdullah turned his position down, and he didn't exactly work on this way, and he became more into the position that Kashmir should be an independent region, both from India and Pakistan. So
Wow. And then I'm guessing just both groups have just kind of have held this kind of like roughly frozen border
They
for
have
the last
basically held this because India. So if I want to give you the easier position, Pakistan wants the entire region, and so does India.
Yeah.
And China mostly wants actually Ladakh. It doesn't want really Kashmir. These are two, like I said, the whole region gets the name of Kashmir, but they are not actually Kashmir.
Yeah,
Ladakh
okay.
has very close ties to Tibet. And this is where the claim comes from. Ladakh is very close to Tibet. So their mainly claims are about Tibet. And there is also resource here because there are major rivers which flow from these regions, which are like very important. So India's position has currently been for many years that they want their lost territory back. That's how they frame it. And Pakistanis also have this position, the whole area. More so and we don't exactly know what the Kashmiris want as independence because a lot of them, I mean, we do not know for sure exactly because the only way to know this is through a plebiscite. And I don't think so in the very future the plebiscite is going to happen. It's not going to happen anytime soon. Like India can just go and give this.
Sorry to interrupt, but a quick question. I remember back like 2019 or 2020 that Jammu and Kashmir, the Indian part, had some sort of a special status, like some sort of an autonomy that was repealed by Modi.
Basically, okay, so you don't know about the special status. So one of the reasons Sheikh Abdullah agreed upon to give Kashmir to India, because it was not just Hari Singh who agreed upon, it was also Sheikh Abdullah, who was the leader of this entire Kashmir movement, which wanted Kashmir to be free from the Hari Singh rule. His argument came from the fact that he will be allowed to take a good position in Kashmir. So they basically gave Kashmir an autonomous status, which was the Article 370, which gave Kashmir its own constitution and flag. But essentially, this was very controversial in its nature. Hindu nationalists hated it forever. And over time, because of growing terrorist attacks, and essentially in 1990s, the Kashmiri Pandits, which were a minority of the Hindus, had to go away from the region because of the insurgency. And it was largely blame on this autonomous act that the Kashmiri Pandits had to leave. So they were able to swiftly draw back the rule because, people agreed upon that. That's a bad idea for them. And it was bad for Kashmiris. The rule was gone.
But I remember back then it was like very controversial. Many in Kashmir opposed it to actually feel the autonomous status. I don't know much about it.
The special status, at least it was like the special status gave them a lot of positions. Like they had a lot of fears as well that they would get settler colonized, and this act basically didn't allow that. So a Kashmiri can go and buy any land before this act was revolved. A Kashmiri can go and buy any land in rest of, but it was not the same. So I cannot go and buy land in Kashmir back then, but now the law changed. So they feared the settler colonialism as well.
It's a very iffy topic, to be honest. Like the last time I spoke about Jammu Kashmir, I got banned from Hasan's server, so I don't talk about it any much that more.
What did you say?
I understand that banned as well.
Well, I was talking to a Kashmiri dude, and I kind of called him an Indian, and he took that as an insult.
Oh.
Mainly, the thing is that I think my position is that there's a lot of which has to be done towards the human rights situation. It's bad. Torture from Indian side is very common. They have to go through checkpoints. The security is very tight. The lockdowns happen. It's like a West Bank situation, but I will say it's worse in nature. But it's not like settlerism is not that big here. But
I actually remember watching an Indian movie a while ago, and it was like the most Indian shit ever. Like, was this dude who's supposed to be some sort of super macho soldiers that's like a border guard there, and there's a protest, and he's cool with the protesters and all, and then someone actually burns the Indian flag, so he just ties him to his fucking truck and starts driving around with him. So I think people are a bit unhinged when it comes to Kashmir.
These protests are also very common. What my point is that, and what the issue is that here basically that even India has a rhetoric here that essentially even if it lets go of referendum, it's basically they can claim it as it's going to be a Crimea situation where Pakistan will just take the region. And the thing is, Pakistan is so bad in its army that it will likely do it. So the locals get squashed in between everything with this. And in all practicality, I don't think the referendum is ever going to happen, which is the solution, in my opinion.
How much of a
Okay,
pretext
so I
does
often
either?
hear
Hang on.
people
How much of a?
emphasizing the importance. Oh, carry on.
How much of a pretext does each side use to say that they're in these regions to defend like Muslims or Hindus who would be getting persecuted otherwise? Does that ever use much of a pretext or?
So the thing is that the Hindus did get persecuted in 90s, and they mostly left. What is left is now Jammu and Ladakh, which has their Buddhist and Hindu population. Kashmir itself doesn't have that much of a minority left right now. They do have this position that if sometimes the Kashmiri Pandits should be able to go back and resettle their lives there, sort of like a right of return, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they actually advocate for that.
Yeah, there were some advocations, but I don't think Kashmiri Pandits largely want that. I've had Kashmiri Pandits friends, and they don't like. They were in a fear, and they have largely moved on. It's like been 30 years or so.
Okay. Why has neither side ever tried to? Has either side ever tried to annex the territory that they have?
China hasn't, and Pakistan.
Okay, you're completely roboted there.
But most of them failed.
You completely roboted there. You have to start again.
Repeat. Okay, so I'm saying China has annexed territories,
Mm-hmm.
and mainly in Ladakh, the Akshay region, it's inhabitable though. And then there's a Xinchai tract. Now, in terms of Pakistan has launched multiple invasions, like likely in 1971, in 1965, and 1990s, but most of them failed. Like it didn't really get too much. Like they once had some control over Kargil, but the region they were expelled from.
Wait, so I don't think 1971 was about
India does
Kashmir
claim
itself. Like I think most of the fighting in
1971 was not about the Kashmir one. It was about Bangladesh.
Yeah, but like the fighting
the
fighting in East Pakistan was in West Pakistan was mostly in Lahore. I don't think Kashmir saw that much action to begin with.
1962 or 71? I cannot hear you properly.
71.
Sorry.
In 71,
71 was on
most
Bangladesh.
of the fighting was Lahore. In like the West
No,
Pakistan.
it happened mostly in Dhaka. You're talking about 62. In 62, basically Pakistan invaded Kashmir, and India invaded the whole of Pakistan. It was very weird because they didn't have any defenses, so they basically walked to Lahore.
Yeah, I think there was like one of the largest tank battles at the time happening here.
I think you're confusing both 71 and 62. 71 was purely about Bangladesh, but there were some attacks from Kashmir as well.
But like I remember that in 71, maybe I did confuse them, but in 71 that after before India invaded, they launched some sort of preemptive attack and they did an assault, and most of the fighting was confined to the region around Kashmir, around Lahore itself, and also the port of Karachi.
Yeah, you're talking about the Karachi port. Oh yeah, that was the most naval thing we have ever got. There was a whole blockade by India there then. Oh yeah. But that time India basically surrounded all of Pakistan, basically, in a way, both east and west.
Yeah, I just love how like the United States position was literally the pro-genocide take.
Yeah, that was the genocide was going on, and India had no choice back then. It was not really about Kashmir, but Kashmir did get involved in that fight. I mean, just a year later, Pakistan got the nuke. I mean, they started working on the nuke after that. So.
Okay, Leonor, maybe you have to like take a look at the correspondence that was at the American consulate in Dhaka at the time, because basically the American like ambassador to the region was basically begging them like, guys, there is a fucking genocide happening here. Don't support the party doing the genocide. And
Kissinger basically ignored that. That's one of the things he did. I think Kissinger ignored a lot of genocides.
No. The worst part is after the genocide was done and like they were kicked out and everything, Kissinger came out and started claiming credit that it was stopped. I don't know how he functions to begin with.
Whoa.
I don't know. It's, yeah.
Okay. That sounds like a good foot in the door. I'll probably start reading about this next week when I've got my stream set up.
I mean, here's one issue I would like to tell you, though, that there's not exactly that much of good literature around the subject, because most of the literature you read is going to be polarized as fuck.
Yeah.
So you have to read, you have to select picking sides. You have to look at the Kashmiri perspective, the Pakistani perspective, the Indian perspective, and then get your full image. Because one literature won't talk about anything at all. Like I've never seen a Kashmiri literature talk about the Pashtun invasion or what happened to the Hindus there, or the Indian literature ever talking about the Jammu massacre. Because even though India was not necessarily involved in it, it was more the Punjab state. But the Jammu massacre does make it a bad case for India because essentially they agreed with Hari Singh, who was a genocidal maniac. So they never talk about that.
Or I'm just going to start with the wiki and
Well,
we'll see
to be
where it
fair,
takes
I
us.
take most my information regarding the Kashmir situation from like Indian and Pakistani sketch posters on Twitter, because they surprisingly know a lot about every intricate detail about like sanitation practices, about IQ rates, about genetic diseases in every country. Yeah, they are fine.
Well,
but if you have any other question, you
they
can
have
ask.
very extensive, like an extremely extensive record of IQ statistics and skull dimensions, everything you can think about. They have it.
Based.
Alona, you can ask any other question if you have on the region.
I think for now I'm going to keep it limited because I want to make it digestible. But I appreciate that. Gives me a
one
good
last
stepping
question,
stone for the rest
because
of it.
like you're an Indian. I hear people often emphasizing the importance of like the water resources, because I think what was the main river that goes through Pakistan? Like
Indus River. You're talking about the Indus River.
oh
So,
fuck me, I'm sorry, Tarted, I forgot the most important river. I think probably like Pakistanis often speak about how if they give it up, like they lose most of their water. Like it's like a fucking water tap. India can just turn off upon them anytime they want.
No, the treaty basically didn't allow India to do that, but now India has terminated the treaty. And now it's illegal to build a dam or divert the water, but who knows what's going to happen now. The tensions are escalating. Like Pakistan is giving a warning to India that if they do that, they will attack it. It will consider it as an act of war. And Pakistan has terminated the Shimla Agreement, which was like a stalemate between them that they won't attack each other.
Well, to be fair, Pakistan does have a first-use nuclear policy, so if it happens, the war would be very quick.
India has that it won't use the nuclear first, but Pakistan has never signed it.
Yes.
Surprisingly, China has done that.
It would be quite funny if like everyone has spent so long molding about Russia's potential nuclear strike and they just forgot how much more likely it is to happen in India and Pakistan.
Yeah, South Asia is crazy. I think like you haven't read that much on Afghanistan, but like when you start reading more about the Afghanistan invasion from this perspective, you will know that it was not necessarily about the Mujahideens. Like Pakistan wanted to fund them. So yeah.
Yeah. Also, like one thing to keep in mind is when it comes to Pakistan, it's military, the government, and intelligence. They are not
the
the same
Pakistani
body.
government is
Not
a
in the
big mess.
slightest.
You don't know who controls what.
Yeah, because like I don't think the Pakistani intelligence itself knows what it is doing. Like I don't think they are aware of their operations.
There have been like 4 to 5 coups before. Like the situation is very bad between the government, army, and ISI. Like I sometimes think the government necessarily don't even know what's going on. It's that bad.
To give you a perspective, back during the Kargil war, Kargil, I don't care.
Yeah, Kargil.
Back then, Pakistan invaded India, and the government was not aware they invaded India. Like they knew about it because the Indians were telling them, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Oh yeah.
That's how they found out. And like it's not rare for like a terrorist group supported by the military to be fighting a terrorist group supported by the intelligence.
It's likely the intelligence because the intelligence have been linked with so many groups. Taliban mostly sprang from them. Like the Taliban is largely a product of them from the Operation Cyclone. So they have been generally accused, and there's a good amount of evidence to suggest that.
Okay.
So, if you have any question, you can ask.
How people
Wait,
often talk
I need
about
to-
the CIA supporting terror groups, and the terror groups then being unpredictable, and they are out of control and they can't do shit. That stereotype about the CIA. This is what the Pakistan intelligence is actually like.
Okay. In other news, Syria is willing to join the Abraham Accords. Shara tells the U.S. rep. Mills.
I mean,
don't know
they
who that is.
always chimp those out of context because
Yeah, let's have a look.
Shara actually said it. I think, like the Syrian government said it a long time ago. They are supportive of something along the lines of the
It depends on the
Arab Peace
conditions, right?
Initiative. Yeah, like they support the Arab Peace Initiative, which is like the official position of fucking Algeria. So that's not
Syria
really saying anything.
is willing to join the Abraham Accords under the correct conditions. Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara told the U.S. Representative Corey Mills in a meeting on Saturday. In a Thursday Bloomberg article, the U.S. Republican representative from Florida said he held talks with the former leader of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham regarding economic sanctions and peace between Damascus and Jerusalem. He told Bloomberg that he would deliver a letter from al-Shara to U.S. President Donald Trump, adding that he planned to brief him on his conversation when he returned to Washington. Mills talks with Shara. Mills reported that he sat down with the Syrian president for 90 minutes and laid out the Trump administration's demands in order for sanctions against Damascus to be lifted. Some of the demands included dismantling all chemical weapons left over from the Assad era, as well as countering foreign terror ops within its borders. Notably, Syria still demands the return of the Golan Heights, which Trump recognized as Israeli territory in 2019. I am cautiously optimistic and look to maintain open dialogue. Wait, these two sentences are incompatible, bro. If they want the demand of the return of the Golan Heights, and this guy's saying he's cautiously optimistic, what the fuck? You think it's just like a bargaining?
I think he will just screw Israel over. Like he will just say, "Okay, Israel will give it back, make the deal, then forget about it." I had to make a prediction.
They're probably assuming that they can strong arm them into dropping the Golan Heights. That's probably what they would rather assume.
Yeah.
At one point,
I don't think it's. I don't think it's realistic. Like I think even Shari'a knows it's not going to happen. There won't be a peace deal, but he just wants to put it out there that no, I want a deal. Those fuckers would not accept.
At one point, Germany and Japan were our enemies, but we have to move beyond this if we are to have stabilization, he added. I guess Mills said that. Damascus has notably said that. No full stop. Well, thank you, Jerusalem Post. Wow. Yeah, that doesn't mean shit, does it? It could be a thing where they kind of talk about how we're considering the Abraham Accords, and this is where they have like a de facto sort of like process of becoming more normalized, and they just never actually formally recognize each other. But who knows? I have faith. I have faith that it might improve the situation. I don't think they'll get normalization.
I don't
but
really have that much faith.
no,
I don't think either normalization de facto or like the legalized. I don't think it's going to happen.
I mean, it
anytime soon.
really doesn't help that fucking Trump is following the fucking Russian whatever party line on this and saying that that he's just Al Qaeda, right? Trump is buying into all that as well.
Look, we all had a phase where we supported the radical terrorist organizations, so I think he grew out of it.
Yeah, I do, but what matters is unfortunately if Trump does, and Trump seems to just be buying the line that he's still Al Qaeda almost the way he's talking about.
Honestly, I don't think Trump even knows who the fuck he is. I don't think he knows the name or the face or anything about him.
Well, shit.
Like, if I had to make a bet, I would think Trump still believes that Syria is ruled by Assad.
Wow.
Anyways, honestly, like, there are two big red lines. One of them is commitment to the Palestinian two-state solution, and the other line is the Golan Heights. And Israeli government would not budge in the slightest anytime soon. Like the next decade, I don't think they would budge. And if Sharia normalizes without actually accepting any of those, he would get lynched, basically.
Yeah. Well, chances are you can get concessions and get killed anyway. So, listen, what do they say though? If you're a peace negotiator in the Middle East, like if you're willing to sacrifice your life for conflict, you should also do it for peace. Who knows?
And there are people who did it in a non-retarded way and walked away with it, like King Hussein, you know, my favorite macho leader, strong man. He did it, and it was cool with him because he did it part of the Oslo Accords. So yeah, it was nice.
Oh well.
And then you have Sadat, who fucked over literally every single country and demographic group in the region just to get his peace deal and say he returned Sinai. And honestly, I'm glad he was smoked. He was the worst.
Whoa, shit. Okay. I'm probably gonna watch Shoe on Head getting into a fucking brawl. She's come back to Twitter to fight over her USAID video.
God, why do you like to torture yourself like this?
I don't know. It's just funny that she's willing to double down on her hatred for USAID.
You know, this sounds to me like the types of people who would do those sexual acts which involve torture. I'm not going to kink shame anyone, but like, how do you do that to yourself?
Okay.
Okay, see you later, and be careful with your fucking balls torture segment. See you later.
Bye-bye. Okay. I think we might have a David Teuton debate in like 10 minutes. Oh, God. Ugh. So someone writes this article, this guy Bentham's Bulldog. Is that Jeremy Bentham? Is that what he's referring to? Are we like a free markets? Okay, whatever. Recently, a popular YouTuber, Shoe on Head, made a video full of false claims about USAID. Here I rebut in detail. I wonder if they're similar to... Qatar is still crashing out over the protests. What, the anti-Hamas ones? Uh-oh. Wait, is this just a picture of the Substack? Oh, here we go. Thank you. One Shoe on Head. Interesting. Oh God, it's long. Fuck me. Oh, there's a response that's been responded to. Oh no. Recently, popular YouTuber Shoe on Head, brackets, not her real name, nor a true description of the relation between a shoe and her head. Wow, made a video critical of USAID. This video has now been viewed over 1 million times, and many on the internet seem to think it makes a devastating case against USAID. However, when one investigates the claims made in detail, many of them are extremely misleading. She failed to perform even the basic fact-checking, and her video contains an almost astonishing degree of factual error. By the way, USAID, if you're rating this and you want to pay me money, blah, 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 okay. For context, USAID serves two major functions. First, it provides humanitarian and developmental aid. This is what it does most substantially. Second, it serves to advance US foreign policy interests. The first category activity is generally quite good. The second is a mixed bag. I thought it would be worth debunking this video in detail given just how important USAID is. The shutting down of USAID is likely to cause roughly 25 million new deaths in the next 15 years, according to one paper on the subject. One of the USAID programs that's been axed is PEPFAR, a program that's saved roughly 19 million lives since its implementation. PEPFAR is the reason annual AIDS death in Africa has been dropping quickly around 2003. Damn. Another thing to note about AIDS, the best programs are much more effective than the median programs. The best 1% of foreign aid is probably does more good than the bottom 99%. So even if a lot is wasteful, feeding it into the wood chipper is a recipe for killing large numbers of people. I also thought Shu's video was a good example of how ideology makes us all crazy. If you have leftist sympathies like Shoe on Head, you spend lots of time worrying about exploitation by large corporations and insidious CIA actions. You probably spend less time worrying problems like famine that don't fall as neatly on partisan lines. We all spend more time thinking about problems we can blame on our political opponents than ones we can't. For this reason, leftists have a tendency to overestimate the horrors of imperialism and underestimate more banal horrors like deaths from disease. They overly focus on foes with faces and neglect more mundane evils. As a result, when the bad things done by USAID reeks of imperialism and the good things just prevent more generic bads, leftists have a tendency to be wildly irrationally critical of USAID. Woke spending. I wonder if they talk about... What about here? Go through her list. Teaching Sri Lankan journalists how to avoid gendered language. While she doesn't explicitly say millions were spent on this program, she implies it heavily by listing it alongside programs that cost millions of dollars and saying billions of dollars are being spent on things like before listing this program and later programs. In reality, however, 7.9 million was spent on a broader program in Sri Lanka, to promote democracy. Rick Evans notes most of the funding went towards investigative journalism training, web development grants for publications, digital literacy training, and grants to upgrade newsrooms. One minor portion of what the program did was to avoid gendered language. Now, that's a dumb way to spend money, but it's simply not true that millions were spent on gendered language. Okay. Vietnam. Oh, what about where's the fucking... Oh, God, she should have gone into the Uganda one. The Uganda one was such an atrocious fuck up. Where... Let me see. I'll show you one example from the shoe video, if anyone wants it for the Twitter clips. Oh my God. This must be my own algorithm, right? There's no way I'm second on the list. Okay, whatever.
Donald Trump.
Damn. So she provides this long list of things that she thinks are wasteful US aid spending, okay? And a few of them you can notice are just misleading or they're not even from USAID funding. But if you look at this example...
The Cuban media ecosystem, millions for LGBT causes in the Western Balkans, millions for LGBT activism in Uganda,
See this, millions for LGBT activism in Uganda. And the second mention she makes of Uganda in this whole video, she doesn't explain what this actually means.
Crumbles. I don't care about teaching gender studies to Ugandans. The pothole in front of my house hasn't been filled in 3 years. These are
like, what a horrible thing to say, because it's not gender studies or like viewing what's happening in Uganda from a Western lens and also using the phrase LGBT activism, which is obviously like, let's try and tie it the most to the most superfluous, like blue-haired Western college kid who has like a million pronouns. Uganda is a country where being gay is punishable by death, okay? So the LGBTQ plus whatever activism that they're supporting in Uganda is to do with giving legal defenses to people who are facing persecution for being gay, not to mention HIV programs, because these people cannot get healthcare from their state because their homosexual activity is illegal, okay? It's for lawyers, it's for shelters, for people who get kicked out of their houses. It's for people who are struggling with risks of disease or actually have the disease and they can't get help from their state. That's what they mean. That's what the LGBT activism she was talking about in Uganda. But she just writes it off in the most Western framed like terminology and then says the example is what gender studies. Like, that's just one example of her like just disgusting mischaracterization of what USAID is dealing with. And if you did even the slightest bit of research on any of these claims in this list, which she claims to have done, you would know that LGBT activism in Uganda is not the same as LGBT activism in America. I'm sorry, like what the fuck? And yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I do actually think, not that it's a zero-sum game. The federal budget is enormous and foreign aid is a very small portion of it. But if you're going to say that your potholes are more important, then just say your potholes are not more important than gender studies in Uganda. You'd have to say your potholes are more important than protecting gay people from persecution or death by disease or homelessness or being murdered for being gay. That's just one example. Okay, if anyone wants that for Twitter clippers, you can go ahead, okay? Let's go. I could just do it the lazy way. So she's been doubling down now in the replies. Her response to that Substack article was, so everything I said was true except the mistake that John Bolton wasn't an admin but an assistant admin? Okay. The list there is a bit more than just one thing. My video wasn't about the good USA did, it was about the bad. Oh god, she's fucking lying now. She's just being dishonest. It wasn't... What do you mean it wasn't about the good? It was about the good as well, because you took the good and said that it was all going to admin fees or some bullshit. Because apparently Shoeonhead thinks that if you want to get food to people who are going hungry in fucking Gaza or Sudan or somewhere, then all you have to do is buy the food and then just teleport it for free to the country, into the mouths of people who need it. That you don't need to go through an entire fucking, like, logistical chain to get the food to where it's needed. It's so stupid. Okay, let's debate. David. Hello?
Now I can hear you. Hold on. There we go.
Hey, Tutan.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Hello?
What's up, man?
So it turns out that both of you guys want to argue about the anti-Semitism of Hasan's community or fucking the sword.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, not
And
that.
it seems like
it
also seems like both of you have taken completely opposing sides in the position. Are you guys okay to just hash out amongst yourselves? Because I can't be fucked. Is that all right?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, David. Why is Hasan's community anti-Semitic?
Hasan's community is anti-Semitic because they continuously use the word Zionist while talking about weird things about Jews and saying the Zio and things like basically using Zog and like Zionist government and other, including all of his mods, and he'll see chats that are harassing and saying weird things about Hila Klein, like you know, that she likes to kill babies and that she's a war criminal, and other weird freak things.
Could I intervene?
We'll see those messages and we'll read them in the chat and we'll leave them alone, but we'll ban anyone that says anything not pro-Israel but anti-Hamas. He'll ban anti-Hamas chatters as well. Yeah.
Okay, Tutan, why is Hasan's chat community not anti-Semitic?
Oh, so I don't respond to his points. Okay,
You
I'll
can if you want in
respond
your
to
statement.
his
Yeah, you
point.
just do what you want.
So first of all, Hasan has gone off the Zog. He's called it a neo-Nazi term, and if you go into his chat and write Zog, I guarantee you will be banned. He's called out people who use Zog. He says it's a straight-up neo-Nazi term. I remember watching him say that, watching like the CNN Donny or Sutherland thing, like Nick Fintersan said that. So the Zog thing is wrong. The Zog thing is completely wrong. Not 1 ounce of anti-Semitism is allowed in Hasan chat. You make a new Twitch account, say Jews control the media, or even say Zionists or Israel control, like Israel controls America. He's fought back against that. You'll get banned immediately. Like if you say go into chat and write Jews control the media, you would get clapped like maybe like 5 seconds or 10 seconds. So, yeah, and about the Hila Klein thing, so he doesn't ban chatters that call Hila Klein a terrorist. Is that what you're is that
and maybe Claire and things like that, yeah. So I'm gonna send a screenshot of one of Hasan's mods, just I just gave him the second mod about some things, and you'll let me know if this is anti-Semitic or not.
Well, I can send you clips of him calling out Zog. Do you not believe me that he's called out Zog? Like he has
Calling out the word
shouted
Zog
Zog.
doesn't quite get you out of any of that. So I'm not sure how that argument means anything that he calls out the specific word of Zog. I don't think that if I say, oh, I
He's
don't
called
like
it
the
like a
word
4chan
I don't like the word
neo-Nazi
thug.
thing.
I don't like the word thug, but I'm okay with fried chicken eaters. Like that doesn't matter if you're still using like a different term to explain the exact same thing, to say that the U.S. government is controlled by a bunch of Jews and that they are
Oh, he
subversing.
doesn't say that as well. He doesn't say that. Yeah.
Zionists.
He doesn't say Zionists. He says that America controls Israel, not Israel controls America. So, he doesn't say Zionist controls U.S. media. And for Hila Khan, using Ethan Klein standard, yes, Hila Khan is terrorist. If you're calling Rashid, who the hats we don't know yet. Rashid.
What terrorist
Yes,
says
using
Hila
Ethan
Klein?
Klein standard.
Who's
She
Ethan-
went on
what's
a
Ethan
raid
Klein
to an
standard?
occupied. She went on a raid willingly on an occupied.
What did she do in that raid?
Occupied city.
What did she do in that raid?
It was terrorizing the innocent population who have a right to. Who are
She
in
ate
the
the
right,
innocent
and the IDF are
population?
the terrorists there.
Would you say she ate the
The
innocent
IDF
population?
in the West Bank are terrorists. And yes, and the people
Wait, you
resisting
just
are
said
the ones in the
Hila
right.
Klein. Wait. You just said Hila Klein. What terrorist act did Hila Klein do? What makes her a terrorist?
She went on a raid.
What did she do in that raid?
Occupied city. I don't know. Probably fucking terrorizing innocent civilians.
Isn't it true that she sat in the car? That was her.
Yeah, she participated it. Yeah, still participating in it. Sitting in the car, endorsing it. Thinking, and
Endorsing
she said to this
What
she said to this day that
this house now.
huh?
What
I'm
in what
saying
way did
using
she endorse
Ethan
it?
Klein standards.
What are
Using
Ethan
Ethan
Klein?
Klein
Give me one
standards. Ethan Klein standards is somebody who keeps denying himself, somebody who's again has over and over again said he's not a Houthi, said he's not gone to Saudi Arabia, tweeted again saying he's not a Houthi, said during the interview, during the second question, he's not a Houthi. He's calling him a terrorist, and the crimes of the Houthis do not amount 1 ounce to the crimes of Israel. And Hila Klein was actually a secretary of the IDF and participated in a raid. So she is
I have
much more of a terrorist than Rashid.
Now we're talking about a fact of matter. So as a fact of matter, did Timothy Houthi, as the troll name is, did he did he or did he not say that he's a soldier on his Instagram post?
I don't know if that screenshot is real. I haven't seen an archived link of it, so I don't know if
it's made. But assuming have you seen that? So you have seen that screenshot before. That is a screenshot.
I don't know if it's real, but it could be a fake one. But yes.
So then I'll ask another question. Did he or did he not say that he son of a Jew in his Instagram posts?
Yeah, I think that one.
Okay. Did he or did he not say that he?
That doesn't mean he's a terrorist.
Zionists heads on put what we're gonna do to all Zionists, and then put a
first of all,
spike across.
Okay, first of all,
in his words, he's saying he wants to target innocents because he said all Zionists, right? So he
no. What does Zionist mean to him? How do you know what Zionist means to him?
Since he says son of a Jew and then he says Zionist, I'm going to assume he means all Jews. But let's say he just means Zionists, as in anyone that supports Israel. So then again, that is still attacking civilians because he said all Zionists. Because having a political ideology does not make you someone that can be
do you think you understand?
So would that be a terrorist act if you were to impale someone because of their political ideology without
just
any
because
action?
he tweeted that, he didn't actually impale people. Just because he tweeted that does not mean
that he's going to do that. This is what we're going to do to all Zionists. I don't know who the we is. Maybe the we are the Houthis. Maybe the we is him and his buddies.
Yeah, it's like somebody what we're going to do to all Nazi supporters during World War II. All supporters of Israel, not people that just think Israel.
All supporters of Israel are going to be spike through. So is that not a terrorist act?
Yes, if you actually carry that out, yeah.
Oh wow! So not only does he say that he's a soldier, and not only did he say that he's going to target any civilian or any person that he considers
to be threatened to do something doesn't mean you do it.
To coincide with him saying "son of a Jew." So again, let's take this back to the actual argument where you said that Hila Klein is a terrorist and that Timothy Houthi obviously is not a terrorist. So your example of
I'm saying Ethan
Hila Klein being a terrorist. Your example of Hila Klein being a terrorist is because she rode along in a car during a raid on Ramallah,
And she was
which
the secretary of the IDF.
which may have been against a terrorist organization such as Hamas
Probably
or
not.
PIJ.
Probably not.
That's
Those were just people
probably
resisting.
just okay. So
Or
terrorism is when
they
when
killed.
you do a raid against other terrorists that are quote unquote the resistance
No,
because they're
people are resisting in the West Bank are the good people. They're in
good
those situations. They're not the terrorists. They're not the terrorists. The people that are occupying the place are the terrorists. Yes, the Palestinians have a right to resistance, especially in the West Bank.
Especially, okay. So
especially, yes.
Terrorist is with so I'm guessing that's going to depend on your skin color, whether you're a terrorist or a resistance fighter, right?
What?
Does it depend on your skin color, or maybe your ethnicity? Or... No. Okay, so what makes them killing civilians not terrorism? Like Timothy Houthi saying that he wants to, because you've already declared that you think that Timothy Houthi's tweets and actions would not make him qualify as a terrorist, but Hila Klein would. So what would be the example that makes one of those a I know that let's just go based on acts on what they want to do. We'll say a desire.
What they've done.
Okay, so wait. So I have a question. So if it was just Hila Klein wanted to go on a Ramallah raid, that would make her more or less of a terrorist than Timothy Houthi wanted. Okay, well I don't care. I'm asking you a question because I want to compare these. I want to compare these 1 to 1 to see where your standards lie. So we have Hila Klein. Yeah. She hasn't actually done anything. She hasn't actually killed anyone. She went on a ride along.
No, not that we know of. We know that she participated
because she was a secretary and went on a ride along. We have no evidence or proof, but you've called her a terrorist, right? And you won't call Timothy Houthi a terrorist, despite him saying that he is a soldier and saying that he wants to kill civilians. Correct?
Yeah, go on.
Correct. So what would be the difference here besides their ethnicity and or nationality? What would be the difference between those two?
Okay, first of all, we have no proof that Rashid al-Haddad participated in any Houthi actions.
Yeah, we only have his word, and we only have him, making funny videos on like videos of kidnapped like civilians. That we do have. We have him. We actually have him in action going on a ship, right? On a ship that has.
That ship was stopped from November and became a tourist attraction where a lot of people were literally lining up to go.
This was an action where he went to an area that was it was a victim of a terrorist attack in terms of them literally kidnapping the people on that boat and ship, right? Correct? That's a terrorist act, right?
The kidnapping part, yeah.
Because they're civilians, right?
Yeah, and they had nothing to do. They had nothing to do with it. Yeah, I'd say that. Yeah, I'm not on board with the kidnapping of the. It's not necessarily the shops.
Well, I'm not asking about if you're on board or not, but this would be a terrorist act, right? And he would be doing the equivalent or worse of a ride along, since he's literally going around the ship and making funny videos and supporting the Houthis.
Okay, was he in the hijacking? Was he participating in the hijacking? No, because
did Hila participate in any raid? Which, to be clear, this might be against terrorists, or we have no proof that any of it was against a civilian. So we don't even know. So your standard to begin with is fucking
against civilian. Just knowing the IDF. Just probably
know. Do you have a source for that being? Okay. Do you have a source for that being against civilians?
Just knowing the IDF, seeing all the accounts,
knowing the IDF is that's a known argument. Do you have any source that says that there were civilians targeted in that raid?
Even if there were people with guns, even they're in the right. They're in the right. The people with guns in Ramallah are in the right.
The people with the guns are in the right. That's not a piece of evidence. Again, so you support them, but you haven't actually made any debate. You haven't made any argument that proves that there was any civilians targeted in that strike. Yet you want to call Hila Klein a terrorist, but you don't want to call Timothy Houthi Chalamet, as the joke name is.
Okay, the reason I don't. Okay, can I just lay out?
Even though he says he wants civilians and went on a victim of a terror.
Okay, the reason
was a terrorist attack location. Okay, so what else?
The reason I don't call Tim Houthi Chalamet thing. Okay, first of all, he just because he goes on a place that was like an act of violence and thing. That's good. That's like going to Ramallah after a raid. He wasn't in the raid. He was not participating in the hijacking of the ship.
Yeah, but he supported it, right? He supported it. That's why he went to that ship, right? He supported that raid, which you have no evidence for Hila Klein.
I'll say he's a supporter. Hila Klein supports the IDF. She says that people who don't serve in the IDF are selfish. She said that. And so she supports the IDF. She said she said it's selfish not to serve in the IDF.
Okay, so again, you said that Hila Klein is a terrorist because she went on that raid.
Yes, and was part of the IDF.
Yeah, but you
And
called her a
Tim
terrorist,
Houthi
and you
Chalamet's
said you
not part
won't
of
call
Houthi.
Timothy Chalamet a terrorist, even though
Because he's
he
not
went
a
on the
part of
boat
the
that was
Houthis. He's just a
he
supporter
went
of
on
the
the boat.
Houthis.
He went on the boat that was literally targeted in a terrorist attack where people
You know
were
that
civilians.
Yemeni
You know were
civilians
kidnapped.
went on
You know
boat?
civilians were kidnapped on that boat, and he went and made a joke of it and supported it. So we know that he did support the terrorist
You know that
attack.
Yemeni civilian? Okay, supporting something that doesn't supporting terrorism or whatever does not mean
So what
you are a
did
terrorist.
you said that Hila Klein was a terrorist because she endorsed the
No,
raid?
because you Tim. Okay, this is the equivalent. Tim Rashid Al Haddad, was he participating in the raid? Was he on the plane on the helicopter on the plane? Even if he didn't have the guns, was he on the helicopter? No, he wasn't.
Yeah, you said you won't give any evidence that Hila Klein was in the raid and did anything in that raid, and you won't give evidence that there was any civilians targeted.
She was
You
in
said
the car. She was in the car.
being in the car is not
She was in the
is not actually active in that raid. And to begin with, you won't even give evidence that there were civilians targeted in that raid.
Well, here's
Yet
a better
you were
question.
willing to call it
Here's a better
terrorism.
question. Let's assume the raid was just against a random Palestinian innocent family. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter to Tucson. Never mind. Let's just say Hila went to instead of doing a ride along, she went in a car after the raid and went to the site of the raid and just took pictures next to a room that had been like grenaded or some shit. Would that make her a terrorist?
Yeah. No, because she didn't participate in the raid. No.
And even if she
She went
supported
off
it
that
and said
night.
that, yeah, we did a raid, it was awesome, base, we're going to do more.
It would make her a terrorist supporter. It wouldn't necessarily make her a
Would you call
terrorist.
Timothy Chalamet a terrorist supporter?
According to the U.S. State Department, he is. Yeah. I guess so. If you go off the
according to the State Department. So
if
so
he
you wouldn't
supports
know.
the
What about according to Teuton?
I'll say he has questionable views. I'll say he has a lot of views
So
I
what are
don't agree with.
in that?
The difference between that is that he did not participate in any of these terrorist actions.
We just went through an example where Hila's taking pictures and you called her a terrorist supporter, but
No,
you'd say
she's taking pictures after month. I wouldn't call her a terrorist. I would call her a terrorist supporter if she supported it. And I would
yeah,
call,
but you so
call Rashid Al-Haddad
will you call Timothy Chalamet a terrorist supporter?
Sure, you can go for that. Yeah,
Sure, but
I
you're
wouldn't
saying
call them
sure just
terrorists.
because you're forced to say it because it's the same standard, except
Sure. I'd have to go more. I'd say yeah. I'd say yeah. Sure. Yeah, he is. Whatever.
Okay.
But he's not a
Because it would make
terrorist.
you sound like a hypocrite if you didn't, and you've kind of logic trapped
No,
yourself.
no,
by actually
I
having to
don't know.
add-
I'd have to go. I'd have to ask him more. I haven't talked to him. I'd have to ask him more. Does he support the Hamas attack? Does he support the taking of innocent hostages? I'd have to ask more about that. But
Applying those same standards, would you say that you would be a terrorist supporter since you have
no, I don't support the taking of hostages
before as well?
I don't support the taking of hostages. No.
Okay.
And I don't support the attacking of civilians during October 7th, during the Nova Festival and the Quds or whatever. So
very brave of you.
And your first point about Zog was completely wrong.
Now that we finally got you to say that Timothy, you started this off by saying Timothy Chalamet is clearly not a terrorist, even though he said he's a soldier and blah blah blah. Then we said, okay,
He
at
said
least
over and over again that he's not a soldier.
terrorist supporter. What?
Yeah, I'll say he's a terrorist supporter, but he's not a terrorist. Whatever you can.
So he's a soldier
you
and
can
he's a
get.
terrorist supporter.
But you have to understand his situation. This kid has been living through a famine since he was 2014, 11 years, since he was 8. So you have to understand the conditions of this kid.
That are facilitating that famine and making it worse by killing.
No, they're not the ones who started the famine. They're not the ones who started that. That's disgusting.
Who's the ones
not the ones who started it.
Wait. Who has been making it worse by kidnapping UN aid
They
workers?
made it worse, but they did not start the famine. And then 90%
okay, but if
is
it's
on
his
Saudi
buddies,
Arabia.
then you're saying that he should support his buddies who are making the famine worse.
Huh?
He's
I have to go
supporting
more
the
into the.
Houthis who are making the famine worse, and then you're saying,
He's
well,
supporting
he
the
has to
Houthis'
because
actions
he's a
against
victim of the
Israel.
famine.
I don't know. He said that he's fine with Jews with. So he doesn't mean he wholeheartedly agrees with everything the Houthis do. He said he's fine with Jews that he's fine with pro-Palestinian Jews. Which I don't think the Houthis he said he's fine. He said he's fine with, I'm pretty sure, gay people. He said gay people. There's in the Twitter clip he said that gay people stand with Palestine heroes. He said something like that. So
Anyways, I guess we can go back to the main point of the debate. So is Hasan an anti-Semite? You say no because he doesn't like the word Zog. That was your main point.
Well, you brought up Zog. I can. Do you want me to send the clip? He said it's a 4chan.
And then you also one of your claims was that he deletes anti-Semitism from his chat, and he won't.
Yes, if you go into his chat, and say Jews control.
Again, I'm gonna send our best buddy Loner Box some messages, and we can play a game of anti-Semitism or not anti-Semitism.
Before we jump onto that, I want to get one thing clarified on Ela Klein. So I'm guessing, just to clarify Tutan's position, if Ela had gone for that ride along, and the raid actually was against Hamas operatives, she would still be a terrorist in your eyes for being part of that raid, right?
Yeah, for participating in the occupation, yes.
What if they were Hamas operatives who were planning attacks against Israel proper?
Then the situation changes. Then I can see it. Then I can see it change.
But if they were planning to attack settlers or people on the roads or people or Israeli citizens passing through the West Bank,
they're planning to attack settlers, and I would I'd consider that a reasonable act. It depends on depends obviously even if there's settler children, even if there's children living in those settlements, I don't think they should be killed or. But I don't think Hamas would agree with my perspective. So if they're attacking settlers and settlements, then yes, it would be a terrorist action because they're in the right. Because they're in the right of attacking settlers.
Is that a legal position or just a moral one?
It's a moral one. If they're attacking settlements and depends on what they're doing. If they're killing children or something like that, then. Yeah, but if they're I don't know in what way you're saying. Are they planning on attacking on going to settlers' houses and saying get out, you don't belong here? Are they doing that, or are they planning to attack IDF military installations in the West Bank? Depends.
And I'm guessing you disagree with international law when it says that settlers are civilians, right?
No, I don't disagree with that. I think it depends. So if they're going to a settlers' house and saying get out here or we'll kill you, I think that's fine. If they're evicting settlers forcefully, or if they're taking IDF military institutions, I'd think that's fine. But if they're going to civilians,
hang on, David. One more question, and then you guys can go back to it. Is that typically what Hamas does? Do they go and just say, give up this settlement and we'll let you go?
We don't know if those resistance members were Hamas, but no,
or Al-Aqsa Martyrs or Islamic Jihad. Yeah.
Yeah, Islamic Jihad is even more radical than Hamas, I've heard. But no, they don't. Those resistance groups do not usually. No.
Okay. David.
Okay. You want to play a little game of anti-Jew or not anti-Jew? With Hasan moderator messages.
Well, are you gonna go show that lucky pom pom moderators questions? Is that the one you're gonna do?
No, I have more.
That's the only one. He's not even the main moderator. He's he's
who
not
cares if he's a main? Wait, what?
Because there's moderators XQCs are moderators of Hasan's chat. I don't get what you're talking about.
You said that he deletes anti-Semitic messages, except.
Okay,
if his moderator is the one that's saying the anti-Semitic messages, then how would that make him being someone that's deleting?
Okay, do you think if you go in Hasan's chat and you wrote "Jews control the media," do you think you would get banned? Be honest.
No,
do you think you would get banned?
Say it in a right-wing way to get banned from. Correct. Yeah.
Huh? You don't think?
No,
if
you say it in a right-wing way, if you say it in a right-wing anti-Semitic way instead of a left-wing anti-Semitic way,
what happens if you wrote just plainly "Jews control the media" and you just type that into Hasan's?
No, you would have to use the Z word in order to get it passing. You have to say that the Zionists control, and you wouldn't. In media is a little too much. Maybe you could say Zionists control American politics. Zionists control American institutions.
No, I think that's towing the line. And
okay, anyways, let's go to the actual messages instead of going on hypothetical on what messages would or wouldn't pass the Hasan smell test, because these are messages.
I know that those wouldn't pass. Okay, let's see.
Okay. So again, I'm gonna the second person is going to be just a Hasan subscriber, but these are messages that weren't deleted. And the first one, are you able to pull up any of these, Lauren Bucks?
Mm-hmm.
The
Wait,
stream.
let me look at his stream then.
You can just read these yourself if you want.
Then it's going to be a little too distracting for him to like ask me to. Oh, what was that again? Can you repeat that? Like, well, it's like if it's on the screen, it's easier to.
You're asking me to read this whole thing.
No, just leave it on the screen if you're able to, so that we can both read it through like looking at the stream.
Oh,
It's up for everyone.
Fuck. Okay. Wow. Thanks.
Even I've seen Hasan talk about APAC. Even with APAC, he said he doesn't say like APAC. I remember him talking about this is like 5 months ago. He says APAC has influence. He doesn't say APAC has APAC like controls like America and for these chat matches is like there's a lot of like I need to know the context because they can be like making jokes. Like I saw one with Megaphonics who himself is Jewish and there's like jokes. But a lot of these chat messages
that changes things. My bad. Okay. But anyways, let's do a little game. So we have Hasef. We're starting. This is a
sub.
What?
Is this a sub? Is this a mod or a sub?
This is a subscriber. The first one, Lucky Pom Pom, is the mod.
You're so laughing or Jewish. I need to know the context of that. It's like
Lincoln
that's
is literally
even before.
Jewish, by the way. Skull. What about that?
Okay, I need to know the context of that because I remember Hasan not knowing that Blinken was Jewish. I need to again these again you need to know know. Oh, ugly ass big id fuck. I think it was talking about who's that IDF spokesman? Hagari. That's not fine. He is bigot and ugly. The baby. I don't think. I don't know. I wouldn't consider the baby killer 3000 TM. What was he saying that for? Again, by the way, he was Jewish. Ugly ass bro looks so sad. He hasn't had a dick since fuck. I don't know. These messages like, would you say that calling Hagari an ugly ass bigot fuck is anti-Semitic? You say
Again,
that one's
go one by one. We can go by the vibe of the messages.
Okay. Kek W, you are Jewish. That's before October 7th. I don't know. That's not necessarily anti-Semitic, right? That you would need to know the context of that, right? You agree?
Lincoln is literally Jewish, by the way. Again, he's Jewish, emphasizing how Jewish
I remember
he is.
Hasan didn't know he was Jewish.
Zionist vibes. Okay, like
Zionist. Yeah, isn't. I don't know. I disagree. I don't think any anti-Semitic. No.
So we'll go for the next one. We'll go for a mod. These fucking people.
What, this CMAC person?
Yep, that's a Hasan mod.
Oh god. And joining Hamas. Okay, that was in 2020. Guys, there's literally no. Okay, that second message is not anti-Semitic at all. That's just a fact about the AP building Israel bombed during the war in Gaza after like. I remember this.
Anti-Semitic. Every message is anti-Semitic.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm shocked they're calling Hamas a militant. Yeah, that's him. That's him just reacting to the American media calling Hamas a militant group instead of terrorists. BBC doing that, joining Hamas. Being Prager and his brother Kenneth Prager. Okay, for example, that one could be that one's not necessarily anti-Semitic. That could just be giving info to Hasan. Like,
yeah,
that's not the thing. You're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan Pete. So yeah, this was when Ethan was like, that's not anti-Semitic. That was when Ethan was saying from the river to the sea is like comparing it to like a Confederate, like what was it? He made a Confederate comparison to Capos. And like that one, yes, when you're saying that, you're obviously going to be called a Zionist. That's not. So 1, 2, the only one joining Hamas.
Yeah.
Joining Hamas. That was in 2021 before the October 7th.
Okay, that's not before they started
attack.
Mercilessly killing civilians in
yeah,
Israel.
That was before like the big. That was before the like biggest one. That
For the civilian killing bonanza, right?
yeah, that was before that. I don't know. Would you need to see the context? Would you classify saying joining Hamas as a joke as a joke? Would you say that's anti-Semitic saying joining Hamas? I don't know. And that was in 2021 when Israel was like doing like when they had even less of a justification to go into Gaza. I remember.
I just want to clarify this with some of the.
That was like in May. That was like in May when like the Al-Aqsa stuff kicked off as well. When like settlers and in Sheikh Jarrah, I was like, yeah, you could literally react to like a clip of people in like Sheikh Jarrah getting evicted, and like because somebody's reaction, they could say joining Hamas, because like that could be the context for that, like reacting to a clip of like a Zionist settler saying, "This is my house now," after like
now
coming from America.
Well, now let's
Would that
go
be
through
anti-Semitic?
what
I don't know.
things are banned. Let's go through what things are banned from Hasan chat.
Oh, I've seen it. It's like all supporters of Israel. You should ban like all like people that say Israel's great. You should ban them.
Or people that hold on.
You should ban. Anyway,
Or
these are not
Hamas.
these none of these.
If you say free Palestine for Hamas, you get banned. If you say bro supports Hamas, fucking disgrace.
Yes, yes. Those are people. Those are fucking pro-Israel people. Ban all the pro-Israel people.
Counterpoint, but I assume it was something along the lines of why is Iran our enemy banned. Meanwhile, Israel is literally known for being a safe haven for rich predators, not banned. You lie about your own ethnicity, banned.
Okay, that
Hamas
one
is
has
so
nothing.
cool, not banned. The Baby Killer 3000, not banned. Cooking that shit killed Shinzo Abe. I don't know what the fuck that means. Not important. Hamas fighters are superheroes in the modern era. Heart face, cum face, not banned.
Okay.
Huggers, maybe these guys ain't so bad. Huggers about Hamas. Hamas is so fucking cool, bro. May Allah guide their bullets straight.
I'm not
Damn,
seeing all those
on the rest. My bad.
I'll say some of the messages in a profile. I wouldn't say they're anti-Semitic necessarily, but yeah, I would say that. But that doesn't. I'm not looking at. I only see some of them on screen.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
the
if
rest are
somebody
now.
comes in your chat saying, if somebody says bro supports Hamas, fucking disgrace, you're coming in there with a hostile tone, trying to be a troll. And Hasan, for example, has called out doesn't support what happened on October 7th. May Allah guide their bullet stream. Like, what is that in context to? Okay, Hamas is so fucking cool. Okay, that's inappropriate, not necessarily anti-Semitic.
Okay. Again, I'm not
these guys are so bad.
Everyone in that chat is going to be anti-Semitic. I'm saying there's a general vibe. Going to be pro-Hamas and
Huggers. Maybe these guys aren't so bad. Like, who are they saying to this? Let's fucking
Hamas.
go. Why am I hyped for buff type snipers? Okay, I know what that's probably in context. That's in the video of them making snipers. That's not necessarily anti-Semitic. Some Hamas fighters are the superheroes of the modern day era.
And we have to go into debate about if Hamas is an anti-Semitic group, which obviously the answer would be yes due to their charter, and then you'd make jokes and say like, well, actually they changed their charter in 2017 just to switch the word Jew for Zionist and say,
okay. Would I? Okay.
Well, actually.
Okay. So again, you can support. God, how can I put this?
You can support anti-Semitic without being anti-Semitic. Is that what you're about to say?
Well, you can support like some of the actions of groups that don't necessarily.
So like
anti-imperialist groups.
Let's say the Nazi regime.
Like Hamas is an anti-imperial. No.
No.
Support that. Don't compare
Why not?
Hamas to the Nazis.
You can support some of them. Surely there's some good. Like I think Hitler dog.
Nazis
right?
are imperial. Nazism is an imperialist ideology. Hamas is fighting on an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist struggle, completely different. So don't compare to the Nazis. There's no comparison. It's like you can compare Hamas to like the FLN. That's like a good comparison. Comparing Hamas to the FLN, and yeah, that's what I'd view as a good comparison. Not the Nazis. Oh,
okay.
You there?
Were the FLN anti-French?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes, they were anti.
Yeah, so supporting FLN probably means that you. It would be
Well, it
fair to
doesn't
say
mean
that
you're
supporting
anti-
it would be an anti-French like occupation of Algeria.
Yes, it doesn't mean like you're anti like French people
Okay.
necessarily. It doesn't mean like you're anti
So you
like
can
you
sup-
hate all French people.
So you can support Hamas without being anti-Jewish.
So if
Yes,
Hang
you
on,
can
David.
support some action.
Okay, can you But it doesn't
some
sound like they're supporting particular actions here. It sounds like it's more general. But can you support Israel
I'm sure they-
by and not be anti-Arab?
You can support some actions of Israel and not be anti-Arab. Yes.
What actions?
Not necessarily. Yes. Yeah.
If someone said Israel is so fucking
go
cool,
for
bro, that person can say that, but not be anti-Arab in any way.
Israel's so fucking cool.
Yeah.
I disagree with the analogy.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Israel's so
Wow, that was a really soft one. You're still debating on that. That's actually insane.
Okay, do you necessarily think that all people who support Hamas are anti-Semites? Because I don't.
I think it's all people
Yeah,
who
that's a good
support
question.
Hamas are doing anti-Semitism. You don't have to be an anti-Semite to do anti-Semitism. If I say if I do anti-Semitic tropes, am I an anti-Semite? I don't know. Probably just doing an anti-Semitism at the moment.
If you're saying Israel's so fucking cool, but they're doing a genocide, then yes. But Hamas did not genocide Israelis. So
Wait, okay,
yeah, I
actually,
think it's different.
Why would you say that? I love this pathway. Why do you not think that October 7th is not a genocide? I want to hear your reasons for it not being a genocide.
Sorry, October 7th is not a
So
genocide.
did Hamas target
Hamas-
civilians? Wait. Did Hamas target civilians on
No.
October 7th? No? They didn't target civilians on
but
October.
it's not genocide. Then they weren't going in there to destroy the Israeli.
Let's put it on the pathway. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and then you'll clarify your position through these questions. So,
Okay.
so Hamas did target civilians, right?
Yes, sure.
Okay, and it wasn't like they targeted some civilians. It was their goal to target as anyone they could find, right?
Well, they ran into civilian areas.
Man,
as
women,
well.
or child, it's either to kill them or to kidnap them, right?
Well, some of from the video footage, yeah, obviously. I don't know
it was
necessarily if all Hamas members like targeted civilians or if some just
So you're
stacked the
saying their
military
goal
base.
was to get any man, woman, or child that they found to kill them or kidnap them. Why would that not?
But I don't think their intent was. I don't think their intent was to destroy or to like destroy in part or whole the Israeli people. Their intent
So you
was to.
don't think they want to, in part or in whole, destroy the Israeli people? Do you think they want the Israeli people to exist and to live? They want.
Well, they
you
want
think-
the nation state of Israel. They want the nation state of Israel not to exist. So yeah, by that logic,
So,
they don't want.
so in that case,
Israelis.
if Israel just wanted Hamas not to exist and they were killing every man, woman, and child, like in order to get Hamas no longer to exist, would you call that not genocide? Because their ultimate goal isn't for the Palestinian people not to exist; it's just to get rid of Hamas by any means necessary, even if that means killing all the
I
Palestinians.
think you'd have to go over a certain limit. I don't think.
Because that was your rationale,
Israel's
right?
done like
Their
30
ultimate goal
October
wasn't-
7th.
You said they're willing to kill any man, woman, and child, but their ultimate goal wasn't to eradicate every or in part all the civilian population or the population of Israel. And you'd say
Yes, I'm
that
saying
was not
Israel's
genocide.
goal is to eradicate. Israel's goal is not to get rid of Hamas. Israel's goal is to eradicate the Palestinian people.
Why are they
Yes,
doing
there is
such
a
a bad
difference.
job so you think they don't even have a goal to get rid of Hamas? Their ultimate goal is just to eradicate the Palestinian people, but they're really just like
Yes, to kick them out, or to make it unlivable,
no.
to make it unlivable, or to kick them out.
So wouldn't that be ethnic cleansing if the ultimate goal is to kick them out? Like, aren't you making a different argument now?
Yes, it's ethnic cleansing. Yeah, it's ethnic cleansing.
So
and
now
if they
you
can't kick them
got
out,
rid of the position that it's not October that it's not genocide, it's ethnic cleansing. But you won't call wait, I want to go back to the example. You say that October 7th isn't a genocide because their ultimate goal wasn't to eradicate them, even if they target every man, woman, and child. So if Israel's ultimate goal was to get rid of Hamas and they had to kill every single Palestinian to get there, you would say that wouldn't be a genocide, or if they just literally killed every Palestinian that was in their way, but they didn't end up having to kill the whole population. They just had to kill a significant.
That's not what they're doing.
They didn't discriminate between Hamas and civilians. You do not call that a genocide?
Well, that's not what they're doing.
That's what they did in October 7th?
No, they're going in here not to destroy Hamas. They're going in together to eradicate the Palestinian people.
So you're saying that it's nothing to do with the amount of the targeting of civilians and targeting of any man, woman, or child you see. It has to do with it. So you are just making a claim of intent. That it ultimately you have absolute proof that there is an intent to eradicate the Palestinian people.
There is. Yes. For many Israeli, you can literally there's many quotes from Israeli politicians, seniors, and yes, definitely there is.
So again, with the Hamas guy that says the repeat October 7th a million times until
that's
Israel.
One Lebanese. That's one Lebanese guy. That's one Lebanese. That's like a Lebanese. That's like one. Yes, that's the Hamas person in Lebanon. Okay, that's the Hamas person in Lebanon, and I'm not sure.
He's one of the
Hamas officials,
senior political figures of Hamas that isn't part of the political wing.
He doesn't necessarily. He doesn't necessarily represent the like.
Don't they literally represent that and literally like represent isn't that their point is to represent Hamas?
Like some other Hamas officials, like more higher up Hamas officials, said that they would disband as a political group and accept the two-state solution. And some have said that, and some are more radical and have said like that Lebanese guy who's not even that high up in Hamas.
Just to be clear, Ghazi Hamad is a senior member. He's not Lebanese. He's Palestinian. He was giving an interview to a Lebanese.
Well, he's in the Lebanon branch. He's in the. I'm pretty sure he lives in Lebanon. He's like in the.
So the
Lebanese,
like, lives there. All the senior political figures love to live in different countries so that they can still get all the Palestinians bombed and not have to get bombed themselves. It's their perfect dynamic, and willing to sacrifice millions and billions and trillions of Palestinians as some.
And the thing with you said like you value life. I've seen this is off topic. I've seen a lot of books go into it. Like you be able to throw a lot of Palestinian lives in order to get things. I'm saying if you ask Palestinians if they would be willing to sacrifice, but they get to live, but they get to have their land liberated. It's not just me saying it. It's not just me. Yes, Palestinians would agree with that. Yes, they would say yes. They would say
they would say that they should sacrifice 2 million Palestinians in order to.
Not 2 million. I don't know, but
how many would they sacrifice? Because this political wing says that they should sacrifice millions, like Algeria, despite there not even being millions of Palestinians, but not being tens of millions.
They would sacrifice a great amount. Like if you'd ask, this is why they.
How many should be sacrificed in order for you to whack off to Hamas Red Triangle videos at the end of the night? How many Palestinians should die for that?
Bro, the Red Triangle videos are like are really good. They're killing IDF terrorists. So yes, the Red Triangle videos are very good.
How many Palestinians should die for you to get feel good about that? How many Palestinians should be killed in order for you to get to feel good about that at the end of the night?
Like
how many views are worth those videos? Like the videos of them pretending to destroy a tank or like cutting the video and then showing that they shot the rocket at the helicopter, but not showing a destroyed helicopter. Like how many Palestinians need to die?
It's not for me to decide. I shouldn't decide. Palestinians themselves should decide. Palestinians themselves should decide, not me. If they themselves should decide, not me. So I'm not the one who said. I'm not the one who says that you should.
I'm literally protesting against Hamas right now and saying that they should release.
Just because like that was a dumb point I made. Just because like a few hundred people go out in the street, which it was a few hundred people, does not represent a majority.
Easily thousands now, right? They've been going on for like a month. And they haven't stopped.
Thousands. From the last polls I've seen from that piece. Whatever that place. I'm pretty sure Hamas was still the most popular political group in Palestine. I'm pretty sure, like they asked if you would vote, Hamas was still on top.
Didn't the recent one not say that?
I don't know. The one I saw, I don't know if they've done a later one, but the one I saw was Hamas was still on was still the most popular Palestinian
Again,
political.
I'm curious. How many Palestinians do you think?
Not for
think
me to decide. It's not for me to
Palestinians should die
decide. It's for them
No,
to
I'm asking
decide.
you. I'm asking you because you have made this
I have
point.
no place.
Want
I have
this.
no
You
place
said that
to
the political
decide.
wing doesn't want it. The political wing is not the only people that want to sacrifice millions. The Palestinians themselves also want to sacrifice all these civilians. How many do you think the Palestinians
don't
want to
know.
sacrifice? So why do you make this point if you don't know? Why would you make this?
I just know if you ask Palestinians, would they be willing to engage in war that kills a lot of their people, but it means that you get to liberate all of Palestine? I think a lot of them would say yes.
We're not liberating all of Palestine. Please explain. Please explain the plan here. Where's the grand fucking plan? Show it to me,
Well,
please.
yeah. The current mission. Yeah, the current mission. I agree. He's not going to liberate all.
Why are you even making this mental point if we're talking about him saying we're going to do October 7th again and again, and you're saying that the Palestinians also want to sacrifice their life for Pakistan or whatever the fuck the meme is from that one video.
Oh, grape.
Grape. The grape one where they make the Pakistani children say they want to sacrifice their life for Pakistan. Like you're making it as if that's every Palestinian child.
I'm saying it's like the same with
woman.
I'm saying for technically there could be situations where there's less deaths, but the thing, for example, theoretically, Ukraine-Russia. For example, theoretically, probably if Ukrainians, I'm not saying they should have, probably if Ukrainians didn't fight and just accepted the Russian annexation of Ukraine, they probably would have, in the long term, have saved more lives, but they would have lost all their dignity. They would have lost their freedom. That's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say there's some situations where the people would fight, and even if that fight incurs some deaths, they would still agree with it. That's what I mean.
But you aren't saying some hypothetical. You specifically support Hamas and specifically support the resistance, and you specifically have supported them.
I just think Hamas is a name. I just think Hamas is a name. I think.
Okay, so name the resistance group that's not sacrificing tens of thousands of Palestinians in order for them to be able to make red triangle videos that don't destroy a helicopter, but they get to show that look, we're shooting something at a helicopter and then cut the
I
video.
agree that Hamas is incompetent and not good for the.
There is name the resistance. I don't know why you have to pretend I'm not naming the people. It's just the resistance. So what fucking resistance are you talking about? Pick the resistance that you wanted.
Hamas had the game in town. They're like the.
Okay, but there's several. Is this PIJ? Are they doing better? Maybe the secret Mujahideen of the underground tree forest. Is there some secret one that I don't know about? That's this great. Resistance.
Wasn't that the one responsible for kidnapping that baby? I don't even know.
The secret tree forest, secret one. Yes, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so I don't think
I just made that up. There wasn't one. No.
Yeah, they're not good as well. Yeah, I agree, but this is what
they're
happens.
Not real. I just said secret Mujahideen underground tree forest. What do you mean? That one's not good. What do you?
I thought you were talking about the Mujahideen brigades who killed the Bebas kids, right? Fuck. I thought we were talking about.
Yeah.
Are we going to take this back to whether or not Hasan's community is anti-Semitic, like you guys wanted to talk to?
Okay, so this is what happens when you keep your people occupied. They go to right-wing forces they overwhelmingly go to right-wing forces. The right-wing forces are the ones that gain a lot of power. This happened in Iran. This has happened all over the world, and that's sadly
why are they right-wing? Why are they right-wing?
What? Why is Hamas right wing?
Yeah, but they because they're authoritarian.
Yes, because they're Islamists. They are right.
Got it.
They're definitely right wing. Are you saying they're what? Are you saying they're left wing or what?
I just don't know why you say they're right wing. I think that's a way of you skirting away from the Hasan anti-Semitism.
They are right wing. They are right wing. But yeah.
Is it because they're fascistic? Would you say that? Would you say that Hamas is fascistic?
They're Islamists. I wouldn't say.
Okay. So, I guess we can go back to Hasan being anti-Semitic. So,
Hasan. Just focus on what Hasan said, please. What Hasan said, and what the overall, not one chat message, because chat messages thing. Just focus on the overall community sentiment.
So,
just show me a clip of him being.
Has denied rapes on October 7th, and
no, he hasn't. He
denied all but one rape in October 7th.
No, he doesn't say only one. He says one credible evidence. He said
Okay,
he said,
so why does he say
he
it's not
doesn't
credible
number
evidence?
it.
He's not trying to deny it. Does he think that it's? He's saying it's not credible, but he believes in it. Is that what is that your claim?
Well,
so Hasan
no,
thinks that the
I'm
rest
saying-
of the rapes are not credible, but he believes in it. Is that true? Is that your statement?
He's not saying one rape. He's saying there's just because there's only one piece of credible evidence doesn't mean there's only one rape. I don't know why you think that.
More than one rape, or about one
Yes,
rape?
I
or-
think you would ask him. Yeah, I think if you'd ask him, yeah.
Yes,
probably.
there were several rapes, of course. He would say that.
I don't know several. I don't know. I don't know why we're putting a number on it, though. We don't.
Because it's fucking mental, and because there's been three that have actually, at least three that have evidence according to the UN. And again, this is mental.
Well, he read the UN report on
all
stream,
here.
but yeah, he read the UN report on stream. But okay.
So if he's saying that there's only one example with credible evidence, would that mean that he disagrees with the UN report? Because the UN report described a lot more than just one credible claim, right?
And he also disagreed with the pattern, right? He didn't say that.
No, wait, one thing at a
I don't know
time.
if he stuck that-
The UN report described multiple credible witnesses describing multiple
the
instances.
Pramila pattern one.
Yeah.
Pramila pattern. Yeah. You might disagree with the. Holy shit! It's people. Sorry. I'm back. This is what I know. Well, he says there's one piece of hard evidence. Obviously, those second-hand accounts. I really wish I had notes on this. I should take notes. The major disagreement he had was not with the UN report. It was with the New York Times. The New York Times framing. That's all I know from watching him. I wasn't really watching him back then.
Yeah, but the question I'm asking is when he describes the hostage, the person in captivity statement as the credible one because he's a survivor, then that's him. But he's saying that's the one credible one. That's him disagreeing with the language of the UN report because the UN report describes the witness statements as credible as well.
Yeah, he believes so. This is what I was gonna say. He believes all like first-hand accounts. So he's not like what Ethan said, like believe women if they're not Jews. No, he believes all women that came out
Would
like
he
that.
deny Cyber and Shatila? So would he deny? There's not. There wouldn't be the same living.
Holy crap! He doesn't deny. He doesn't deny rapes on October 7th. He denies fucking mass ordered by Hamas pamphlets. Went out of their way.
Doesn't he deny that there's credible evidence for the other ones? Would he say the same thing for Cyber and Shatila, that there is no credible evidence of rapes because there wasn't like actual live witnesses that were raped themselves speaking out about that in the same way?
How do you know that? Okay. I'm sorry. You'd need to talk more with him for that. But from what I've watched, I think he thinks that's more than one.
Just what do you think? Would you think he would say the same thing? I'm just trying to get a vibe check here. You don't even have to be like the most knowledgeable person. Do you think if there was dead women that were stripped naked and like brutally beaten and sometimes like burnt on fire while their clothes have been stripped off, would you think that if that happened in Sabra and if there was videos or pictures or even witness testimony of that in Sabra Shatila, would you say that Hasan would say that that's credible evidence or non-credible evidence? What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, no, I think he would for the one with the Israel, for the evidence with Israel, a lot of it was
Again, please just answer the question
by Zaka. Yeah, I think he would. Yeah,
he would. So he would deny it, or he would say it's true.
No, I don't think he would deny it. He would think it's true.
So then, in this case, where there was women, we have videos and pictures disgustingly of them.
There's
being
no
stripped.
videos. There's no videos of.
There's no videos of them being of a woman that has been mutilated and stripped naked. There's not a video of that from October 7th.
To my knowledge, no.
There's one. There's at least one. The one of Galab Dush is there, right? Is that what you're talking about?
That's the one that the Intercept tried to deny because one of their family members that wasn't there said my poor daughter could never have been.
Yeah. So that the image they're talking about, I'll just describe it because that video does exist. Is a body that was found after the fact with her dress lifted up to the waist and she's on her back. She's got her hands covering her face and her legs are spread open. Her vagina is completely exposed. That's
I then if that happened, I probably I'd say I'd probably believe it. Yeah, that happened.
Then why would you say that Hamas is a rape denier for denying that person was raped? or
I don't know if
sexually
he
assault.
denies that situation. I don't know if he
He does,
denies
he
that
says
situation
one, and he's
specifically.
talking only about the living ones, right? He said he's only talking about living witnesses, so he denies that rape, right?
I'll have to look in. I'll have to look in more. I can't say clear if he thinks that case.
He denied it, right? Because he said one, and he said only the one about the living witnesses. That's the only one he wants to discuss. So that would mean that he's denying the other ones, right?
Again, just him saying that there's one piece of like hard evidence. Hard evidence doesn't mean that he thinks that.
I want to send a clip of that. You can ask.
Yeah. I'm sick, so I just have to say that. Putin, Hasan is not a good person.
Wait, stop. We're not doing a dog pile, okay? Unless Tuton wants to say his piece, otherwise fuck off.
I'm not gonna dog pile. I just want to say one thing.
I will tag out. Wait, Seb, I'll let you speak. Wait, Seb, I'll let you speak. I want to say I will tag out
I
for
didn't
5.
want David on bad because he doesn't shut the fuck up.
Okay, I will tag. I'm trying to help you. I will tag myself out if he wants to allow that and not allow myself to speak for a certain amount of time.
Okay, good. Get out of here. Okay, hi Sev.
I'm leaving after one sentence.
Okay, I'll tag him back in. Don't worry.
Okay, Tuton, you need to stop talking to Loner about all of these Israel-Palestine things with the pre-notion in your head that Hasan is a good person. He's not. I don't think he's an anti-Semite, but you cannot talk about these conversations thinking Hasan is a good person.
From what I've seen, I think he believes his causes, especially
he might believe
raised
them.
Millions for it.
Yeah, he
might
advocates
believe, for, I think.
But he has incentives that aren't good. That why he would say the opinions that he does. Money,
what
for
is
example.
Incentives?
Money.
What, money? Is there a lot of money in grifting socialists?
For how left wing the platform is, yes.
No, there's way more money in grifting right wing.
I would say that I don't think it's about money, but like obviously like
I think it's ideology.
No, the only reason. Okay, first off, it's definitely a money thing because every time money was affected, he would lash out. Remember, Loner, when the fucking ad shit happened on Twitch, he lashed out immediately at fucking H3. Previous to that, he.
Thing is that he won't. I don't think he would deny that because he admits to being very like hedonistic and loving his fucking like wealth and all that. But it's also like it doesn't mean it's not mutually exclusive with him being like an ideologue. He is. Yeah.
No, I know, but that's the thing, Totan. It has nothing to do with what I want you to do. What I want you to do is do not argue these points with Loner, David, or anyone in this community with the pre-notion that Hasan is a good person. Like that's the problem. Every time you argue these topics, you always have a pre-notion, a prerequisite for why you should believe this or not, that Hasan is a good person. Remove it and then start objectively looking at it, and you will see that your opinions will change very drastically. And that's all I wanted to say. I just heard like it's annoying as fuck hearing people like defend Hasan repeatedly, even though we already heard him say the shit he does, and we already seen him. Yeah, but for example, this is an example like personal to Loner Box for you. Let's say where he said he's never gonna have someone as disgusting as Bad Empanada on his stream, on his like videos of Bad Empanada on his stream ever, and then he starts fucking showing his videos and promoting.
But that was not. That was first of all. It wasn't because of like political disagreements. I think that was because of React Gate, and Bad Empanada was like against reacting to videos, and like Hasan was saying, why would I ever react to his videos if he's like criticizing Hasan for his?
He didn't frame it. He didn't frame it in that way. He said it was also because he was a fucking freak on social media with the doxing and the harassment.
He would like doxing, harassment, all of this, which he's never stopped.
But we know it was
the same people.
We know
Hasan
it. Yeah.
Is against.
We know it was because of Reactgate, but he didn't say that in his pretense generally. He generally said it was because he was a fucking like sociopath. So it's funny that bit became okay as soon as he was attacking people that he wanted them to.
That's literally it. He started platforming Bad Empanada once Bad Empanada started attacking the people that criticized Hasan.
Well,
like an attack dog.
Has always been attacking the people. That there has always been.
Yeah, but he's also been attacking. Yeah, but the thing is, has like as soon as Hasan saw that as soon as these people critiqued Hasan on Israel Palestine and all this shit, and Pat and Banana started going after these people critiquing Hasan. Hasan immediately realized this is an opportunity to have an attack dog. Hey guys, go watch his videos.
Oh, Bad Empanada attacks Hasan as well. Like he's made like like a lot of it, like his high truth videos attacking Hasan.
It doesn't stop him being an attack dog, though, does it?
Being like a liberal Zionist or whatever.
An attack dog can still butt your hand.
Well, yeah, for the Bad Empanada thing, when he first watched his videos, already subscribed to his main channel.
Wait,
so, and I
before
remember
we
talking
continue,
about,
you recognize that Bad Empanada is a bad person, right?
I'd say he's unhinged. I'd say he's
well,
pretty,
I hope
he's
so,
pretty
because he
unhinged.
wanted Hamas to kill Loner.
Yeah, he was tagging what, like the Lions Den, whatever that.
Yeah, he was tagging the Lions Den, like
Nablus,
as if
yeah.
the Lions. By the way, the Lions Den, Paris, yeah, sure, of course. They're not gonna go out of their way to kill YouTubers. It's like there are
he's a
people
bit
that like attack IDF or attack settlers and specifically in Jenin and Nablus, right?
Yeah.
Would you
Sometimes they do attacks outside into settlements, but
would we agree that that's we agree that that's an anti-Semitic person?
the Bad Empanada, absolutely.
Well, I'm
bro,
not
he
asking
was
you,
fucking-
obviously, but yeah.
I'd say maybe he like louder. I wouldn't say necessarily he's in it.
You don't think he
wouldn't say
believes
he's
that, like,
necessarily-
you don't think he believes in downplaying Jewish history in the Middle East to make it sound like the Islamic world didn't push out 800,000 Jews?
I think if you're playing
in the Morocco case, he did, but in the Algeria case, he was right about like the Locks being only given to Jews, and Muslims couldn't apply for that unless they denounced their religion.
Okay.
And even if they did that, they will think so. For Algeria, he was right.
Well, it wasn't about.
not
First of all,
related
the offer wasn't about denouncing your religion. It was about resigning yourself to French civil law, which the Jews did with the Crémieux Decree.
I remember reading.
but
I
the thing
remember it
is-
said for Muslims. I remember it said for Muslims on the Wikipedia. Said they could apply for it and it was rejected, but they said that you had to denounce. It said in the Wikipedia page that you had to denounce.
I'm pretty sure.
It was about putting yourself under French civil law, so they wouldn't be able to have like the Sharia courts or whatever the fuck they are. They'd be under the French legal system. But that's not.
Denounce your religion.
Okay, wait. Do you agree or disagree that the Algerian independence, after independence, Algeria didn't offer citizenship to Jews? Do we agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that the expulsion of Jews in Algeria is complicated. It's not all due to.
It's complicated. All I just want to say is, Tutan. The situation for Jews were treated badly in Algeria. Great. They were just treated a little better than Muslims were by the French, and that was enough incentive for Muslims to massacre them and drive them out. That's basically the situation there.
And
all I gotta say is,
Yeah.
hold on. From Algerians themselves, I've heard this. I told them, okay, in my case, where Palestine, in your hypothetical where Palestine is free, is there incentive for Palestinians to massacre me, a Palestinian who's an Israeli citizen? I am treated better than they are. The fact is, I'm still like not Jewish or whatever. Do they have incentive to kill me? Is it okay to kill me? And they said yes. Do you agree with that? Do you
Who
think
said
I should
yes?
be
Who
killed?
said yes?
Algerians, for example, like actual Algerians who live in Algeria and some diaspora
But they want
Algerians
to
also.
kill you.
They said that it's okay for Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza to kill me
okay.
because I was treated better than they were by Israel.
Yeah, I'm sure some Algerians believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, do you believe that?
I don't
You
believe-
don't.
I don't
Okay, so you
believe
don't.
that.
Then there's no point in arguing how complicated it is for the situation for
Well,
Jews in
I
Algeria
heard
was
that-
because
I heard
hold
that
on, because we
Jews-
at the end of the day you agree that it's wrong to kill people just because they were treated better than you.
Yeah, but this is if I heard in Algeria that the Jews in Algeria were like by the time that
No,
independence
that's-
was around,
Hang on.
it
Let him
became
talk. Let him talk.
French.
Let him talk.
It became, but weren't they more considered French and closer to French culture by the time in the 1940s? I need to read more about this. Then they were Algerian. Weren't they? They wanted to go. Yeah, they were considered French and they identified as French.
Okay.
Am I wrong about this? Didn't they identify as French and consider themselves French and not Algerian?
More so than
and most Jews
Algerian,
sides-
but hang on, wait.
yeah, and
That's-
most of them sided with the French. Yeah, oh yeah, most of them sided. I remember reading in this Wikipedia say most of them
That's
sided
okay.
with the
Wait.
French occupation.
Yeah, that's not true.
I don't.
That's
Well,
what
that's
with
not
the in the
true.
Civil War, in the War of Independence. You think the Jews
Yeah,
mostly
I swear
sided
I
with the
read that in
French?
Yeah, I remember reading that in like the Wikipedia
Yeah,
page.
so there
That's
that's also that's another bad empanada lie, incidentally, about Jewish history. Yeah, he does that a lot. Most Jews opted for neutrality, and it's not just my words. That's also the FLN who said that as well. The FLN, one of their leaders, literally said that after independence, the Jews would pay the price for their neutrality. Not for some of them sided with the collaborated with the French during the war. A slightly lower number joined the FLN. Most of them went for neutrality because they didn't feel like they identified with either of them. The French, under Vichy France in 1940, stripped the Jews of their citizenship and barred them from sectors of employment. So,
Oh, he definitely.
probably because he's talking to his family, I guess.
Oh, maybe. Newton, it's time for dinner.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, when I'm sick, I do shit that high people do. Yeah, that's why I don't smoke. It's because I get that high already when I get sick.
Are you not well?
Not at all. And I think it's because I have like 7 fucking server Cisco's in my room, and they're all blowing hot air for the past 7 days.
God.
Yeah, and we're setting up to go live internet service in multiple fucking towns, so a lot of prep work.
Wow.
Anyway, you can bring David back, and I can skedaddle.
The little lad, yeah. Okay, take care, buddy.
Little lad. Okay, bye.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, it's okay. Where did you cut out?
You're talking. I said that I heard that most Jews in Algeria sided with the French during French occupation, considered and opposed to the FLN.
No, so during the war, most of them went for neutrality. They didn't, because obviously this was when, in part at least, this was not too long after, in 1940, when Vichy France took the Jewish population of Algeria, stripped them of their citizenship, and also confiscated property and barred them from large sectors of
Wasn't there
employment.
like Holocaust? wasn't there like I don't know, like a like a lot of Jews? I don't know. Then like 100,000 Jews died due to. I don't know.
Might have been a few thousand died across all of North Africa in World War II. Yeah, because of Nazis.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it wasn't necessarily like yep.
Yeah, but no, some Jews fought along with the FLN. A slightly higher number sided with the French. Most of them stayed neutral, and the FLN said this as well. So in 1960, a spokesman for the FLN said, Jews will endure the consequences of their hesitant attitude when Algeria will come into being. He was challenging them for their hesitancy, not for their collaboration as a whole. Yeah.
The Wikipedia must be wrong because it said more than 90% of Algerian Jews, 110 out of 130,000, opted for France. They left Algeria en masse, not because they were persecuted there as Jews, but because they had so deeply internalized their Frenchness.
No, these are okay. So these are
the French.
Yeah, these are like two.
So that's what I'm getting from Wikipedia.
These don't necessarily contradict each other. So during the war, most of them opted to remain neutral. After the FLN won the war, then Jews were not offered citizenship, which is why most of them opted to go to France. And also because, generally, I imagine most of them would have identified more with French rule than with Muslim rule. But that's also because, before the French came in 1830, there were 3 massacres of Algerian Jews just in that century, 1805, 1815, and 1830. So it's just one of those things, though, where... Again, liars on the internet will say that just because Algerian Jews felt some kind of respite from parts of French rule, in some ways, this somehow elevated them to the level of oppressors, which it didn't. They were between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, I think he definitely downplayed the Morocco one, where he read that article where the Jewish institution were trying to say Moroccan Jews after being
And Iraq, by
it's
not
more
mentioning that the
complicated than
Iraqi
usual.
prime minister wanted to throw Jews into concentration camps.
Yeah. The I forgot what his name. Yeah, I remember it being in that lawyer's letter.
That's why I think it's kind of what I find kind of interesting is the fact that like it would take a lot less, I think, for someone to get called a Nakba denier for say someone says, oh, it was largely because of Arab radio broadcasts. That's probably like a very like anti-Arab sentiment fueling that, right? But when someone can lie this much about Jewish history in the Middle East and North Africa, most of which has nothing to do with the Nakba, for some reason there's like a hesitancy to call that anti-Semitism. Like that level of denial.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you're denying it's either better I can't say the word or just anti-Semitism. Just depends. I don't. It's ignorant. Holy crap! It's either like not knowing or just being anti-Semitic. I would agree with it. Yeah. So. Yeah, and there's no, and obviously, so Algiers is the only like muddy one. Algiers is like the only like muddy one, and still it's not like fully justified. It's not like a thing. But there's obviously for Morocco, there's like, no explanation. For Algeria, there kind of is one, but due to the fact
What's
that
this
they
about Bad Empanada and talking about anti-Semitism? So, like, if Bad
yeah.
Empanada is falsifying all this information in order to spin a narrative that the Jews actually deserved to be either cleansed or that it was Israel that actually was the one that was cleansing them, etc. Wouldn't you say that that's anti-Semitic as well as obviously all his weird, creepy stuff about October 7th children and wanting to watch rape videos?
Okay, those tweets are fake. But okay, that tweet about him. Are you referring to that tweet saying, "Oh, Hamas"? I don't want to even say it. Oh, with a bunch of like babies. I want to see the footage. That tweet is fake. But yeah.
Who made it?
Huh?
Who made it?
Didn't he just? Yeah.
He says that he claims there's a far right Argentinian group. Drew Pablo, he said, or something like that. I don't know what he claims.
Okay.
The truth is that he spreads that tweet around himself to try and bait people with it.
Was he the one that made it originally?
I don't know if he made it originally, but I know that he spreads it because he wants to catch someone spreading it and then say, look, that person's lying about me. I'll sue them for defamation because it's like a troll, right? Yeah. But he's happy to spread that one himself. I can show you him doing that.
Yeah, and also that tweet was obviously fake because you could only see 232 likes and 8 replies. Like, and it was like, you would not get 8 replies, but and his Twitter account, Hasan said his Twitter account was like banned during that period. But I need to read more into French, into Algerian, French Algeria. I've only read the thing. I think what he did in Morocco was definitely like the Moroccan one. I think that was definitely downplaying it. I need to read more in the French Algeria one before I said it was downplaying.
Well, he also didn't downplay Morocco. He lied about it. He said that the Zionists and the French forced the Moroccan Jews to leave. Like it wasn't the locals that were kind of pushing them out. But also, we've got someone here who like literally thinks that like half of the Jews on earth are military targets, right? And given that he thinks Zionists are military targets, that's probably most Jews. How can you be anti-Semitic if you think like most Jews in the world can be fucking killed for either their birthplace or for what they believe?
Okay, if he's saying that most Zionists are but then this will reply. So then he thinks, so is he necessary anti-Christian evangelicalism? Because then he would want most Christian evangelicals to die as well.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be most Christians. There's a big difference. Like for Jews, it's like this is a substantial number. This is like yeah, but we're talking about the entire group, the entire ethnic and religious group.
It would be most of a branch of Christianity because evangelical Protestant Christians are
So how often do I see, so if I was going to look through this guy's social media and his YouTube videos and see how often he attacks Zionists and Israelis as opposed to evangelical Christians, it feels like his hatred is pretty concentrated now.
Yeah, I don't I would say it's a wrong position. I don't know if it's
but we don't know if it's anti-Semitic.
Yes, I don't know if it's necessarily coming out of an anti-Semitic hatred for Jews or if it's just his disdain for Zionism.
You think he's a fan of the Jews or
Can your disdain for Zionism not lead you to anti-Semitic conclusions?
Yes, I'd say it's an anti-Semitic conclusion to want like all Zionists to die. Obviously, I don't want Zionists to die, even though I think they hold despicable opinions and political views. Okay.
Do you think Ethan is Islamophobic? Sorry, just one more question, and David can talk.
Yes,
Do you think
yes,
Ethan?
I do.
See,
Yes.
why is it so easy for
Yes.
you to say that? Whereas someone who literally wants at least half of the world's Jews murdered is like there's a hesitancy to say whether this person's anti-Semitic. The double standard there is fucking remarkable. I don't know.
I'll tell you why I think Ethan Klein is anti-Semitic. Well, he's made a lot of anti-Semitic comments, like calling Ramallah a terrorist city. He says that there's like a lot of violence, like disapproval coming out of Arab communities, stuff like that. Those were 10 years ago. He shirked at like signs of mosques in Ramallah when he was walking there. I think Ethan Klein has said more. I think Ethan Klein has said a lot of anti-Jewish stuff as well. But whatever. So yes,
You know,
yes, I'll say that.
the Ramallah
I'll
Raiders
say,
could
okay,
have a crazy good basketball team in like Palestine, don't you think?
Wow.
Yeah, sounds lit. Yeah, I don't know if basketball is really that big in Palestine. More football, I think.
Well, everyone in that region's really
yeah,
short.
I
But
think- I
anyway,
think
fucking
it's,
yeah. But that's the thing, though, is like if having like insensitive comments about a mosque is that makes you an Islamophobe, but deliberately lying about Jewish history and wanting
Was
half
it
of the world's
deliberate?
Jews to
Was
die.
it deliberate?
Yes, of
Was
course
it
it's
deliberate?
fucking deliberate. Yeah, you can. Do you not see the clip where he's like literally changing the words of the article to make it sound like the Zionists were more responsible?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'd agree. I'd agree with that. That I'd agree for bad empanada, not for some. But yeah, I would
So Hasan,
agree with that.
okay, yeah. So Hasan's not anti-Semitic, but he platforms an anti-Semite and shouts out his work.
No, I'd say bad empanada is not necessarily anti-Semitic, but allows anti. Yeah, I'd
Bro.
say that. But
So when he was harassing Ethan Klein's wife, Gila, and saying that he's hunting down Gila Klein's, oh, let's look for more Ethan. Oh, these are a bunch of Ethan Klein's, while shooting a bunch of.
he didn't say
I
he
guess
didn't say
women.
Gila Klein necessarily. He said secretaries. But yeah,
Looking for.
it's
Oh, my,
implying.
I'm so sorry. I'm
implying.
so sorry. And then saying Ethan Klein. I'm so
implying.
sorry. Let me correct the record. He said
No, he said
secretaries.
he didn't say he was hunting down. He said, "Are these a bunch of Ethan Kleins on the
Yeah,
Ozempic
he
bin?"
said he's hunting down secretaries, and then said that and then the people he's killing are a bunch of Ethan Kleins.
No, he said, "Are these?" But yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he said, "Are they Ethan Kleins?" My apologies again. I'm so sorry for being a debate pedophile and like twisting. the
Okay, I'm gonna
words
give
of
you guys.
this.
Okay, fuck me. I'm gonna kill myself. I'll give you one more topic. Tutan, you can choose. What do you want to argue with
Okay,
David on?
let's. Okay. Yeah, I stumble on too much stuff. I'd say that. Okay. Last topic. Before last. Yeah, I'd say that. Ethan Klein this is last. Oh yes, I would go. This is not a good topic, but China. I'd like to because I looked more into China. So I looked at during the child policy in China, 108 million Han Chinese women were sterilized. 108 million Han Chinese women were sterilized. And for what happening in Xinjiang, Xinjiang has one of the highest birth rates in China, like one of the highest. And they weren't subjected to that.
I don't know if I need to go and find the table, but at the period of that policy,
sorry, and-
at the period of that policy, the Uyghur birth rate fell far more sharply than any other group in China.
Yeah, because they weren't subjected to that policy initially. Minorities weren't subjected to that policies initially when it first came out in 1980s.
Their birth
they
rate
weren't subjected to.
went down further, though. It went down faster and more sharply. Wouldn't that mean that they were
What,
more
overall?
subjected to measures like that?
Because I'm saying initially from the 1980s on, minorities got a pass. Minorities got a pass from the one-child policy. Minorities, so it was only like the Han Chinese that were subjected to it, and then they started subjecting the Uyghurs from it, and since they weren't subjected to it previously, they had a really high birth rate of like three compared to the Han Chinese woman who had like 1 or like 1.5. So that's why I'll say that it went down faster. And also, are there any genocidal statements from Chinese authorities from talking about Uyghurs? I've heard Xi Jinping complain it to their 9/11 after terrorist attacks. I can't really find any Chinese authorities saying like vicious stuff about Uyghurs like the Israeli authorities have. Like quoting like things saying like I can't. There's like no quotes like to the Ben Gvir quotes or the Yoav Gallant quotes.
We can go through
for
we can go through the
Chinese.
leaked documents maybe another time. That there were like 400 something pages of like what the absolutely no mercy and shit. But we can go for that later. Just double check when we talk about the
And right now,
sterilizations in the context of like suppressing Uyghurs. We're talking about the fact that the birth rates of every ethnic group was relatively steady, and then from 2017 to 2019 you can see the Uyghur birth rate just fucking tanks. I've got it on my
Yeah, and
screen as
China
well.
admits this themselves. China admits this themselves that it tanks.
Yeah, so as per the, and
it
given that this was at the same time when they were targeting Uyghurs for all kinds of other related like cultural suppression and everything else.
Taking like their religion out of them.
Yeah, that's why, per the Genocide Convention anyway, that's where you would argue that they had imposed measures intended to prevent births within the group with the specific intent of suppressing like the population of that group in whole or in part.
Okay. Okay, if that's true, then why after I'm pretty sure you would say right now that they've stopped that they've majority stopped all this culture, that they've stopped like the harsh like measures on Xinjiang, like they've stopped like there are still obviously events, but they've stopped like the camps and they've gotten rid of like some of the surveillance right now. That would be true.
Well, if the jobs, Jesus Christ,
What the fuck?
if that was soundboard, I'm probably going to start. It was soundboard.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
okay.
you're saying that it would be true to say that a lot of these measures have been relaxed and a lot of the camps have been closed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and right now that Xinjiang has the higher birth rate than I'm pretty sure it's second highest in China, as the second highest birth rate in China, and that's
okay, so that can mean
still,
so if what's happening now is if your suggestion is that the whatever you want to call it, the ethnocide or the genocide or whatever, if you're going to say it stopped or it got reined in, that doesn't mean it didn't happen though.
Okay. From what I read from the Chinese explanations that the Uyghurs had were not like subject to these policies of one child, and then they started being thing. But I'm not educated. But for the reason like I'm unable to like trust it, and I don't want to, is because this is a policy pushed by the US. And to be honest, what the US says about China, mostly by Mike Pompeo and like these people that quote Adrian Zins, and there was a Chinese embassy article thing about it that does go against like debunks a lot of what Adrian Zins said about like what like percentage of the IUDs were given to the Uyghurs of the whole population. And I think that's why I'm like I don't know if this sounds bad. That's why like I'm unable to I am unable to trust it because I just don't think the US and these and the think tank group that Adrian Zinn works for, the anti-communism victims of communism, were literally counted the deaths of Nazis in like deaths by the Soviet Union. Like so they said like 60 million.
Yeah, but you're acting as if these are the only people who have ever spoken about this. Like these documents that were leaked from the
Adrian Zins is like the main one. Adrian Zins
it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter if he's the main one. Like you can easily discern or try to discern like the more contested facts from the ones that are less controversial, right? This is always the case. This is the case with any atrocity ever.
What would you say the one of the controversial ones? What would you say? Because like you think it's like you think it's a genocide there? Like a not cultural genocide, like a full on.
If we're going by the Genocide Convention, you would say yes. Now, if we wanted to counter-argue that, you would argue not from the convention itself, you would argue from precedent, because although they were sterilizing them with the intention, it seems very clearly, of like Hanification and of suppressing their culture, then if that's the case, then your only counter argument would be that there's no precedent in the use of the Genocide Convention for anything that doesn't involve also killing them as part of the act. So just sterilization on its own is, by the word of the law, yes. By the precedent of the law, it's contestable. That's where the argument would be.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, so yeah. So I would say yeah. I'd say by the law. So I would go by that. So by the law, it's genocide. But yeah, but you can claim it's not. Okay.
I don't know why you even asked this. If before, didn't you say that even if it was a genocide, it would be okay for fast trains? Was that just like a meme?
No, I'm really inspired by China's high-speed rail. I wish my country had it. But imagine having high-speed rail, dog. I wouldn't even drive.
Well, you need more fucking states. You need to fucking start getting more sweatshop and slave labor standards for your workers. Then, good luck.
Well, because like in China, the capital, the state controls the capital. Not in America, it's the other way around. The capital.
Do you have any
controls
less mental topics besides why
Learner books. Learner books said this is the last one. I just said I admire China. I admire what China's done, putting 800 million people out of poverty, and I admire what Xi Jinping has done. I think. And even though they are state capitalists, they're not like socialist or communist. I don't think they claim to be. I think they have a better system than what America has, and I think that's why they're beating America in technology, especially EVs, because their state is involved. They subsidize the cars. They give subsidies, and the EU said that was unfair, so they tariff. So that's one reason I admire China, because I like this system. But yeah, that's all. And they have high speed rail, which is part of it. But,
any more related topic before
Learner Box said this is the last one.
Yes, that's a good listener.
I've been here long enough, and I've talked long enough. So I don't want to keep you guys waiting. So have a good stream, Learner Box.
Good man. Take care, buddy. Bye. What a couple of fine, strapping young lads. Oh, God. Never again, box. What? That was based. You guys have no sense of humor. Oh. I really want to watch a Times of Israel segment talking about Abbas and the son of dogs comment. I haven't even looked at the things I was supposed to cover today. First of all, donos. 5 out of 10, chat. That means we're 5 stars short of a 5-star general. Or a 10-star. I don't know. Come on, where are my 5-star generals at? What the fuck? Giver, thanks for the 15 shekels. Please check out Hasmonean Historian. Next, if you're doing more React content for now. Small channel, but has some nice vids about IP. Maybe another day, but thank you. Moth Romance, thanks for tier 1 sub. MSC Squire, thanks for the $4.99. If you need a good book for post-independence history, try India After Gandhi by Guha. You can just go through the Kashmir chapters. Wow, amazing. Bro, I'm starting with Wikipedia. What the fuck? Jacob, thanks for the $10. They're anti-Semitic the same way my grandmother is racist. She'd be very offended if told she believes some races are inferior, but has zero issue dismissing black people's suffering, saying slavery wasn't so bad. Well, I'm sorry for your grandmother. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. This debate would be fire if it had Raheem and Sundowner. Wow. Raheem, what a blast from the past. I am the Fox, thanks for the $5. Thank you for what you do. Stay sane. Eli Eshet, thanks for the $4.99. Haviv segment, please. I might watch that one. That's a good one, possibly. Good, good suggestion. David, thanks for the $5. I am going to lobotomize myself to forget this convo. Have a good stream. Time to study. David was actually slightly more focused this time, so that's good. He's on his meds. He's on Vyvanse. Full smash. Zelensky is in my country and they disrespect him a lot. Which country is that? Fuck. Is it time for my tabloid binge? Are we getting on the tabloids? I think we could. The sidebar of shame. Okay. Guys, did you know that there's drama between Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker? Did you know that? Ethan Klein of the H3 Productions and Hasan Piker of the Hasan stream. Did you guys know that these guys are feuding? That they're scrapping? And it's reached new levels. Did you know that the drama has reached new levels, unknown, unbeknownst to science? Yeah, get in. Viewer spike. We're going to get 100% viewer spike now. Did you know? You will not believe that it seems Hasan has appeared in Ethan's chat. Hasan appeared in Ethan's chat. And they might be debating. Is it real? Did you guys know that these guys used to be friends and co-hosts? Stop acting like you're above the drama. It's your bread and butter. Excuse me, but we almost filled a 10-star general with no drama at all. But also, I would never deny that I enjoy the drama, okay? I just like making people wait for it. You can wait for it. And you don't even know what this means for the Israel-Palestine conflict. Probably not much. Fucking Tim Pool. Little rat, little Russian-funded rat managed to burrow his way out. Managed to dig his way out of the beanie bunker to ask the Trump White House press secretary to ask Queen Caroline why the mainstream media is so unfair. Abbas Dantiok, thanks for the $5. Wow, full goal. Really appreciate that, chat. So nice. Wow. Thanks for buttering my buns, I guess.
Bag of turd. What?
Okay. I know he doesn't think highly of me. You know. Oh, by the way, update.
Moth Romance, thanks for the $5. Forgot to take my Vyvanse, thanks for a reminder. And Nick G, thanks for the $5. 4 out of 5-star generals agree LB Holdings is currently better investment than US currency. That's true, actually. You know, if you want more emotes and you want a nice color next to your name in chat, you can actually become a member of the YouTube community. That's true, yeah. I might even put the VODs, some of the stream segments might go on members only. Who knows? That might be a good experiment, wouldn't it? So many exciting ways to support the channel. And yes, the box stock holdings is more reliable than the USD, yes.
Everybody has been raving, has been pushing for a long time. Hasan will not debate me. He won't watch the video. But he's been saying, you don't need to talk to me. Talk to approved Jew, sanctioned official Jew friend, Sam Cedar. And after watching his crew disparage me for the 100 billionth time and just repeating like Hasan talking points mindlessly, I decided it's time to reach out to Sam Cedar.
Oh, shots fired at the Sam Cedar crew.
We're going to finally have a clash of the Jewish minds. Two great Jewish minds, mano y mano.
Is it a clash? What happened?
I don't think it'll be a clash at all. I sent him an email. I was like, hey, Sam, there's a lot of like silly nonsense going around. I think it's time we just jump on a call or whatever. I have his email address from when the Crowder stuff happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote him, and he wrote me back a very nice email. And he said he's busy with family stuff, and he'll write me back after Thursday. So that is happening. Now, by the way, I already saw Hasan comment on this.
Uh-oh.
Someone was like, hey, Ethan's actually going to talk to Sam Cedar. And he's like, oh, well, he's probably just going to lie to him about his position. I'm like, bro, what do you want from me, man?
You guys could have a shofar off, you know?
Just who could toot it the hardest?
Yeah, that'd be pretty epic.
Blow each other.
Whoa.
We could blow each other.
Shaka Shuri blowdown.
The great Jewish tradition of blowing each other.
That's anti-Semitic.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Well, interesting. I will. I'm eager to hear more.
Yeah, I'm look forward to talking to them. I think unlike Hasan, I am willing to face anyone, talk about anything. I have nothing to hide. I'm extraordinarily honest, and unlike Hasan, who is the opposite, I think things will become clearer and clearer as time moves on about who is the dishonest, bad faith actor in this and who is the right.
Damn, Leon, thanks for the tier 3 sub for 7 months. That's so generous of you. Glad to have had you around for so long. I feel like it would help Teuton if he'd notice more how his emotion comes before his conclusions. Wow. True.
Just correct, honest, truthful.
Okay, maybe.
Angelic.
Easy.
Magnanimous.
Easy.
It's true.
Holy, sacred.
That's right.
Voice in this conversation.
You know, the Antichrist will present himself as holy. It's another one of the signs.
Listen, make the decision for yourself. If you can't tell it's the Antichrist, maybe he's just kind of a good guy and you got it all wrong. Like, oh, he's the Antichrist. What did he do? He raised a bunch of money for charity and he fed a bunch of kids and he did all this great stuff and he saved the world. Oh, well, he's the Antichrist. No, it sounds like he's the man.
Well, that's his whole shtick. He's supposed to manipulate you and make you think he's somebody else.
Okay, but what if he's actually doing good things? Like talking to Sam Cedar.
I am a vicious anti-Semite.
Actually, kind of true. And we're going to prove that today.
Yo!
I think it's time to start planting the seed here. I want to talk to Sam, and then I want to talk. And Hasan, I'm ready to get on a call with you without any prerequisite. You don't have to watch the video. I think it's time we talk it out. And let me say, and let me add a caveat, or not a caveat, but a prediction. I think that Hasan, being the ever coward that he is and always constantly moving the goalposts, will find a way to justify dodging it. It will either be that, oh, Ethan is way too gone to talk, or, oh, Ethan's just going to get Destiny talking points, or Ethan's going to blitz me with Destiny, or what's the point of talking to him? He will find or he's just going to lie. He'll find some way to get out of it. That's my prediction. And we'll see. I mean, listen, like I said, we'll see what's what once all this.
That's not true. Hasan's only talked about Destiny 5 times. He's only talked about me once. Only once.
Shit settles. So I am going to talk to Sam, and then afterwards I want to talk to Hasan, and let's see who makes excuses and who's the coward, and who's the liar, who's the propagandist. We'll see.
You just listed 3 things.
All of those things. He's all those things. I'm none of them.
Oh. Well, one of them was positive, wasn't it? I thought one of those was supposed to be you.
I said propagandist, liar.
Okay, well.
What, do you think I'm one of those?
No, I'm just...
Oh my God.
I'm going to have to go back and look.
Yeah, so Hasan, big guy, let's just make it happen. You know what I mean? I'm going to do everything you wanted from me. I'm going to do everything you wanted, Hasan, to prove how fearless I am.
I did everything right.
I'm so alpha, bro. You will not demasculate me.
Wait, where did those extra 100 viewers just come from? Damn, we just got an extra 100 viewers. What the fuck? That's crazy, chat. Whoa.
Whatever.
Couldn't
All
possibly.
right, you were right. All three were negative. So.
Oh, you went back?
Now I understand. You and all three were. So.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing how he manages to get out of this.
Wake up, Ethan.
And again, the guy is such a coward, dude. He still has not responded. This man takes the opportunity to watch every single Ethan hate video on stream in its entirety. Okay? The minute that Ian drops his content copy, he watches the whole thing. I respond to it, hour plus long video with a 16-minute response. And he's going, I don't have time to watch that shit. I need to do the news. Like, bro, can you please be real? Can we please be real? I'm already on topic, so let's just go to the war zone. First things first, actually, this was a story, but I was watching somebody, I forget the channel name, who was reacting to this whole situation. He was actually on my side. However, he made a statement that I wanted to clarify. He said something like, oh, Ethan's kids it's like totally normal. The kids must have got like the poop on them, and like maybe it's totally understandable. And I just want to make it clear right now, okay, to him and anyone else.
Okay, I don't care. This is just clarifying the geography.
This is real, I don't know.
Majority report. Okay.
Being called the Maryland man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by two different judges. It's just simply being referred to as the Maryland man over and over again.
I see something moving in the background.
Shut up, Tim.
How did that happen?
I don't know.
He's incredible.
I'm just clicking. You see, I'm not doing anything crazy.
Sure.
Wake up.
There's another clip.
So I recommend everybody to subscribe and check out the Ethan Klein channel because I'll be posting little vids there. Now I'll start from here because you guys who are watching the show saw that live as we were reacting. We continued to get updates.
Test channel, please ignore. Thanks to $10. Way behind, but my objection to the pager attack was it was a bad PR as pager equals doctor in the West, and this was when it felt like Ukraine needed the okay from the White House. Number 10 and LSC for all targets. I'm not convinced by that, but I appreciate the contribution. Gcom Chalupa, thanks for the $5. Hasan throws rocks, then hides hands, not unlike Palestine. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Do not endorse. Do not endorse. The Palestinians who threw rocks were ironically the ones who actually did the most fucking successful form of militant resistance in Israel-Palestine history. The first Intifada actually did achieve results in clearing out communities so that people could establish like parallel forms of government, and it also actually turned Israelis quite far left compared to what they were. You know, they went from Shamir to Rabin, like where you got the Oslo Accords from, is where the idea of occupation and two-state solution came from. Like, fuck. Especially when that 4-year-old girl was killed by the rock. Yeah, famously, the first Intifada, you know, the rock throwing when it was basically against occupying soldiers. Okay. I'm not talking about people in the West Bank throwing rocks at cars. That's a bit different. Anyway.
That Hasan is not a Bleach fan. Now, to give you a little background. What's funny?
It's just so goofy.
Just that announcement. He's not a Bleach fan.
Hasan is not a Bleach fan.
Well, so here they pose in a sword with a swastika hilt.
Wow.
Now, I was giving them all the benefit of the doubt, and I truly thought, like, there's no way they did that on purpose. It's just a horrible accident. Like, isn't that funny? They should have been more careful. How did no one notice that? And we went down this rabbit hole of being like, is Hasan even a Bleach fan? Because why else would he own this sword?
There's no way.
So
what
we
if
went
he's not?
And we checked, and we found that, let's see here. I'm actually going to play the part where Dan says he hates when I'm correct.
Damascus.
Pretty damn
right?
close.
Yeah.
Would they have that though?
I think it's coming up here.
And katana for the
Like, zoom in on the hilt. Dude, but don't do what we found. So is Hasan a Bleach fan that just thinks this is sword me. cool? He likes the character. That's why he bought it, even though it looks like a swastika.
Oh my god!
What happened?
I fucking hate when you're right, bro.
Me?
What?
Open what I just sent.
Holy shit, dude. Everybody listen up. This is big.
S tier. Wait, I don't even know who that guy is.
That's Isaac, Bleach.
Oh, I don't watch Bleach.
Now, this is critical to understanding this narrative, okay? Because he's trying to spin the story now, which we'll get into, but he does not even recognize, and this is the main character, I'm presuming. This is the protagonist of the story.
That's totally incorrect.
He's the S tier. Okay, well, he's one of the main characters?
He's the villain. I think he might be the main villain. Even.
Oh, he's a villain?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that would explain why he's
This
a
is him just going
swastika,
over
though.
the same stuff then. Sword.
No, that's the main
Content cop,
character's
sword. Hasan's response to the sword. We
This
saw
person in this
okay.
picture is not the person
Oh,
who
I
uses.
see.
Oh, we're in the wrong place.
So is it possible?
Oblivion, creator class. Who
Possible
cares
that he
about that?
could
Pop culture.
be a fan
wow.
of Bleach and not know who the main villain is?
I don't know Bleach.
Hasan and the
almost at
skull.
all.
Okay, it's about here.
And Fuzi.
All right. Now we get
Poor
on.
Fuzi.
So there's that. Hasan, by the way, the skull revelation obviously gave a lot of people pause in this whole thing. Hasan participated in a hate video against me. And then my response video, which he has refused to watch on stream because he's, quote, busy doing the news. By the way,
there do be news.
Pretty sure the clip he's watching is the Majority Report talking about me. And Emma saying how...
You see the skull thing from him, genuinely insane?
How, or no, not
Wait,
Emma.
what?
I think so, yeah. Look it up.
No, I just...
Look it up right here. Once again, just because it's always...
Yeah, no, it's the clip that we talked about the other day.
Because I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. Here he is watching Sam Cedar act confused when Matt's like, oh yeah, Ethan's the devil. He's the worst guy in the world.
Oh no.
And Sam's like, that's so weird. Yeah.
Anyways, that's not what this is about at all.
No, it's not, but it is interesting to see like who's talking about who. But
no.
Let me go back.
You both be talking.
Okay.
You both be talking.
Yeah. That's true. Just don't make it seem like I'm obsessed with him.
Yeah, I got you.
When we both be talking.
It's the back and forth.
So anyway, someone's like, did you hear that someone sent Ethan skulls? Here's his take on that. You guys are going to love this. Ready? Watch closely. Don't blink.
This is an easy layup, so.
Do you see the skull thing from him, genuinely insane? No.
Oh.
That's it?
That's it.
But we don't know for sure that is the only time that he talked about it, right?
I mean, find me.
You have to sit
we're gonna
through
do a Bleach thing. Find me other ones. Let's see it. Oh yeah, and by the way, just to open his chat, let's take a look. Ethan's a liar. Ethan's October 7th saying the skulls were my October 7th. Frogan's comments about PTSD were 1000% defensible.
Well, hey. Yes.
Yep.
Stalwart of supporting Palestine, by the way.
Absolute queen.
I hope you get PTSD.
How can you say that's defensible, man? Yeah, but so like the cope is that I'm lying about it and that it's I like Jesse Smollett did myself.
You Jesse Smollett yourself.
But it's not a hate. It's not. It might be a hate. It might be a hate crime. I don't know. If they put yarmulkes on it, it'd be more clear.
That would probably.
Although they didn't actually ever get the skulls.
Right.
They sent them. One more time, guys.
Do you see the skull?
I don't know if you've given your take yet. Do you think the sword and swastika thing was intentional? It's like 50-50. Like either it was or it wasn't. And there's no way of proving either way, which is why it's such a stupid thing to go after. Because even if it were intentional, you realize that the whole point of dog whistle tactics is to make you jump on them so that you look crazy to people who either want the plausible deniability or just don't know any better. Even if it's intentional, like it's just a strange thing to jump on because it shows you, like it makes you look crazy. That's the whole point in it. It's like, it's the whole, at the most basic level, like a dog whistle is a right winger doing the okay sign, a left winger screaming about it and someone who doesn't know any better thinking, why is the fuck is this person screaming about an okay sign? Like, that's it. Or a dog whistle even is like someone saying white lives matter and someone screaming at them for holding up that sign. And then a normie who doesn't know any better saying, like, what, do white lives not matter? Do we hate people for being white? That's weird. Just that kind of thing. Or even all lives matter, right? What, do they not? Yeah, it's a weird thing to jump on. The only thing that the only benefit they got from jumping on it in this case is that Hasan's a fucking idiot and he lied about why he had the sword and whether or not he knew that, whether or not he had actually on camera called it the swastika one in the past. So, you know.
Thing from him, genuinely insane? No.
Is it sped up?
It might be. It might actually be sped up a tiny bit.
Okay.
I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. It
Did
sounds.
you see the skull thing from him, genuinely insane? No.
It's funny. It's funny sped up. So there's Hasan bravely giving my perspective. Whoa, I don't like that angle with my feet up. Let me see that again.
Why you look so chill?
I don't want to look
This
that
shot
chill.
makes you look computer generated. I don't know. It looks fake.
I've been replaced by Zionist Ethan. Don't believe the lies. The anti-Zionist Ethan is banging at it in someone's basement like Harry Potter.
Harry Potter lived under the stairs. And I don't
Harry
even
Potter.
fucking-
Like,
He's talking
in the story,
about.
Harry
He's talking
Potter.
about Mad Eye Moody.
Yeah,
Dan.
you know, AB.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Come on. Abe.
I've exposed
You're speaking
myself.
out of turn, Dan.
I've exposed myself.
You have.
Yeah, just a reminder once again that despite starring in and watching the entirety of Ian's hour-long video, he has not watched my response at all. Why hasn't he watched my response video? Well, let's take a look. He explains it right here.
I was wondering because I watched Ethan's new vid. I just thought you'd respond to Ethan's responses. No. Do you want to know why? Because if every psychotic theory that people presented about me, about whether or not I'm a champagne socialist.
Okay, so once again, without watching it, he's characterizing me as, what did he say? Psychotically delusional?
Psychotic theory that people presented about me.
That I have some psychotic theory about him, which is like, I don't even think I mentioned Hasan barely at all in my response video. Did I even mention him? I don't think.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I think so.
I don't.
If I did, it was in passing.
I wouldn't put money on that.
No, well, I'm not.
I'd say of that hour, probably 1 minute was in there at least.
An hour. Mine was 60 minutes. What do you mean?
No, I mean of the hour you've talked about Hasan. I'm making a joke because chat. So it may have been a little bit more than an hour that you've talked about Hasan.
You said earlier that you probably only spoken about an hour about
No. I
Hasan
said
in the past month.
before iDubbbz video.
In the past month, right? Yeah.
No, okay. Well, at least as far as I looked in the title and thumbnail, he only was starred one time in the past 30 days from the last time I checked. One time. And then if you pull up all of the ones in Hasan's industrial complex, there's like over 40 videos about me.
Right. I got you.
And once again, he's the king of gaslighting and manipulating, because he goes, oh, those aren't me. Those are just my fan channels who are uploading 42 clips of you in the past 30 days. I can't control what they do.
Whether or not I'm a champagne socialist or a crypto anti-Semite or a radical terrorist or...
None of those spots were mentioned. You participated in a takedown video full of bullshit, and I responded to those claims. You're not showing my response. You are a coward. You are a loser. I'm ready to debate. I'm ready to have a conversation with you that I'm sure you are going to weasel out of. You no longer have to watch my content puke, my context puke. All you got to do is answer the phone, honey boy.
I have an update.
Wake up, Hasan. What?
He said on stream that he would take you up on that.
Okay.
Earlier, when I typed Twitch in chat, I was Googling. I meant to Google Twitch so I could see it because chat was telling me that.
Let's see. When does he want to do it? Let's see. He's still. I think he's still gonna bitch out. Let's set it up, Buckaruno.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up, Hasan.
Ethan.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wakey, Ethan.
Wakey.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time
I need to
be
wake
awake,
up. Oh,
Ethan.
Man.
There's a fucking Nakba debate happening in my Discord, and I'm trying not to get triggered. It's okay. Fuck me.
I want to talk to Sam first, so it can be a thorough evisceration of everything he said about me, and then we can see who's the coward, my friend. There's not a single thing I'm avoiding that I haven't watched, that I haven't engaged with, and I mean, just look how it's done, buddy. The minute that his
No, don't hide the channel. Like, it's okay to debate it. It's just people are being cringe.
video dropped, I opened it up live on stream, and I've reacted to every single frame of it. Where the fuck are you, coward bitch boy? I'm doing the news. I don't have time. Really? You have time every fucking episode to watch 2 hours about me.
Psychotic theory that people presented about me, about whether or not I'm a champagne socialist or a crypto anti-Semite or a radical terrorist, or rather now a crypto neo-Nazi.
What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. What is a crypto neo-Nazi?
It means secretly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that wasn't mentioned in the video, but I wouldn't go that far. I think you, whatever, who cares? You guys know.
If I had to respond to all of that, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. Which
None of that's in the video, bro. You don't have to respond to any of that. You know what I mean? Just a little extra context that shows what a scumbag Ian is.
Is covering the news.
Ah, yes.
It's incredibly stupid.
Yes.
What the fuck would I
If
do?
you were buying shirts and you found out that one you liked, found one you liked, but it had a prominent swastika on it, would that figure into your decision making? Bro, if I could like own actual official fucking shit from the Third Reich, yeah, I would own that. That's fucking cool as shit. It's history, yeah. Like the guy, like the dad in American Beauty who has the Nazi plate. Yeah, I want a Nazi plate. What the fuck? I'm not gonna use it. I'm just gonna have it and be like, yeah, look at that. There's a Nazi plate from the Nazis. Yeah. State China, the Third Reich. You fucking kidding me? I actually own a couple of badges from the Soviet Union, like actual, like Soviet issued. They were from Ukraine. They put them on the Yushankas. Doesn't mean I support any of it. It's just I like the cool.
That. Why would I entertain the delusions of a person who is so desperately trying to present themselves as a victim after doing a harassment and deplatforming initiative of
It's also not actually like a Nazi swastika. It's clearly a different symbol that looks like a swastika. I don't know.
All pro-Palestinian voices.
Every single one of them.
That have dared to entertain the notion that Ethan is not pro-Palestine.
Wow.
That's a hell of a way to say calling CPS and sending me human skulls, but okay. You know? Zach, can you grab that? Did you hear about the skulls things? No.
Yeah, I'll pull that.
It's pretty good too. Yeah. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, and also I'm too busy. I have to do the news. That one will become very handy. Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, Ethan Klein.
No one freaked out about the MAGA hats. Well, yes, because everyone knows the MAGA hats are props from the Leftovers podcast. The really big one. That's a Leftovers podcast hat, isn't it? Again, everything aside on how much little I care about the swastika and the sword, the fact is that if anyone Hasan doesn't like had done that, he would use it against them. That's it. That's any attack against Hasan that you think is like bad faith or irrational, just be like, yeah, maybe, yeah, it is. But also, it's the kind of thing that Hasan would do to them. Like, it's like people getting their fucking brains broken by the techniques.
Klein H3. Let's see. Okay.
Which is also funny because that's why you can tell why it irritates Hasan so much, like the Diddy thing, right? Like the same thing with going to a Diddy party, because everyone in the right mind knows that just because you went into a Diddy party doesn't mean that you fucking abused kids or even saw anything at the time that was like along those lines. But it's like, but we it's just that we know that Hasan will go after people for similar things, but are less, you know, like the company. like Dan's company. And I think there's also, I saw this on Twitter somewhere, it might be a Yeet thing, that there was a clip of Hasan a few months ago saying that, like, yeah, it doesn't make sense to go after Dan for his company having Diddy money in it because, for Tiny Chat, because, you know, rich people invest in all kinds of shit. I'm like, oh, so he is actually just using it now intentionally, maliciously. Yeah. Mark Tech, thanks for tier 1 sub. It's just that whole debate over just because they've got the gloves off, should you use it? I feel like you're using the hypocrisy point to avoid saying Ethan is unreasonable. No, Missy Elliott, you're just not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying it is an unreasonable criticism. That's why I said it without even mentioning Hasan once the first time, 5 minutes ago. It's not just an appeal to hypocrisy either. It's not like a tu quo que fallacy or whatever. It is worth bringing up when you say something like, when the hypocrisy is that you point out a thing and you're like, what would you do if I was caught doing that? So it's to call someone out by their standards. I'm sure Trump can negotiate a ceasefire between Ethan and Hasan, right? Part of the deal.
1 day ago, 1 day ago, 1 day ago, 6 days ago, 6 days ago on his main channel, 1 day ago, 7 days ago, 5 days ago.
It's been
5 days ago, 3 days ago. You know, I mean, what are we doing? What are we talking about? I don't care. Talk about me all you want, but don't be a fucking coward and act like it's a one-sided thing, you dumb bitch. Just answer the phone, Hanny boy. All right, moving on. I shouldn't have taken... This is a great post, actually. It makes me feel validated because, you know, it's a gaslighting campaign and it's been really, really, really wide stretching and effective. Oh, come on. There's no reason that shouldn't have full screened. Okay. It shouldn't have taken people this long.
Not now,
for everyone to realize Hasan and co are anti-Semitic. I'm frustrated that people are finally saying, oh, maybe they are anti-Semitic.
Did you see that the ICC reversed its court's lower ruling? Its lower court's ruling. What was the court's lower ruling? What was the lower court's ruling? Did they do a ruling? Oh, the appeals court. Oh no, this is bad news, isn't it? Well, it's not really news at all because the ICC is fairly fucking useless, but it's going to be news to some people. In boost to Israel, ICC appeals court reverses lower ruling. The decision sends the jurisdictional fight back to the ICC lower court to fully explore Israel's jurisdictional objections to the arrest warrants. Wait, is this argument just like your claims they're not contesting the claims or the facts? They're saying that they don't have jurisdiction. Okay. In a potential historic comeback, the appeals chamber of the International Criminal Court on Thursday reversed the November 2024 ruling of the ICC lower court against Israel's jurisdictional objections to the issuing of arrest warrants for alleged war crimes of Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. The ruling is Israel's first big win before the ICC since it obtained in 2012. After this, a string of losses in 2019, 2021, 2024, in which the war crimes proceedings against Israel continue to proceed from initial stages to interim stages, threatening to get even to later stages such as indictments. The decision sends the jurisdictional fight back to the ICC lower court to more fully explore Israel's jurisdictional objections to the arrest warrants and to the ICC's intervention into Israel's conduct of the current war in Gaza generally. Until the lower court holds additional hearings, which could easily take a few months, maybe even longer, the whole case will be frozen. The arrest warrants technically have not been frozen, but given that the ICC lower court could decide to cancel them after hearing Israel's full jurisdictional objections, many countries who are members of the ICC may now feel more free to ignore the arrest warrants until a final ruling is reached. ICC lower court had said that the arrests could go forward even if there was no final determination of Israel's jurisdictional objections, as these objections could be dealt with at the indictment stage or some later stage. So people can still arrest them but it's going to give other states that don't want to more of a reason. Okay. On the merits of the appeals chamber concluded that the pretrial chamber committed an error of law by failing to sufficiently address Israel's argument that it was entitled to make a jurisdictional challenge. In the light of the above, the appeals chamber dismissed as moot Israel's request for suspensive effect on 2 arrest warrants issued after the impugned decision. Okay. In addition, the ICC appeals court chamber, by majority of vote, dismissed Israel's second grounds for appeal against the ICC lower court, rejecting Israel's request in order of the prosecutor to issue a new notice pursuant to Article 18.1 of the statute. The appeals chamber, by 3-2 majority, with Judge Luzdil Carmen Ibanez Carranza and Judge Salome Balungi Bosa dissenting, found the appeal to be inadmissible, considering that the pretrial chamber's decision was not a decision with respect to admissibility. Okay. The appeals chamber deciding these 2 appeals is composed of. Okay. The November 2024 landmark ruling against Israel was viewed by the Jewish state as its most devastating legal loss in history, with tremendous diplomatic, public relations, and economic repercussions as well. However, Israel has been fighting to get the lower court decision overturned to make more arguments against ICC jurisdiction. Some jurisdictional arguments relate to the idea that there is no state of Palestine to give jurisdiction to the ICC, as well as the idea that Israel's own mechanism for probing alleged war crimes by its soldiers make the ICC's involvement redundant. Oh. So Israel has successfully got the ICC to allow Israel to make the case that the ICC can't issue them arrest warrants. One reason because there's no state of Palestine to give jurisdiction, but also that Israel might be able to, they think they'll be able to prove that they can deal with war crimes internally. That's interesting. So jurisdiction doesn't just mean technically you can't arrest us. It means that they have won the argument that they weren't given a proper hearing on challenges to the way the thing was filed, the way the arrest warrants were requested. I think that's what it means. I'm guessing, is there only the Jerusalem Post talking about it now? Is anyone else talking about it? Be good if there were any details. We investigated ourselves and we found that we aren't guilty, sir, type shit. That's simplifying. No, that's not what they're saying. That the court has ruled that Israel is going to be given the opportunity to fully plead the case that that is what they can do. Which means there was something wrong with, potentially, with what was said before. This is the decision from today. Wow. Breaking news. Yeah. Where else are you going to get it? So the appeal to the pretrial chamber to challenge the jurisdiction is admissible. Request for leave to reply is rejected. Okay. Decision on Israel's challenge to the jurisdiction of the court is reversed. Yeah, because they can. Oh, fuck, 1 minute. Be right back. Whoa, excuse me. State's request for suspensive effect of 2 arrest warrants. Procedural history. What are the jurisdictional challenges then? Are those the only 2 or relevant parts? Let's see, State of Palestine, that would be, whoops. Is it here? No, that's procedural history. Not the same as what's mentioned in the Jerusalem Post. Okay, well, apparently it's a big W. I might need to read more about it to get more of a clear understanding. Rejected jurisdictional challenge on procedural grounds without substantive scrutiny on Israel's serious objections to the court's lack of jurisdiction. Okay. Standing of specifically affected states. This would be because they don't think the state of Palestine's a state. There's no UN observer. Okay. In a nutshell, the ICC decided years ago that it has no jurisdiction in Israel. However, yes, it does have jurisdiction in Palestine to investigate Israel. Yeah, that's the understanding I remember having, yeah. Because there are a lot of countries that I think are, like, the ICC doesn't actually have jurisdiction in, and Israel's one of them. Okay. Well, shit. I don't know where they're saying that they can deal with war crimes by themselves, but okay. Whatever.
Even Ethan and the crew trying to prove benefit of the doubt was infuriating because at a basic level, if this was all an accident, they left it up. No. By the way, the reason that I give, and I think you guys too, give everyone the benefit of the doubt is because we just want to be as fair as possible. And to the point where it's like there's no space to deny it anymore. Dog whistles are intended to be vague and indirect so they can easily discredit people who point it out. Just look at Elon's Roman salute, for example. It's a rare for anti-Semites to tell you that they are one, of course. But let's take a trip down memory lane. The Sabra tier list. Platforming at Bad Empanada, who Hasan has stated in the past is an anti-Semite. Actually, that's true. I have seen him say that. We need to grab that.
He calls him an
Hasan
anti-Semite.
knew this before platforming him.
What?
Ian's refusal to defend Hila and Ethan because they're Israeli. The refusal to acknowledge Hila's culture and background and why...
What's the reasoning that ICC doesn't have jurisdiction in Israel? Oh, it's because they're not members of the ICC, and I think it's also to do with being party to the Rome Statute. Like, the United States doesn't give that jurisdiction either.
She was in the IDF in the first place. They expected Hila to have all the knowledge of what was actually happening despite being raised in Israel. Wait, hold on. Despite being raised in Israel and believing she was doing something right for her country or face jail time. Meanwhile, Hasan refused to do any actual activism that makes him remotely uncomfortable by simply boycotting Coca-Cola. He's not even doing that, dude. Ignoring Bad Empanada shooting Hila in a video game where you roleplay as killing IDF. He actually did defend that recently. I don't know if that's in here, is it? When he defended Bad Empanada's cosplaying killing Hila. Hold that if you can find it. Ian implying Ethan is greedy and money hungry and that anti-Semitism is all in his head. Hasan claims Ethan is just pushing the drama for clout and views. Discrediting Ethan, Hila, and all Jews of their lived experience in Israel. discrediting rape victims and minimizing the terror Israeli citizens felt because they're Israeli. Hasan making the Turkish hand sign for Zig Heil on his story when he had previously discussed it being awful in a dog whistle. I saw that photo and it's like, at first I was like, well, that's obviously a coincidence. But now after seeing the whole swastika thing, I don't know. Harassing a Jewish couple who are internet personalities for 2 years straight in the name of Palestinian resistance. Chanting from the river to sea while knowing the implications. I mean, this one we can talk about. You know what I mean? Ian's near Holocaust denial. Again, I accused him of doing Holocaust denial. I think I was actually right. Part of what he was denying is what happened in the 50s following the Holocaust. For example, when all the Iraqi Jews were forced out of violently forced out of the country, called the Holodomor or something. Is it called?
Farhud.
Well, as Dan pointed out last time, though, it's the Holocaust specific event. I think that was the main.
No, it's considered an extension of that event because some of the Arab leaders were like actual Nazis and Nazi.
He's talking about the Farhud, but that was 40s. Yeah.
Collaborators.
Dan's in the bathroom, so I'm trying to cover.
What's the name of that thing when all the Iraqis were expelled from?
He's mixing
Iraq?
up two things.
No, all the Iraqis, all the Jews were expelled from Iraq.
If you're gonna have a debate about Israel Palestine with these people like Hasan are kind of retarded on Israel Palestine, but they do know like bullet points on a lot of things. Like Hasan will have a list of like 4 or 5 talking points about the Jewish exodus from the Middle East, and same with the Nakba. If Ethan doesn't know them very well, then he's going to look kind of silly, like mixing up the Farhud with he almost said the Holodomor there, or mixing up the Farhud with over 10 years later when the Iraqi Jews left the country. You can't mix these things up there. Yeah. The Farhud was like over 10 years before the majority of Iraqi Jews left the country.
Anyway, it doesn't
remember
really matter.
The Holodomor?
It doesn't really matter. Implying Anissa's heritage has suffered more than the Jews, implicates that Ethan is controlling the narrative, mass manipulating his audience, and controlling his crew hostage. Not only the Jews rule the world motif, but projecting a projection of Hasan himself, refusing to allow Ela to apologize for her Golan statement. Meanwhile, we are supposed to accept Anissa's apology for saying Hitler wasn't all that bad. Well, she didn't say that. She said she was doing a Nazi apologia. We got actually groundbreaking medical breakthroughs from the Nazi atrocities. If any of these things happen to other minorities, we would not stand for it. They may not have been Nazis in the traditional sense years ago, but their hate for Israel has devolved into anti-Semitism now. People who need mental help, I'm not taking that stance. I don't like when people do that. Are Ian, Hasan, Anissa Denham's, Frogan, and the rest of the losers. They have fallen so far from down in their hatred, and they don't realize it. I hope this haunts all of them. Yeah, I think it will actually too. I don't think it's going to play good. If Fuentes did a single one of these things individually, all the people defending Hasan & Co. would be rightfully calling him a Nazi. But to them, it's activism. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Check this out.
Like, that's why he's
mad.
This
is why I only watch Vosh. What? What? Because of the because he never does Nazi shit. I don't even know. Because he'll tell you what happened in Iraq in the 1940s. Is Lorna going to help Ethan in research? Yeah, don't worry, dude. Yeah, me and him, direct line to the Ethan Klein, to the fuck Hasan training chambers. The way it works is basically Destiny whispers things in my ear and I whisper them into Ethan's ear. It's Chinese whispers. That's why, and it's probably Benny Morris whispering in Steven's ear. That's why every time it reaches Ethan, it's like the fourth whisper, and that's why he mixes up the Holodomor with the Farhud. That's why it happened. Oh no!
Like Bad Empanada behaves in
the Mossad signal chat. Yeah,
insane way, just like Ethan behaves in an insane way. That's it. That's it. And you can't deal with someone giving back the same level of smoke to you. Like he'll be like, Bad Empanada played that, the Al Aqsa game or whatever, the role reversal Palestinian game. Every game, every video game where Muslims.
I love the thought process. God, he's so funny, man. Why do I not watch this more often? I don't watch enough Hasan, bro. You guys don't understand. It's so entertaining when you do stuff like this. So Bad Empanada does a video game where he's like basically just killing Israelis at fucking random. And he's saying, I'm looking for a secretary. Because obviously Hila was a secretary, referencing Hila's wife, like trying to fucking think he wants to kill her in a video game. Even though he also, Bad Empanada in real life, wants to kill all Israelis. And Hila is Israeli, so okay. But I love how Hasan's just sitting there being like, okay, how do I spin this? Video game. He's in his mind palace. Look at him.
The role reversal Palestinian game. You can't deal with someone giving back the same level of smoke to you.
Look at it go. Here's the cogs.
Like he'll be like, Bad Empanada played that, the Al Aqsa game or whatever, the role reversal Palestinian game.
Now get in the mind palace. Look at it go.
Every game. Every video game where Muslims are in the crosshairs is propaganda.
Wow.
In the other direction. We just see it as normal, so we don't even think about it.
How? Does he know anything about... Okay, yeah, so let's assume Ethan was playing a video game, playing COD, and there's a version where you fight with ISIS. I've never played COD. But yeah, let's say you're playing a video game where you're fighting ISIS, and every ISIS person you go up to and go, take that, Hasan. Like, yeah, that would probably be a better analogy. He's such a fucking moron. I love it. I think even Hasan, this is like I'm becoming more aware about how intentionally disingenuous Hasan is. It's so funny watching this and just seeing how intentional it is now when he's just like, okay, this is going to sound kind of stupid, okay, but we need something, okay? We need some spin here. Oh, God.
Every game. Every...
Do it again.
Palestinian game. Every game. Every video game where Muslims are in the crosshairs.
Do it again.
Game. Palestinian game. Every game.
I need the overlay because this is what he's doing, right? He's doing this. You can't see it, okay? It looks like there's nothing happening. But in between those ears, okay, there's so much calculating. This is what's actually happening. Every game. Go on. Every game. Every video game. Look, you can overlay it. It works perfectly.
Back the same level of smoke to you. Like he'll be like, Bad Empanada played that, the Al Aqsa game or whatever, the role reversal Palestinian game. Every game. Every video game.
He's burning like 2,000 calories
are in
coming
the
out of this
crosshairs is propaganda in the other direction. We just see it as normal, so we don't even think about it, and that's fine.
Once again, he's doing this thing where he's not actually addressing the actual problem, which is that he was specifically hunting and mocking to kill Hila in the game. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Right? But God forbid someone plays the opposite game.
Yeah, oh, keep it going.
Like,
no,
I'm playing
fuck,
this
stop
game
pausing
where
the
I
clip.
cosplay Hamas terrorists and dedication to Ethan because he single-handedly got Zionism turned into a slur on Twitch by working with the ADL. That's fucking psychotic. That's anti-Semitic.
Play the clip.
And it's really gross and violent. But he can't engage with any of the actual arguments.
Game for once, and all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. Okay, if you consider that to be anti-Semitic and racist, playing Call of Duty is Islamophobic.
I don't play Call of Duty. I don't know anything about it.
That would be a ridiculous.
But I'll tell you this: if I played as a American service member. And I was like, where's Frogan? I'm looking for Frogan.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you'd have a problem with that one there, buddy.
Looking for some Twitch streamers.
Where's Frogan at, guys? Is she in here?
Looking for an up-and-coming Twitch streamer, a rising star.
You dumb bitch. How is it that you can have such cognitive dissonance? Like, get a grip, dude.
Cognitive.
Holy shit.
The mind.
Ridiculous woke position to take. That's number one. Number two, Ethan literally played terrorist or Twitch streamer.
Oh, yeah, doing more. He's doing more. Yes. Now we're fully just on Ethan is Islamophobic. We're completely away. We've done it. The shit for brains propaganda mind palace wins once again.
Like, get a grip, dude. Holy shit.
Ridiculous woke position to take. That's number one. Number two, Ethan literally played terrorist or Twitch streamer, comparing me to Osama bin Laden to his fucking audience.
Now, to be clear, was that a bit uncouth of me? Yes. Did I ever compare him to Osama bin Laden? No. It was just one picture on the front that just showed what the game was about. That's it.
How is that not insanely Islamophobic?
It's not really an analysis. Okay. Apparently, it's fine if you go and hunt specific Muslim or Arab people in a video game. Hasan would not have a problem with that. In fact, if you complained about it, you'd just be being woke.
Yeah, true.
So, Nick Fuentes, go have fun, I guess. You got the pass. Or whoever hates, I don't know who these people are. That Tim Pool, you got the pass. Reddit's 100% guilty. Yeah, I don't understand what's with Reddit, you guys. It's fucking insane.
They're drawing fucking artwork.
Oh yeah, you guys see this
on fucking leftovers.
God damn it, bro. Okay. Saint Nicholas the Divine, once again, out here with the fire takes. Look at this. This is the art that's on Snark.
They're drawing fucking art.
To crash out or not to crash out? Me with a skull as some crazed, drooling Zionist.
How dare they use Hamlet to try to... It's like a play on the Hamlet holding the skull. Fuck you.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting.
Going against Hamlet, that goes too far.
No, just the
whole thing.
Yeah.
Just like trivializing the sense skull. I really cannot. But yeah, step too far. Messing with Shakespeare, the bar.
I mean, do you like? Let's be real. Do you see posts like this in our subreddit? No. This is not normal. This is fucking insane, unhinged behavior that is being explicitly sanctioned by Reddit continually. It's nauseating. It's so fucked up.
Don't forget the shit and piss.
Say what?
That's supposed to be shit and piss that's being cleaned up, isn't it?
Oh,
No, I think it's a drawing when he spilled something.
Oh, okay.
Who spilled something?
You did.
Why does that have to do with anything? Who cares? I spilled something? What's the criticism?
That you're having someone else clean it up for you, where they're probably saying,
oh,
yeah.
Hasan would have done it himself.
On fucking leftovers. They're making fan art of the skeleton that was sent to his house.
It's crazy.
I'm not even kidding you. This is something that's actually happening right now. I'll show this later. We'll look through this. This is a post that I have. I literally pulled this up before.
By the way, 11 minutes. I know it's a brand new post. 62 likes, man.
For the stream, because they're drawing fan art taunting Ethan that they sent a human head to his house. So this is like absolutely vile and deranged behavior.
Yeah, and once again, the gaslighting is crazy because it was almost certainly someone in this community that's responsible for this. It has to be.
And remember when Adam McIntyre in the previous segment went, "Uh-oh, Snark, don't mention that to Ethan." This is what that snark thing is that iDubbbz keeps referencing, that Hasan Piker keeps referencing, and that Adam McIntyre was joking about making light of. So
Chat pointed out that that was drool that was on the table.
Oh, I drool?
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
no,
it is. I'm drooling. Why am I? Okay, I'm drooling. I'm a drooling, crazed Zionist. I'm just hungry, I guess, because I'm on the meth Zempic diet, in the words of Denims. Maybe I'm just hungry.
that Adam McIntyre was joking about making light of. So,
Yo, what piece is he wearing, Zach?
That's fucking awesome.
What is that?
I can't tell.
Hard to tell.
I have
What the
to-
fuck?
I'm sure it's a day just or something like that.
You can say that like it's not nice.
No. I didn't mean that as
quite
a diss or anything. But that's funny.
Beautiful piece.
Yeah.
Cowardly Mr. Lips running and hiding from Queeman and critics. What is that? Nick DeOrio or what?
Van Empanada tried to sue Drew Pavlo. This one's whatever. This one's kind of too long to deal with. Actually, you know what? I'll read it real fast. Drew Pavlo is a guy who's been got into a beef with Bad Empanada, who Bad Empanada threatened to sue him previously. And according to Drew, they sent this letter to Bad Empanada's lawyers, which resulted in his lawyers dropping him. Which I don't know what the... let's see. Here, and this is all, by the way, this is all going to be featured in my forthcoming expose. Has joked about Hamas R-wording and assaulting Israeli women and girls. Has joked about Hamas molesting and assaulting Israeli infants and children. Has regularly threatened to kill online critics. Has committed or alternatively has been identified by authorities in Argentina as a person who has committed one or more crimes warranting arrest. Has committed or alternatively has been identified by authorities in Argentina as a person who has committed one or more crimes warranting deportation.
When he
Holds
says
or
his legal team dropped him, is that substantiated? I couldn't see that in the Substack, but I didn't read the whole thing. Is it not the case that he just didn't pursue it any further? That they just got the response and then nothing happened? Because you probably could have achieved the same result by doing absolutely nothing. Because I did.
Has held illegal or improper material on his hard drive. Regularly threatens to post the names and address of his online critics as a tactic to silence them. Has sent death threats to Mr. Pavlo and openly bragged about commencing illegitimate and unmeritorious defamation proceedings.
Can you do that if someone's living in a different country? Yep. Yeah, you can sue people in different countries. So if I defame someone, they can try to sue me in the United Kingdom. I don't know if it means they would have to come here for the trial or if they would just do it over a fucking Zoom call, but yeah, they could.
Against Hasan wants to call. It's 4 o'clock, bro. I have a family. I actually have a life. Hasan he's begging to call in. I have a life, my friend. I got kids to look after. Let's set it up, though. You know what I mean? I want to talk to Sam first, though, because I want you to know just how little I think about your statements of me being a coward. I'm going to do the whole gambit that you set up for me. I'm going to talk, first of all, to the God-approved, Hasan-ordained, approved Jewish man, Sam Cedar. And let's see if he can't set me straight first. And then we can talk. But don't, dude, he does this on purpose. He's such a loser. I mentioned this 2 hours ago, and now you wait till 4 p.m. to do it? Like, bro, you know what you're doing. I got 3 kids, bro. I got a family. Regularly.
You think the thing won't go well for Ethan? Hasan's going to do his absolute best to only talk about the conflict instead of the avalanche of attacks he's been basically spearheading. I don't know. It can go either way. The thing with Hasan is that he's like, he's kind of mad right now. He's kind of molding, which is probably the only reason he's accepted the challenge. You just have to be focused, I think, if you're talking to someone like that, because yeah, he will try his best to just look for fucking, because Hasan, like, anyone who's ever seen him argue knows this very clearly. Like, he's a debate bro. He's like everything that people complain about with debate bros, he actually is. Like, he'll try to find like some completely meaningless like inconsistency in a sentence to try and just like hammer in on, and just or he'll won't answer questions, or he'll just take such a long time to answer a question that you forget you've kind of like that he's got enough time to spin it into something else. Like, yeah, he'll do that kind of shit constantly. Or if you pin him down on something, he'll do this thing where he'll act as if you're just being unreasonable. Like, he'll get caught and you have to be like, like he'll do that kind of thing and act as if he's like tired or bored of the conversation, you know? Like the kind of guy who thinks they won a Reddit debate because you spelled a word wrong.
Has sent death threats to Mr. Pavlo, has falsely referred to Mr. Pavlo as a R-wordist, as a pedophile, has a long history of publicly endorsing child abuse, R-word, mass murder, genocide. These are all like sourced in the complaint. But yeah, apparently his lawyers read this and said, I don't think we want to represent this guy anymore. So that's that, you know?
You are right. It is
I'm almost
4
done.
o'clock.
Yeah. What do you mean? You don't want to have a debate with Hasan right now?
I mean, that's up to you, buddy.
Wait, when did he jump into his chat? I thought Hasan jumped into his chat.
Oh yeah, I want to give a special shout out to those of the people who actually do stick their neck out for me, which at this time is not an easy thing to do. Ryan Beard is turning out to be this legendary fucking hero in this story, dude.
An ally.
The Ballad
Wow.
of Ryan Beard, man. Look at him. He's on social media. He's responding to this. Hasan defends Bad Empanada portraying Ela Klein as a video game character that kills
You
children.
skipped it. Just at the
Said
end.
Ethan behaves
Oh,
in the same manner and calls him Islamophobic.
Oh, no.
We just watched that clip. Ryan responds, imagine if Ethan played Call of Duty on stream, then said he was going to try to kill Frogan or another Muslim creator in the game. Very true. Everyone would rightfully be incredibly mad about that. But when Bad Empanada does it with Ela, Hasan defends it. That's insane. You nailed it on the head there, man. This guy's a smart dude. Smart guy, man. Angel's on his body. And he's absolutely right. Angel's all up and down that thing, bro. You know what I mean? Angels be giving you lap dances, bro. All up and down your body.
Them dirty angels, you know?
What? You're chewing, man. You're making it even harder. I already can't understand you.
What?
It wasn't worth it.
Even Olivia couldn't hear you. She's right next to you.
Well, the first time Olivia ever hit me with what?
What'd you say?
I said them dirty angels.
Dirty ass, yeah. Hell
Could
yeah.
you say-
Slutty angels.
The last
all
bit
up
is
and down
called planning the Hasan debate. So I don't know.
on your body.
Them fallen angels.
Oh, them fallen. I don't know what this guy said. I know he was. I read that his chat was trying to give him bad info. I don't think he actually said anything.
How many times are
wrong.
people watching this fucking clip? Oh my God.
Denim like react to
This
like
guy's
a guy
name is
saying some
Stans.
crazy shit. He's like, the dogs are shitting everywhere. They're shitting everywhere. The kids are crawling in it and eating it. And it's like, wait, what is happening? Good thing 0 out of 3 people on the screen right now are doctors or scientists. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to be a doctor or scientist to know the kids should not be crawling around in dog shit. But I don't even know if that's true because I don't know who this guy is.
You know, he's talking about Bad Empanada.
Never
Again,
seen this man
it's like
before in my life.
the point that he's making is that you don't have to. Any
Let's see.
person of like
I'll get some more sources. Don't worry, guys.
IQ
We've got
levels
the
above
POVs.
80, which might exclude a lot of them, to be
No
fair.
IQ jokes. Damn.
Would immediately understand how insane what Bad Empanada is saying and not to take it on face value. You don't even have to know who Bad Empanada is to know that it's insane. My kids were crawling around in dog shit and eating shit, while at the same time saying my kids are raised by nannies. You know? You don't have to be smart or wise or anything to see that that's a little dubious and weird of a claim that probably should be checked a little bit into before
I
being
guess
repeated.
I'm asking, like, is he just a fucking drama frog or is he like a trustworthy source? Why would he know anything about H3's kids?
Patrick Wolf is pretty respected in academia. That critique was kind of shit, lol. No, he deliberately misframed a quote, and he compares Gaza or Palestine to the Warsaw Ghetto in 2006. Guy's fucking retarded. Sorry, he might be a good academic, but his discussion on settler colonialism in Israel is shit. Sorry, that's probably why you just had to say he's a respected academic and not actually offer any substantive pushback. My bad.
Is the question, because I don't know if we should trust him or whatever.
Terrorist kid. He types bad empanada. Let's see what comes up here. Terrorist
Hello, Gilad. How's it going?
kidnapper. That's a hell. Okay, we got from. So this is 1 day ago. So you see all the chat prompts sent calling her the raider of Ramallah. Well, here you go. Ela Klein is the raider of Ramallah. Terrorist kidnapper.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. That's okay. Okay. You know what? Yeah, that's tough. That's very, very.
Wow. You know, I like this guy. He did like a half a second of research and was like, this guy doesn't look reputable at all.
Tough. Feels like he is quite upset. That is a hell of a thumbnail, huh?
Yeah.
Second video, PragerU support. PragerU destroys Castro. Oh my God.
I'll let my professors know. Why are you acting like you're the only person who's been to a university? What the fuck? Like, you're acting like this is the first time ever any fucking reputable academic has been caught doing something stupid. Like, what the? Okay. Waste of time.
What?
Wait, what? This is the guy. He's going to prison. Stop.
Yep. This is the guy.
Oy, oy, oy.
Pretty crazy stuff.
It's actually not PragerU.
My
It's
professors
not.
could be up your
Anyway, okay, you're talking about PragerU now. So anyway, shout out to Stans, who is exhibiting actual critical thought
My professor
here without
kick
even
your professor's
trying to
ass.
defend me or knowing who Bad Empanada is. So we love to see critical thought, don't we, folks? We love it. And that's all I have to say about that. All right, now let's get Hasan on the line. Yeah, right. Obviously not.
Actually, okay.
Whoa,
What a coward,
dodge.
dumb bitch to challenge me now at 4 o'clock. What a loser. Bro, I mentioned you 2 hours ago.
Too long.
Oh, no, it wasn't a
hours.
tactic,
I was doing the news, bro.
Wake up, Ethan.
2 long hours? What do you mean by that?
Nothing.
I think.
All right. It is
I think-
time to wrap it up, though.
I think so. So here's what I want to do, though, just to summarize. Sam said he's going to get back to me at the end of this week.
Yeah. Okay.
After Thursday, he said, because he's busy with family stuff. By the way, he wrote me back. He was very nice.
It's awesome.
I reached out. I have his email from. I don't know if I explained this on the air. I don't think I did. I have his email from the crowd. I did?
Yeah, you did.
so,
Oh, I
yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Did I say he was very nice?
Yeah, you said he was nice. And he had a family
said
thing
on the
and he'd
show,
get back to you.
Anti-intellectualism. Still waiting for Genghis Khan to make one argument as a talk about anti-intellectualism. The only argument you've made is one from authority. Like, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was very nice. He got back to me. He says he'll write me back on Thursday. So we're going to talk to Sam. And then if Sam is not able to convert me into the correct way of thinking, then I will go up against the final boss, the most educated, the most prolific. I said yes 2 hours ago, Ethan. Bro, you're actually in my chat. All right. I
Let's
didn't hear
go.
about it since did he really? I didn't hear about it till right now. Why is everyone just in the chat suddenly saying he wants to debate? Just like right now.
Just schedule it for
You know
another
what I mean?
day.
Like,
Just
give me a
do it for
break,
the
bro.
next stream.
Anyway, it's
What?
not happening right now. It's late. Okay.
Another time?
So I'm going to talk to Sam, and then I think early next week, if I don't, metamorphose from a caterpillar into a butterfly once speaking to approved Jew Sam Cedar, then we can talk to you on Monday or on Wednesday or on Friday of next week. You pick.
Ben dropped his Zelensky interview. Hey, good.
time.
I might watch that. That might be interesting.
Don't pick the time is during our show,
Well, we know Ben hates the tariffs. That's a good start.
not 8 a.m., just to be clear. Yeah, and not only that, I've got whatever. I don't need to just we're going
I
home.
replied to
okay?
Hasan in the chat. I said, we'll set it up. I got Oblivion to play. Like, I got to get out of here.
I got a family and a crew. Okay. You stupid, silly Swazi boy. Hey, Swastika boy, we have shit to do. Okay, you're not. You know what I mean? All right. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Today is Wednesday, which means Thursday is for members.
Okay, so now I know why you had to appeal to the credentials of your professor. It's because that was a really retarded argument you just made. I'm not going to defend his misuse of the quote, but you flipped out about academic placement of Israel in settler colonial processes because they didn't initially replace populations. No, dipshit. That was one of like five differences, not even one of the main ones. The reason that there's a problem with putting Israel in with other settler colonial projects is that it's also different in the fact that it is a refugee population. It's different in the fact that there's no imperial mother state. It's different in the fact that it wasn't for economic extraction. It's different in the fact that they had nowhere else to go. It's different in the fact that they were a completely loosely disconnected movement with a bunch of different motives and arrivals at different times from different places, whether it was coming from Russia in the 1880s, whether it was from Europe in the 20s and 30s, whether it was from Middle East, North Africa in the 50s. As in, like, almost every crucial difference that you would need to bring yourself to a conclusion on what you actually do about it. That's why the solution to every other settler colonial project is different from what the solution would be for Israel. That's why you're never getting a South Africa solution in Israel. That's why you're never getting an Algeria solution in Israel.
I got as much of the war zone shit out of the way. So
academics, man, pieces of what a waste of. I hate them. Get me out. Get them out.
Here's the deal. I'm definitely not doing this thing on Friday because we said we're having a fun episode on Friday.
We're talking Lord of the Rings on Friday.
That's it. We're having fun on Friday. Period. So Thursday is for
What's your education, by the way? I got life experience. That's what I got. I got high IQ, life experience. I put my face in ice cold water every day at 3 a.m. I do squats. I sell crypto. I have 18 businesses and stocks.
Members, you know we just have fun on members. We
And I
don't talk
fucked your
about
mom.
anything serious. Friday, we're doing Lord of the Ring reviews. Hello. Then Monday, Hasan, if the Sam thing has already been planned or whatever, you can own me live. Fuck yeah.
And I've watched The Matrix.
With all that being said, guys, have a wonderful evening, and members will see you tomorrow. Everyone else, see you on Friday. That's it for me. Bye-bye.
Never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and fuck you.
Where's your outro music? Think about it. Do I really want to find out what exactly this means? Can you react to Hasan arguing Ethan's point of 900k Jews being displaced and Israel being a made-up state? Can I? Yeah. I can talk about that for the billionth fucking time. I didn't know he commented on the 800,000 Jews. What's this? POV.
I said yes immediately. I don't chat much, but you are really getting baited here. There is zero good that will come out of this at this point. Man, just the way you have addressed this mess so many times, I believe in you. I mean, he's never said that he would be directly willing to talk to me until this moment. So I think, this is a little bit different.
Okay. think he said he would talk if he watched the content nuke. I don't know. Every time I see people doing these things where they're like, oh yeah, I'll talk to you if you do this thing. It's like, no, I won't do that thing, but you do this thing and we'll talk. It's like, it just sounds like neither side really wants to talk, but neither side really wants to say they don't want to talk. It's just talk, man. Just fucking go. These two don't have any reason not to just talk to each other any fucking moment. Like, it would probably be shit for Ethan. Hasan would probably make more out of it than he deserves to get away with, but it'd be good for him as well. His audience are so poisoned against Ethan that like no one's gonna flip over, and it'd be very good for me because I get to watch it, and provide sources.
I've been saying that I would debate him for 6 months.
I read that.
Shitting everywhere. They're shit.
This is all this is just him fucking addressing his personal grievances. Everyone's against him. Just schedule it and dog walk him. I'll talk anytime, any place, but I don't think he wants to smoke right now. That's what it is. If he's so convinced,
anywhere.
If he is so fucking firmly, if he stands by his principles, he should be able to talk to me right now. It's been fucking what? It's been 4 months. 4 months. 4 months of me. I just call him. I can't directly call him, chatter. I have to call him through Dan. Rewind for 4 minutes.
Deportation. Holds or has held illegal or improper material on his hard drive. Regularly threatens to.
Wait, why did he do this with me as well? Maybe I'll leak. Yeah, it's not even that interesting. But when he was about to debate Willie Mack and that whole thing was going on, he was still on good terms with me. So I asked him. I asked him if he would be if he would be up for talking to me, and then he said, "Yeah, as long as it's not bad faith, etc., whatever, we could." And then I said, "Okay, do you want to pick a day? You want to pick a day so there's like some prep time, maybe like a couple of like specific topics if you want." And then I just never heard back from him about that question. That was it. Never heard back. So I don't know. Maybe it's the prospect of people preparing that he doesn't like. I don't know.
Post the names and address of his online critics as a tactic to silence them. Has sent death threats to Mr. Pavlov a little bit. Stupid?
Refugee populations also don't make something exclusively non-settler colonial. Colonialism has a long history of using periphery populations to integrate frontier communities. That's great. So thank you for offering one substantial something. So I don't know if you even know my position on Israel. What I say about Israel is that there were settlers and they did engage in colonialism. So you can call it settler colonial as much as you want, but you just also have to acknowledge that the differences are so stark that there's not really that much point in treating it like any other settler colony. That's why. Also, Israel doesn't just put refugee periphery populations to the frontiers. It is a country of descendants of refugees. As in, I saw someone, I can't remember who said this. I think it might have been some UN person or whatever. But there was someone fucking dipshit talking about how Israel should be expelled from the UN for their violations or whatever. And I was like, you realize that if you expelled Israel from the UN and it was no longer a member state, that would actually make Israel into a refugee camp because like the overwhelming majority of Israeli Jews don't have a second country. Like they would just be that thing. They would be the same as Palestinians, right? They would just inherit their grandparents' refugee status from fucking Eastern Europe or Iraq or Algeria or Libya or Morocco, yeah, Russia.
That he didn't think I was.
I guess I'm asking, like, is he just some fuck?
Is he actually so dumb that is he actually so fucking dumb that he thought that I wouldn't say yes immediately? It's right here.
So this is 1 day ago. So you see all the chat prompts sent calling her the raider of Ramallah. Well, here you go. Ela Klein is the raider of Ramallah, terrorist kidnapper.
Hasan conveniently wants to call in at the time the show ends, Hasan cleverly skipped over the bad empanadas court documents. To be fair, Hasan did say yes like a couple.
He's just screaming over there. Okay. Oh, this is chaos. Ethan should bring in Destiny during his debate with Hasan. The last Destiny clip I saw was him on that Al Arabiya channel saying that that most of the Palestinians killed in the Intifada were collaborators. That's not true, though. There was 1 year at the very end of the first Intifada where more Palestinians were killed as collaborators than by the IDF, but it was like the tail end. It was when most of the fighting had stopped. The second Intifada, I think like maybe 300 or 400 collaborators were killed by other Palestinians, but the other 2,000-3,000 were killed by Israeli soldiers.
Okay, you know what? Yeah,
Hasan
that's
showed
tough.
the stream and
That's
muted
very,
immediately when you saw
very-
you watched Denim's
Wow,
clip.
you
Lol.
know, I
No, I
like
don't give a
this
fuck
guy.
about
He
the
did
Denim's
like-
clip. Why the fuck would I care about the Denim's clip? What is this? Hasan can vacate the premises. The crew and Ethan need to go home. They ain't on the call, dude. Wake up, Hasan. You're a coward, Hasan.
Colonialism is used to a huge swath of tools to make outcomes. I don't disagree, though, that Israel's history is not orthodox to what people associate with colonial states. Sounds like you don't really have any issue with what I said, but okay. Nice one.
Hasan wants to call right now, I think. Literally takes 1 minute of research to find out how effed up empanada is.
Look at him typing away. That's amazing.
All right, now let's get Hasan on the line. Yeah, right. Obviously not.
Actually, okay.
What a coward, dumb bitch to challenge me now at 4 o'clock. Bro, I mentioned you 2 hours ago.
2 long hours.
I was doing the news, bro. 2 long hours? What do you mean by that?
Nothing.
I think.
Yeah, I'm in the chat.
On the air. I don't think I did. I have his email from the crowd. I did?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Did I say he was very nice?
Yeah, you said he was nice.
Not 4 months ago,
Yeah,
3
I said
months
on
ago.
the show?
Sorry.
To you.
Huh.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was very nice. He got back to me. He says he'll write me back on Thursday. So we're going to talk to Sam. And then if Sam is not able to convert me into the correct way of thinking, then I will go up against the final boss, the most educated, the most prolific. I said yes 2 hours ago, Ethan. Bro, you're actually in my chat. Okay.
Oh!
All right. I didn't hear about it since two. Did he really? I didn't hear about it till right now. Why is everyone just in the chat suddenly saying he wants to debate?
See, like, this is the debate bro thing. He's actually debate broing in the chat. He thinks he's got a massive fucking dunk because I guess Ethan didn't see that he said yes 2 hours ago or whatever. Okay.
Just like right now. You know what I mean? Like, give me a break, bro. Anyway, it's not happening right now. It's late.
Oh,
okay?
it's not happening right now.
So I'm going to talk to Sam, and then I think early next week, if I don't, metamorphose from a caterpillar into a butterfly once speaking to approved Jew Sam Cedar.
Stop telling me to prep Ethan for the debate. You're like the fucking 15th, 20th person here now. Jesus Christ. Fuck. What do you want me to do? Make a cheat sheet. Put him in a little chair and a little four-legged stool. Slap his chest. Tell him how. Tell him to fear nothing. Give no quarter. Make him get down and give me 20. What if I help both of them? I feel like I could do pro-Palestine propaganda like about as good as Hasan. Give him a few points that are a bit more easy to, a bit more like, stop him saying things that are too easy to debunk. Yeah, bro, you don't need to still think that it was a fucking Israeli JDAM on the Al Ali hospital. You can just drop it. Like they've hit other hospitals. They've raided hospitals all over the fucking strip.
Then we can talk to you on Monday or on Wednesday or on Friday of next week.
Crashing out
You
in the
pick.
chat, Hasan.
The time. Don't pick the time is during our show, not 8 a.m. Just to be clear. Yeah, and not only that, I've got whatever. I don't need to just we're going
I
home.
replied to
okay?
Hasan in the chat. I said, we'll set it up. I got Oblivion.
Just don't say the R word when you talk to Ethan. H3 fans don't take kindly to it because most of us are neurodivergent. Excuse me. What? What? Do you have any idea what community you're in right now? Excuse me. You're in the fucking... Bro, you're in like the autism cuckoo's nest. I don't know. You're in a fucking line for the Action T4 policy. I don't know what you're talking about. You're in a waiting room. You're in a waiting room for the Nazi sterilizations, bro. Fuck me.
To play. Like, I gotta get out of here.
I got a family and a crew.
He didn't reply to me in the DMs. I don't know why. I made a YouTube video in February.
You right now, you're in the fucking ward of the concentration camp that like didn't even need persuasion to get on the trains. You know, they just saw them and they liked the look of them. You know, they were really obsessed with them.
Asking you to
Silly
debate me as
Swazi
well.
boy.
I've said.
Hey, Swastika boy, we have
I
shit to
talked
do.
to you
Okay, you're not.
numerous
I'm sorry.
times.
Thank you everyone for watching.
Not sure why your
Today is
audience
Wednesday, which means
is
Thursday is for members.
deluded.
I got as much of the Warzone shit out of the way.
I made a YouTube
So
video in February
here's the
asking you to
deal.
debate me as well.
I'm definitely
I've
not
said I
doing
talked
this
to you
thing on
numerous
Friday
times, not
because we
sure
said
why
we're
your
having a
audience
fun
is
episode on
deluded.
Friday.
We're talking.
No, it's because he wants to fucking talk shit from his hug box.
Let's
That's
go.
it. That's the difference. He wants
hug
to talk
what?
shit from his hug box with no contest whatsoever. He can't even fucking stand when his own crew members try to gently put it down, try to gently move him in the appropriate direction. No pushback whatsoever.
Bro, stop lashing out. Why are you so upset, man? Why are you so... What's this crash out? What's this lashing out? What the fuck? Trying to get the entire crew to stay back a few hours so you can have your little debate. Bro, you're lashing out, man. Losing it. Being very irrational, very mentally ill, very get therapy, crash out, depression, PTSD. I don't know. What other mental health issues do we make fun of here? Suicidal, that one. Don't be that. But it's funny if you are.
That's it. He's fucking
With
terrified.
all that being said, guys, have a wonderful evening, and members will see you tomorrow. Everyone else, see you on Friday. That's it for me. Bye-bye.
His show ends at 4, lol. Yeah, I didn't ask at 4, chatters. I asked before 4. I asked as soon as he said he wanted to debate me. I heard you have 2 wieners. Is that true?
Okay. This is so that was a really interesting dispute about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Okay. I had great takes from both sides. Really good seeing the brightest rocks in the field rubbing together. Fucking lead poisoning. Why would he offer to debate if he's scared? It's the thing. I told you, it's debate bro. It's debate bro behavior. You want to debate? You want to debate? You want to debate? Yeah, sure, okay, but I'm at the end of my hours. Can we do tomorrow? Oh, so you're scared of debating now? You're scared of debate? Like, yeah, it's just fucking, you know. Was it true or not? What, that he asked 2 hours ago? What? I don't know. Ooh. Someone wants me to watch this guy talking about peacemaking in the Middle East or whatever. Hang on. Yeah, we spoke about Abu Mazen yesterday. Chat, did you know that Abu Mazen, Mahmoud Abbas, the Undying, the strangely fat in proportion to his age, Undying, has denounced Hamas in pretty harsh words, called them sons of dogs, told them to release the hostages, told them that they're the ones giving Israel its pretext to commit genocide in Gaza, wants them to give up their arms, hand over power to the PA, and be done with it. And Hamas probably said no, I guess. It is a very interesting predicament, though, that like Mahmoud Abbas is just by such a long fucking mile the most encouraging leader in the region, in the territory right now, Israel and Palestine. That he's the most encouraging leader because he's generally quite useless. Wow, what does the tabloid have to say about all this? And then we'll go on to some news. Some went full parasocial and typed in H3's chat today asking for a debate, calling the audience deluded. Hasan responded after this by crashing out on Ethan, and now he's watching a British twink's 40-minute hit piece. Oh no, it's this guy. The fucking Chris Cumguzzler jump scare. Oh no. How can you listen to this guy's fucking cadence for 40 minutes, man? How? Probably one of the shortest episode in any Loner Box rivalry we've ever had. We watched like 2 videos, debated, and then it was done after half an hour. That was it. That's all we needed. Jelani is interested in joining the Abraham Accords under the right conditions. Yeah, but lots of countries say that. It doesn't mean shit. Like his right conditions are give back the Golan Heights and have a Palestinian state along the lines of 6-7 borders. Like it's a good sign, but it might mean like a softening of the conflict if Netanyahu's not a fucking psycho, which he is. So again, not holding my breath, but yeah, that's not going to become anything. It won't actually be normalization. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh yeah, he did promote Z Squirrel in Discord, that Chris guy. Bro, you know shit about IP I never heard of. Wow. Well, hey, if I know things that Darty Missile didn't know, that's how you know I'm onto some real shit. That's how you know I got some niche knowledge. Because if Darty Missile doesn't know about it, why am I being so mean? Fuck. Son responds to Ethan saying he's down to debate. Okay. Took his anger to Twitter. I've said that I'd debate ever since he released his context nuke. Reached out to his producers. He'll never do it. Too afraid of his audience seeing the truth. He won't do it. I love that. I love the debate, but you won't do it. It reminds me of the one time. There was one time I ever found Philosophy Tube funny, and it was is it still there? He should have said context puke. Hold me. Yeah, he's fucking Scrappy Doo. This is it.
It's your boy Ian N. Drivel, the Drivelator, bringing you all the latest drama from the YouTube creator scene. So pretty much there's this guy called Karl Marx. He's a leftist Antifa type. I've been watching his videos for a few years now, checking out his tweets on twitter.com, and he's put out a new essay called On the Jewish Question. Check this out. What is the worldly cult of the Jew? Hegeling. Which is his worldly god? Money. Now, I've never been inside a synagogue, but I'm pretty certain you're talking out your bum, mate. Emancipation from hegeling and from money, that is to say from practical real Judaism, would be the self-emancipation of our time. An organisation of society that overcomes the preconditions for hegeling, that is the possibility of hegeling, would make the Jew impossible. Why do you want to make Jewish people impossible? They're not impossible, they're real people. What
Yeah, this is pre-transition philosophy tube. Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah, this is from 2020.
Nine-dimensional, non-Euclidean rabbis have you been talking to, mate? The emancipation of the Jews, in its ultimate meaning, is the emancipation of mankind from Judaism. I think the biggest argument against communism is that the cringe is not evenly distributed. Karl Marx, you're an anti-Semite, you're a communist, you've never worked a day in your life, your boyfriend Engels pays for everything. Someone ought to pop you in the snout, mate. So I'm challenging you to a boxing match. Anywhere, anytime. I'll even come to you. You've got 1 week to respond to the challenge. You won't do it. You're scared. You're going to let your comrade...
Is this funny? Yes, that's funny, you fucking prick. What? That's brilliant. That's all I wanted. It's the zoom in. You won't do it.
Respond to the challenge. You won't do it. You're scared. You're going to let your comrades down, mate.
Okay. That's kind of funny. Why Australian? Because if you want to make a character sound dumb and boorish, make them Australian. No one likes Australians, okay? I don't know what it is. Is it the sun? Is it the fact that it's a penal colony? And the entire population has criminal genes? I don't know. That's a joke, by the way. H3 subreddit found a clip in 3 months ago of Hasan saying Ethan's always been pro-Palestine. Wow, crazy. Wow. Darvo. No. XQC, there's a trending post saying he's becoming a right-wing grifter. I don't know enough about him to say he is.
Only radical libtards will start calling normal things like right-wing grifting, like, bro. That's illness. That's illness. I'm sorry to tell you guys. I'm gonna tell you how it is. Because you're so far left, things that are nearly in the middle will look like they're from the right. That's because you're radical, brother. Like, it's time to accept it.
Well, that's kind of true. The Overton window.
Fucking, like Revolution Andes. Guys, the revolution is upon us, guys. Guys, the CEOs are dying. Get them, guys. Eat the rich. Burn down the fucking, burn down the cars. We are the fucking modern day, it's super changing the world. Like, dude, shut up. Like, bro, it's so cringe, man. Only.
Okay. Shouts out Yeet. Is this Zerka going fucking Kanye mode? Is that a swastika? Is that what that is? Is that why it's blurred? That looks like a more real one as well. Yeah, he's a bit of a fucking moron. It's from an anime. Yeah, I guess it is. Wow. Okay, donos. from my 4-star generals. Captain Thick and Bartotio, thanks for the $4.99 and the £5. I really appreciate that. Yar So Fair, thanks for the 15. Yair, is it Yair? So Fair, thanks for the 15 shekels. Ethan should do with Hasan what he did to Steven Crowder and Sam Cedar, LeMayo. With who? Darty Missile, thanks for the $5. Ethan nuked Steven Crowder's marriage, Pearl, and a couple of other right wingers. He also ended Keemstar's career. I think he'll be fine. Yeah, but these it's probably an overstatement, but yeah, I've seen it. Of course I saw the Sam Cedar thing. I was there. What a fucking nightmare. Anyway, in other financial news, despite the fact that there's still a goal that needs 3 more supers, by the way. Chat! Your dollars are getting worth less by the minute, okay? Trump has... Remember that clip where Asmongold was saying that that Trump can't back down because he'll look weak? And then he backed down and froze the tariffs for 90 days. He has just been absolutely flailing. I don't think people understand just how extreme it's gone right now. So he tried to fire the head of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, who was actually Trump appointed in 2017, but then he backed off. And it's largely because they think he really wants the Federal Reserve to start cutting interest rates. But because it looks like the tariffs are, they're biting in a way that even Trump can't really avoid. Even Scott Bessent, who is the Treasury Secretary, this wacky fuck who seems to actually have a very big ideological attachment to tariffs, who at the very beginning of Trump announcing the tariffs and the big free fall in the stocks, was going on to NBC and saying things like, listen, if you look at the volume of trades, they're really high. It's like, yeah, because people are selling in panic. It's like saying the stocks are fine. It's saying that there are some good variables in the stock market because we have fucking volatility is high, which is what happens during a recession. But even Bessent is now struggling because he's saying that he's like expects the tariff war between the US and China to de-escalate in the very near future. Like even he's struggling to defend what's happening now. The fact that there's a 90-day pause on all the other tariffs doesn't really save the situation completely because America and China combined makes up like 43% of world trade. And all of these countries have trade deals with a very large number of other countries. So it still affects everyone, even if it's just a trade war between US and China, especially if that trade war is involving 145% tariffs, which even Trump thinks is too much. Trump is now saying that 145% tariffs is too high. He said it with his own, because the fact is that he spent so long, he was expecting Xi to panic and call Trump and try to make a deal. That's all things like, yeah, we got 90 countries, 190, they all want to make a deal. Which countries, which deals are they offering? Oh, we're not telling you, sorry. We wouldn't compromise the art of the deal. Convenient. He didn't get a phone call from Xi, which actually put the United States in the back foot. It completely failed. The fact is that China was actually caught fairly off guard with Trump's tariffs in 2017. But since then, and given the fact that the structure of their economy is just better for this, China is just more equipped to deal with economic pain than the United States is. They're more equipped because they can take a lot more they can like direct the economy in a much more precise way with the state. This is why like the 2008 recession, when China lost like 30 million jobs, like over 25 million of those jobs were recovered very, very quickly because the central government told the banks to start lending. And the banks couldn't really say no. If the government tells you to lend, you should lend. Otherwise, you'll, disappear. Or get imprisoned. Find yourself running out of the detention room with a couple of chopsticks up your ass. That's a joke. Look at Trump talking about the tariffs.
Gary Dustin suggested that with tariff rates as high as they are now, it's effectively an embargo.
That's true. 145% is very high, and it won't be that high. It's not going to be that high. It got up to that. We were talking about fentanyl, where various elements built it up to 145. No, it won't be anywhere near that high. It'll come down substantially, but it won't be zero. It used to be zero. We were just destroyed. China was taking us for a ride, and it's not going to happen. We're going to be very good to China. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but they would make billions and billions and billions of dollars a year, and they would build their military out of the United States and what they made. So that won't happen, but they're going to do very well. And I think they're going to be happy, and I think we're going to live together very happily and ideally work together. So I think it's going to work out very well. But no, it's at 145%. There will not be anywhere near that number.
Oh. Hello, Vegan Gains. How's it going? We got a big warning from Walmart. Oh, no. After all this time, we thought it would be an anarchist who would firebomb the Walmart. They would just get that tweet posted at them enough times that they would eventually just think, okay, this is getting kind of embarrassing. One of us has to do it. Well, it might be the case that Trump is the one who did it. Firebombed the Walmart.
Is President Trump on defense over the plunging and volatile economy? This story keeps kicking. America's largest companies are down, all of them in the market since the Trump tariff war began. It's a swift toll that we've seen first on Wall Street, trillions wiped out in days. But it is heading for Main Street, and I'm going to show you why tonight, because we're seeing new indications from big box stores to malls.
Big what stores? Excuse me. Four-star General Loaner Box. No, we're doing all right. In Scrat, thanks to the 499. Asmongold has proven he is nothing against the mighty wheel. Oh, damn. I don't have the wheel on this computer. I need to get it on the other one. Fuck. I need to wait till next week.
We know it's coming from Main Street for a few reasons. I always try to give you the evidence, show you why we know what we think we know, and here it is. First, there's detailed data on the inventories and supply chains. So it shows when American stores will be running out of these products, many of which have some foreign ingredient in them, and they're running out of what was purchased before the tariff war began. Second, some of America's largest companies track all of this because it's their whole business and expertise. This is what they do.
Sorry, I forgot to say another big reason why America is going to have much harder time with this than China is because tariffs, I believe they hurt America more because America imports more. So it's Americans and American companies who are importing goods that have to adjust their decision making much more often now because they don't want to pay 145% tariff on their imports. Fuck.
So they're all over it. And they are now formally warning about the coming Trump slump any way they can, which includes what I'm about to show you, the largest employer in America, Walmart, which has over 1.5 million employees. They employ more Americans than any other company. And the Walmart chief just joined an attempted Trump tariff intervention, along with the CEOs of the other huge retailers, Target and Home Depot, to privately warn Trump that his tariffs, let's take this in full, I want people to be able to see this, his tariffs, you can read along, the tariff and trade policy will not only disrupt supply chains and raise prices, it will lead to empty shelves.
Fuck.
Now that's big. If people were upset over, say, high prices during the inflation years that we had, imagine high prices and basic products also being wiped out, echoing the empty shelf panic of the pandemic that we all remember in Trump's first term. Well, empty shelves are an unpopular outcome. It impacts people's lives, their ability to plan, end up having to go other places, spend more gas money. You know the drill. It will also, obviously, if it happens again, impact Trump's political approval. Now, When could these
Fuck
empty shelves
me, what
hit?
a state.
The disruptions.
Is that what it looks like right now?
Could land again.
Bro.
Let's see the whole thing. The Trump disruptions could become noticeable in 2 weeks. I'll just tell you at home, I want that big on your screen because it's one of those little sets of words that will matter a lot if it happens in 2 weeks.
The
Today,
MSNBC guy looks happy. This is the problem, though, isn't it? Like when you, the fact that like the anti-Trump people in America really just kind of want the American economy to fail, and they're getting like some level of joy out of it, even though it's going to hurt them. It's like a imagine having that effect in your country about making half the country want you to lose a trade war. How many Americans are like, yeah, Canada, come on, turn our power off. Yes, do it. Yes, put me in the dark. Fucking USB. Fuck.
it's in Axios. Today it's on, of course, television news covering the markets or the economy or the politics. But a heck of a lot more Americans are going to notice if in 2 weeks from tonight, their shelves are bare at all the Walmarts around the country. It's sobering. It's also foreseeable based on what so many economists and conservative allies have been telling the White House. Sobering for a Trump administration that keeps trying to claim the trillions lost in the trade war are just temporary pain, but it will lead soon enough, they have said, to better results, which certainly means something other than COVID-style empty shelves. Now, the warning I just mentioned, this private meeting with the president, is the runway for Trump edging back to a pattern that he's repeated. Trump is a self-proclaimed trade warrior who often breaks Tom Petty's first law, don't back down. And also, by the way, Sun Tzu's teaching that the true warrior only fights battles he's already won, which simply means you assess the opponent and resources first so that you don't pick losing battles. That would be a different approach, say, than firing off economic shots at China if it's in a battle you can't ultimately win, one that even your own team has been admitting is a set of unsustainable tariffs. So that is the runway for this Trump-induced whiplash hitting Wall Street right now. Investors eyeing what they call the Trump tax of these tariffs and now the Trump cost of uncertainty while hoping the president will end the back and forth once and for all and finally maybe just cave.
This make or break hour begins with the ongoing market volatility taking investors on yet another ride today.
It's been a really rough road. There's been so much volatility, Adam, and I think that investors are tired.
Is great.
Like
we
Ryan
love
says, they
volatility.
want clarity.
It doesn't get rid of the volatility.
No way. I thought Scott Bessent told me this volatility was a good thing. It's like volume, right? We got high volume. We got high volatility. That's good. The more people doing things in the stock market, the better. It doesn't matter what they're doing.
Up 1,000, some days down 1,000, depending on what's coming out of the White House.
How are you feeling today?
I feel like I need a neck brace. The volatility has been insane.
Insane volatility. Now, every economy faces some inevitable volatility, but these experts, many of whom, by the way, lean towards conservative views on policy, see Trump as the
Tariff your allies 125% on imports by Sun Tzu.
Cause of this avoidable volatility. Fox News' sister outlet, the Wall Street Journal, has declared Trump's tariffs now the greatest economic threat. A bad report card for the first 100 days. Over on actual Fox TV, where they first downplayed the market's plunge, they avoided even showing a stock ticker on those big crash days. Well, now there are more voices saying trade wars are bad, and the administration's briefings are straining credibility.
Trade wars don't have a lot of history of working out very well for any party who's involved in it.
If you come up every other day, yeah, we just had a great call with so-and-so and these guys, and it starts to take away credibility. It starts to smack of desperation.
Credibility fading. Desperation coming out of the White House. And I can remind you some of the other indications we've heard. Peter Navarro, the trade advisor, and others said they had dozens of deals, up to 90 deals in the works. If that were true, you would expect some of those deals to be announced, especially from such a PR-focused administration. We're still at zero. No announced deals. What we are announcing, what we are covering, what we are hearing is this talk of unsustainability or people around Trump basically trying to give the markets some sort of cold comfort, some sort of hope was the word of the day yesterday. I showed you that in headlines if you happen to catch the news last night. And then these leaks and these indications that Trump will eventually back down, almost trying to will him towards the reality that the markets say is needed, that Walmart says he has about 2 weeks left to decide on, or we get empty shelves. Here's a quote. Tariffs could come down to between 50 and 65%. That would be slashing Trump's big China tariffs to, quote, de-escalate a trade war that has not gotten the United States or the administration anything so far. That's the Wall Street Journal quoting a White House official. Politico, referring to Trump's past explanation when he backed down partially and saying another case of the yips taken together, it marks Trump's biggest economic climb down since the last one. Another indication of just how badly most of this stuff is landing. You can remember Trump did retreat on the reciprocal tariffs, camouflaging that in a 90-day pause, and backed down on his attacks against the Fed chair. They were beefing only because the Fed chair had made accurate points about the cost of tariffs. So there has been some retreating.
You know, I do really hope this is kind of over by the midterms, because there is this guy. I get, you don't need to explain like Schadenfreude to me. I get it. Okay. The problem is that this guy, it's so clear that this guy prays every night for empty shelves in every shop in America because it'll be Trump's fault. Can you not tell that? Can you not tell that he sits there fucking gooning himself to death day and night at the thought of Trump actually overseeing like a proper just fucking famine in America caused by tariffs? Like, he'd be so happy. And I just wonder if it's like, if it's really useful taking that to the polls. You know, if you take that attitude, it's like, yeah, the Democrats have just kind of spent the last little while begging Canada to fucking turn our lights off and gloating at empty shelves in the shops and people losing their jobs. Yeah, fuck. You could spin that pretty well if you were Trump.
Many of the key tariffs are still in place. There are no trade deals yet announced. And because this is starting as a market story, as I'm telling you tonight, we are, according to the big box retailers, 2 weeks away from it being a story that everyone's going to wake up to in a very, very literal way in their grocery stores, in their malls, in their big box stores. But right now, we're hearing more from the market folks who catch this stuff first. Here's a billionaire investor, Ken Griffin. And he says, what Trump is doing has tarnished the American brand.
Wow.
The American brand, right? The United States was more than just a nation. It's a brand. It's a universal brand, whether it's our culture, our financial strength, our military strength. America rose beyond just being a country. It was like an aspiration for most of the world. And we're eroding that brand right now.
There's another brand here, which involves, of course, the business billionaire, richest guy in the world, who's been tasked to do so much for the Trump administration, Elon Musk.
Oh, he's talking about leaving, isn't he?
We've seen a real backlash as people have started to understand how he is trying to do his version of pseudo-governing. You can only call it pseudo because he didn't commit to what others do in giving up business interests or devoting himself to the public interest. He wants to do both. He wants to run his companies and parachute into different agencies and make big sweeping changes. So how's that going? Well, the new polling shows 47% of Americans view Tesla negatively, compared to only about a quarter positive.
Yes.
Half have a negative view of Musk, much, much higher negatives than positives. And Musk's power has been clipped a little. We were told in a cabinet meeting that leaked in the Times that Trump was pulling him back from some roles. Today, NBC reporting Musk got into a shouting match with the Treasury Secretary in the White House recently, clashing over who would really call the shots at the IRS. Musk has said he's going to reduce his role in this kind of work. And Tesla has seen a 70% drop in sales, and its overall market value, I showed you.
Well, but he's done his job, though, hasn't he? He found all the waste. He found the 2 trillion. Well, actually, it was more like 1 trillion. No, actually, it was 150 billion of waste. But then also, that happened at the same time as them announcing an extra 200 billion for the Pentagon. Yeah, so he's basically done his job. He found all the waste. It turns out a lot of that waste isn't even waste. It's just incredibly valuable things to humanity that he doesn't like US aid money. Like money for starving people in Sudan, or money for persecuted gays in Uganda, or money for persecuted religious minorities in Nepal. Or aid to Ukraine, or aid to Gazans. But apart from all that,
500 companies down, say about 12%. Well, Tesla's faring worse. Down 41% means about half of the entire stock's value, the company value, has been wiped out since inauguration. Many investors and analysts say partly related to Musk trying to do it all, but not doing any job particularly well. Many Americans voting with their wallets. They say they will never buy Teslas again, and it is a consumer-facing product. We're seeing related anger at the town halls.
Waste, fraud, abuse. Yeah.
My concern right now, and I think I speak for a lot of Americans, is Elon Musk.
I'm worried about the power that Elon Musk has been given without any kind of election.
Are you willing to use your subpoena power to say, Musk, come in here, stand in front of Congress, and answer some hard questions? Are you going to subpoena him at some point?
Elon Musk and Doge have been authorized by the President of the United States.
And we count on you to go back to Washington and demand immediate oversight into Doge and Elon Musk.
No, they don't understand. He's a really rich person. That means he's really smart, and he's autistic, and he's a billionaire, and he's got a huge brain, high IQ. He's a good gamer. Please, he's definitely a good gamer. He's a really good gamer.
He's got a massive brain.
Massive.
We do have an internet where people can find just about anything really fast. We have news, you have television news, you have YouTube, right? But it still takes time for big things to sink in. Sometimes people come up to me and they ask, does anyone care? Is anyone upset? Is this all just okay with people? Well, I just showed you in data of the whole country and in examples in the town halls and in all the other indications we have, no, it's not okay with people. There was a close election. They promised to do certain things. Among those promises were get prices under control and just help the economy go boom. Well, it went boom in a very different way, boom to bust.
Yeah, you love it.
And now this is sinking in, and we're still weeks
This guy's
away
so happy.
from the very, very real crescendo that you could see in stores if, according to Walmart and other big, again, conservative leaving institutions, unless Trump backs down further on the tariffs.
Damn. Oh no. Are we going to get radicalized? Do you want to see some Chinese social media memes against Trump? Oh God, they're doing it again. It's all the Xi Jinping fucking Giga Chad does nothing wins.
Trump chickened out. At least that is what the Chinese
These
are
guys
saying.
love it. Look at these traitors. Look at these traitors to the... They don't trust the Trump plan. They don't know the art of the deal. These guys, they're never getting invited to Queen Caroline's press conferences. Play Taylor Lorenz. Where? What do you mean play
that
Taylor
post
Lorenz?
with the viral hashtag Trump chicken out now has 150 million views in China and counting.
Oh shit.
After Trump all but caved to Xi Jinping.
We are going to have a fair deal with China. Going to be fair.
Are you talking to them actively now?
Actively. Everything's active.
Mr. President, has there been any direct contact between the U.S. and China?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
And
Every day.
Every day and active. I mean, you know, the implication here, what it sounds like is there's a big deal. It's being worked on. Things are happening. We're moving forward. Well, the problem is that he was undermined in that sentiment and rhetoric by his own Treasury Secretary, who told reporters this morning that, quote, both sides are waiting to speak to the other.
Both sides.
Waiting
Where
to
are the
speak
Chinese
together. I mean,
memes?
that's the whole waiting by the phone thing that's been going on for weeks now. Of course, talking takes 2 seconds in a situation like this if something real starts. It literally takes 2 seconds. In fact, the Chinese finance minister is in Washington, D.C. as I speak, yet we'll show him to you. He is there not meeting with the Trump team right now. But why did Trump put 145% tariffs on China only to back down. Why would that happen? I mean,
If
because
you could
according
have
to the Wall Street Journal tonight, Trump is considering major concessions, potentially slashing some tariffs on Chinese imports by more than half. And that's pretty incredible. To cut by more than half when you haven't even started negotiating means you are negotiating against yourself. And that comes as Trump sounds like a completely different person when it comes to Beijing. I mean, just listen to him over the past 24 hours.
We're doing fine with China. I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to play hardball with China. We're going to be very nice. We're going to be very good to China.
I mean, that rhetoric, good to China, nice to China, is radically different than what we have heard from Trump. I mean, radically different. And words matter here. Words have started this whole thing. Listen to what he said since the beginning of the trade war.
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China. What other presidents allow China to get away with is absolutely criminal. China obviously treats us very badly. China's an abuser.
China is ripping off the United States for a
China does Darvo. The worst kind, the worst Darvo, like nothing you've ever seen. Fuck me. I can't do it. I can't sit here for half an hour watching CNN turn into CPP. CCP. China's a pedophile.
$1 trillion a year.
And that almost pales to what was online. I mean, dozens of posts like the ones we'll show you here. China's brutal to American farmers. China treats us the worst. China panicked. I mean, you know, you can read the missives. At this point, though, the side that seems to be panicking is the Trump side here, which, you know, if these tariffs are being slashed like this, that is backing off. And the only reason that you're backing off is it is so odd is that the entire fight was picked by him to begin with, right? I mean, this wouldn't be even a thing if he hadn't started it. And China has so far not had to give up anything yet. So Beijing seems to be sort of in shock and not able to believe its luck. I mean, some of the things that are being said on Chinese social media, he's like a child who changes his stances instantly. Today's Trump beat yesterday's Trump. What will tomorrow's Trump do? But Trump's retreat is stunning because it does go against everything he has.
Is that how Chinese memes work? They're just like proverbs. Are they going to make fortune cookies that say stuff like this? Today's Trump beat tomorrow's Trump. What will tomorrow's Trump do?
But Trump's retreat is stunning because it does go against everything he has said, pretty much everything.
We've been ripped off for years, and we're not going to be ripped off anymore. No, I'm not going to bend at all. Aluminum or steel or cars, no exceptions, no nothing. We don't necessarily want to make a deal with them.
Would you be open to a pause in tariffs to allow for negotiations?
Well, we're not looking at them. I'm not going to make a deal.
No deal, no bending, no nothing, but then they're cut in half tonight. I mean,
they are the deal. You know, the Chinese, they're so confused, okay? The turnaround's going to come really quickly. In other news, Russian strike in Kyiv. Yep, the most deadly one of the year, I think. 8 people killed. Russia doesn't usually land strikes in Kyiv, and they don't usually kill 8 people, so it's interestingly timed. It happened just not long around the same time that Trump and the administration have offered a peace proposal to Ukraine and Russia. Now, they keep on framing it as them trying to put concessions onto both sides, but you can probably guess where most of those concessions are being made. They're being made by the Ukrainians. So essentially, this new US plan cedes pretty much all of the occupied territory of Ukraine to Russia in a kind of frozen conflict. But it also includes US recognition of Crimea as part of Russia. That's new. It calls for the United States to recognize Russia's 2014 takeover of Crimea. I mean, Trump has said this in the past. He said that Crimea was like kind of Russian in 2014, and then but now he blames Obama for it, like it's a bad thing. But he also recognized it. Mental. He had a really big fight with fucking Zelensky over this because Zelensky was saying that, yeah, Ukraine is never going to do that. We're never going to recognize Crimea. And then Trump was saying, no, we're not asking you to. We're just saying we're going to. So the Trump-Zelensky rift is ever increasing. People kept on saying after that disastrous White House meeting with Trump and Zelensky and Vance that Zelensky could have done better. Like he could have worn a suit, or he could have said thank you more, like 3 times, like Netanyahu did, to make sure that everyone heard it. That's not the issue, though. Like the issue is that Trump has I don't know if it's an ideological preference for Russia, but it's a definitely 100% a personal preference for Putin. 100%. He prefers Putin to Zelensky. As a person, he admires him more. He likes the pictures where he's like got his tits out on a horse, I guess. He likes a strong man, someone who can woo him, someone who can offer him things. But he seems pretty attached to it. Obviously, like the talking points and the ideological thing plays a part in it as well. In any case, though, he's more convinced by the pro-Russian arguments. And also probably the fact that now being pro-Ukraine is just very synonymous in American politics with being pro-Democrat. So there's a lot of complex reasons he has for his preferences, but they are there. And there's nothing Zelensky can really do about it, which is really sad. Yeah, Zelensky rejected this, obviously, recognizing Crimea, saying that it's a violation of their constitution. This is our territory, the territory of Ukraine. Trump said that these comments were inflammatory and would prolong the killing field, you know? Because that's the inflammatory thing happening right now, not the fact that Ukraine got invaded for no good reason and is still being invaded and hundreds of thousands of people have been killed. This is kind of running through the whole administration as well. Rubio, who you might think was who was once a more staunchly pro-Ukraine voice, 3 years ago, Rubio actually co-sponsored an amendment that would prohibit the U.S. from ever recognizing sovereign Russian territory. You know that? Rubio actually signed an amendment, like he sponsored an amendment that would stop the U.S. from recognizing any Russian territorial grab. He supports Trump's plan now. He supports it. So he's flipped. Trump has, I didn't even know this, but Trump has, among many other things like USAID and those kinds of cuts that have affected Ukraine, not to mention the weapons cutbacks, but Trump also dismantled bodies in the State Department and in the Justice Department that were playing the role of collecting evidence for war crimes committed by Russia, including actually on collecting evidence for Bucha. That's just one other extra thing I didn't even know about, that he was doing that. And he's banned, his proposal here for Russia and Ukraine includes a ban on Ukraine joining NATO, which basically means it's a ceasefire along the current armistice line, basically, along the current territorial lines. But it also doesn't have any security guarantee for Ukraine. Now, the Ukrainians, I think they generally believe that this is a ceasefire right now would, in the short term, benefit Ukraine because Russia is currently pressing an advantage. But the problem is that it doesn't really matter, because even if they get some breathing space, they don't have any security guarantee for Russia just building up and firing later. So it's they are kind of left in the dirt. J.D. Vance had a very interesting sentence here. Yes, the program for finding those kidnapped kids, I think there's at least 29 or 30,000 of them. Kids have been kidnapped by Russia from Ukraine. Trump has also defunded the program for finding them from Yale University. Mr. Vance told reporters in India that under the American proposal, we're going to freeze the territorial lines at some level close to where they are today. The current lines, or somewhere close to them, is where you are ultimately, I think, going to draw the new lines in the conflict, he added. Now, of course, that means the Ukrainians and Russians are both going to have to give up some of the territory they currently own. He's referring to what's left of the Kursk region that Ukraine controls, which is barely anything. He's actually suggesting, you see how they're trying to frame this as concessions from both sides? It means that it's a tiny bit of the Kursk region. As opposed to what, 20% of Ukraine, bro? Holy shit. That's such an unbelievable framing. I think Vance is actually like evil. I think he's very, very intentional the way he does this and is properly just an evil person. Ukraine obviously didn't even really want Crimea to be in the discussion. They just, because they want Crimea to be left on the back burner. It's too, there's no point thinking about what happens to Crimea for like 5 or 10 years at least. But yeah, no security guarantees that Ukraine actually would like. Just to remind you guys, because there are people on the internet who do think that the annexation of Crimea was justified on the grounds that it's majority Russian and that the Russians had Sevastopol there, even though Sevastopol was already leased out under Ukrainian rule, like Russians still had access to it. But in any case, if you're taking that from a left-wing perspective, the fact is that the indigenous Tatar population in Crimea largely wants to stay with Ukraine. This is the head of the Mejlis, which is the Council of the Crimean Tatars. No one, under any circumstances, can decide the fate of Crimea except the Ukrainian state and the Crimean Tatar people. Quite a few thousand of these people fled Crimea after the Russians annexed it as well, because they were in fear for their repercussions for their political activism. If you include the Ukrainians, it was like at least 200,000 people. Which again, America is very much going to be on their own in trying to say that this is a legitimate move, that this can be recognized by the United States. Because people in Crimea right now basically live under effective military rule. Like there's no democracy there. There's fear of political persecution. They have like 100+ political prisoners. They've had a few activists who oppose the Russian occupation have been fucking murdered extrajudicially and found dead in a fucking ditch or in the woods with their eyeballs gouged out and shit. It's not good. Not good at all. This is not the kind of thing that you defend simply on the ground that there were 1 or 2 polls that suggested that most Crimeans maybe wanted to join Russia. This is a pro-Russian rally in Crimea, by the way, from 2014. Nothing to do with imperialism, by the way. Look at the little Soviet flags there. You think that's because these guys care about communism? No. This is because they want some land. Turkey actually is very vocal against this now, because Turkey opposes recognition of Russia's takeover of Crimea, and that's because they stand in solidarity with the Tatars. Because before Russian rule, before the Russians took over Crimea in 1783, Crimea was a protectorate of the Ottoman Empire, the Crimean Khanate. And the Crimean Khanate came after the Golden Horde, the Mongols. So in 1443, I think it was, the Crimean Khanate succeeded the Mongol rule in that region, plus parts to the east. And then it became an Ottoman protectorate 3 decades later. And then it was annexed by Russia, by the Russian Empire in 1783. Some people will erroneously say it's because Tatars are Turks. That's not true. Like, they're Turkic people, Turkic, but they're not Turkish. Like, these are different things. But yeah. But it looks like the only people who are going to be able to actually provide any kind of pushback to Russia militarily now is going to have to come from Europe, I think. I think America is done. America is fucked. How do you remember so much history? It's very impressive. Oh, I just read that today. I'm just reading off my notes. Also, because when Russia invaded Ukraine, I read quite a lot about the history of Russia and Ukraine. And I remembered it was because of Hasan's little fucking tier list, wasn't it? About who has the right to Crimea. And he just listed it in order of who was there first. So he said like, oh, the Tatars, then the Greeks, and then the Mongols, and then the Turkey. I need to find the clip, but he was saying something about how like it belongs to Mongolia. Well, because it was run by Mongols. And before that, it belongs to Turkey because they're Turkic, or because of the Crimean Khanate. It's so stupid. Not even mention the Crimean Goths, Goth erasure. Yeah, I know, right? You have grandma glasses, the cat-eyed ones. Well, it's 2025, buddy. Everyone wears whatever now, so fuck you. Do I really want to watch this? Is this going to make me even more hopeless? Let's see. Because Ben Shapiro interviewed Zelensky. Now, it's weird because Shapiro is not a total Trump loyalist. He's obviously ceded a lot of ground. He does oppose the tariffs, and he has opposed Trump in the past, but he speaks to Zelensky for 54 minutes. And I doubt Shapiro is stupid enough to be a fall for Putin, but I don't know. Have I ever seen Shapiro talk about Russia, Ukraine? I don't think I have. He might like Zelensky because he's Jewish. Hey, who knows? Who knows? 54 minutes, though. Yeah, I don't hear him talk about it that often. Maybe it's just not like a big issue to him. Oh, well, let's see. Be right back, though. Can you shadow ban Ayrton, please? What? I was just getting my coffee. Bill. I don't have my waiting screen. Sorry. You just have to cope. I could put the intro screen on, but it's just kind of dull, you know. But my animated screen is on my other computer, so I could just download it to this one. That is an option. Yeah, okay. Just my Hasan collab, that's all it is. Anyway. Zelensky was on Lex, now Shapiro, only cowardly Rogan refuses to have him on. Facts. Great facts. Wake up, chat. Also, wake up to the fact that there are still 2 more super chats required for the goal, dipshits. That goal doesn't have long. Don't make me cry. I will cry on stream. Also, memes. Speaking on other American commentators, other Trump supporters on Ukraine and Zelensky. Wake up, Zelensky. $5. Okay. Wake up, Zelensky.
I have not heard a good argument as to why Americans should be using their weapons development tax dollars, whatever you want to call it, for Israel's military.
Unless, like, America's worried that if we don't sell it to them, then Russia will.
I think that's our bulwark against the holding the Suez. And if Israel wasn't there, we have no. We
but all the ships, literally right now. Yeah, but all the ships.
That's actually a piece of correct information to some degree coming from the very unlikely soldier there. What the fuck? Suez Canal is a big part of it. Yeah, I suppose. Okay. Wow. Even though, I mean, like the DC is part of that as well. But okay.
Right now we're going around the Suez Canal anyways.
Because of the Houthis.
Yeah, because of the Houthis. They can do it. It's inconvenient.
But this explains a lot, actually. So Trump wants to control the Northwest Passage with Greenland. He just struck a deal on Panama, and this is why he's pro-Israel. They want all of the trade canals to control global trade.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. I would say that's the
Trump has been pro-Israel for, I think, pretty much his entire life, but okay.
best reason I've heard.
And that's why we have our fingers away from our homeland so that we're not letting anyone near us. So we have this area protected, essentially. If we just let it go and Israel were to fall, and then the Suez is shut down and controlled by
China,
potentially Chinese, Russian, Iranian coalition or whatever.
Yeah.
That might not.
But again, you just have to go around. You just have to go around Africa.
It's not easy to do.
But it's what they're doing right now.
Because of the Houthis.
Because of the Houthis.
Fuck is this conversation, man? It feels like it's the meme with the 3 kids.
The Houthis, but give us back our canal.
But he's bombing, even with bombing the Houthis, like they're still going. Like I saw a graph or whatever image today, and they all are currently just going around.
We got to go to chats over here, but Cam Hegbe was on the show the other day, and he's very pro-Israel. He says he's a raging Zionist, and he was arguing that we should fund Israel's military because they test our weapons or whatever. And I'm like, that's not a good argument. We can test our weapons, and he's like, yeah, but they're not battle tested. And I'm like, okay, I just don't see that as a good argument.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most important reason, but like being able to battle test your weapons is actually kind of useful. Like that's why America gains from the war in Ukraine. Like they gain information and they gain intelligence and like weapons testing from Ukraine as well.
The Suez Canal is interesting because losing control of that cedes control to the BRICS nations, and that's going to create a multipolar world.
It's just a big game of risk.
God, yeah, Trump's not going to back down from this. I think that's exactly why Trump is pro-Israel.
Okay, so that was the most impressive 180 I've ever seen from Tim Pool, but okay. Shapiro.
Well, folks, a big question I've been getting since we released the trailer for my interview with President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine is, why go to a nation under fire? Why take your crew and take that risk? And the answer is simple, because the truth matters and facts matter. We want you to be smarter and know more things. That's what this show is for. You, our Daily Wire members, deserve the truth. This is the kind of journalism your support makes possible. This is the community that fights for your values. Join us right now at dailywire.com/subscribe.
Yeah.
So last night, Vladimir Putin's Russia blanketed Ukraine with missiles and drones in what was perhaps the largest scale air attack on the country since 2022. One missile apparently now struck an apartment building in Kyiv and killed 9 people and wounded another 63. This, of course, is a war zone. A little bit earlier yesterday, the Trump administration rolled out its proposed outline for a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. This was being negotiated in London. It's a peace deal under which Ukraine would have been forced to accept Russian
drone warfare is very important. Everyone's always yapping about fucking drones.
annexation of Crimea. That's the very southern portion of Ukraine that is on the Black Sea, as well as control of eastern Ukraine. Russia is currently in control of large swaths of eastern Ukraine and has been since 2014. It would have removed NATO membership from the table for Ukraine. Ukraine obviously is interested in joining NATO because that would mean that an attack on a NATO member would allow for Article 5 invocation, meaning other countries would have to come to Ukraine's defense. The deal would prevent Ukraine from becoming
Hey, Ryan, thanks for updating to a tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. That's so kind of you.
a NATO member.
It's a long intro. I don't care. I want to hear what Mr. Shapelius has to say about it. It's quite long. Fuck.
It would have provided little or nothing in the way of security guarantees for Ukraine. So the proposed Trump deal did not obligate the United States to come to Ukraine's defense or even allow for the EU's defense of Ukraine. Maybe they could have, maybe they couldn't have, but that was unclear. And it also would have full-scale ended sanctions on Russia. So clearly this peace deal gave Russia a bunch of things that Russia was looking for if it had been accepted by Ukraine. Russia has not accepted a peace arrangement along any of these lines. You should be clear about this. Essentially, the proposal that was published was the United States, Europe, and maybe Ukraine kind of negotiating against themselves because there's no one else at the table right now. Now, Zelensky rejected handing over Crimea legally because that would be making a major legal concession without actually getting anything from Russia in return. If you preemptively say Crimea is now part of Russia, you've now said it, and Zelensky doesn't want to do that. He has accepted the Trump proposal for a 30-day ceasefire without any preconditions. It's been true for weeks. Vladimir Putin has
Said
not,
no.
not
Yep.
for 1 second,
Yep.
which is why last
Yep.
night
True.
Russian
Well,
missiles
Ben.
were
Oh,
falling
my God.
on Kyiv. They're also falling on
Ben, to the rescue. He's nailing all of it. Shit.
Lviv, which is in the western part of the country. It was a bad night in Ukraine. Now, Putin, again, has at no point actually given any sign that he truly wants the war to end. If you want the war to end, the question is, will Zelensky accept an end to the war? And will Putin accept an end to the war? Zelensky has said he will. Putin has given no sign whatsoever that he actually will. Instead, it seems like he's slow playing this thing. He seems to be biding his time, waiting for the United States to pull out of negotiations and out of funding Ukraine entirely. And that's a bet that could pay off, given
More
that
substance already than an entire Lex video. Yeah, because the Lex video right now by 2 minutes 51 would have been today we are joined by a meeting of intellectual titans where we hope to explore varying perspectives and hope to bridge gaps and overcome our disagreements and find more similarities than differences so we can achieve a more fruitful conversation that leads us to a more peaceful and prosperous world. I had a dream that my podcast would have Joe Rogan and Zelensky and Netanyahu and and Martin Luther King all in the same room. John Lennon and the Abominable Snowman. Together, we could take these great intellects and rub them together like the first stones that started the first fire all those many years ago. Oh, fuck.
the Trump administration's repeated statements that if no deal is accepted, the United States will simply walk away from the table. Here was Vice President J.D. Vance saying just that yesterday.
Well, I'm going to echo something Secretary Rubio said, which is, look, we've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians.
Where we all speak the great, beautiful language of Russia. Because Russia is just a little bit better than most other languages.
And it's time for them to either say yes or for the United States to walk away from this process. We've engaged in an extraordinary amount of diplomacy, of on-the-ground work. We've really tried to understand things from the perspective of both the Ukrainians and the Russians.
Obviously.
What do Ukrainians care the most about? What do the Russians care the most about? And I think that we've put together a very fair proposal.
Okay, well, whether the proposal is fair or not, if Russia refuses to accept the deal and then the United States walks away, Russia is the party that actually benefits from that. The Trump administration's pressure right now has been almost solely relegated to Ukraine at this point. That's just the reality. President Trump unleashed a post on Truth Social yesterday attacking Vladimir Zelensky and blaming him for the continuation of the war. He stated, quote, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. There's nothing to talk about here. This statement, says President Trump, is very harmful to the peace negotiations with Russia in that Crimea was lost years ago under the auspices of President Barack Hussein Obama and is not even a point of discussion. Nobody's asking Zelensky to recognize Crimea as Russian territory, but if he wants Crimea, why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired? Well, if that's true, and nobody's asking for...
They did fight, you fucking moron. There was a civil war in the east. Ukraine's army was like 2,000 people. What are you talking about? Also, people did fight in Crimea. There were shots fired. Rick, fuck me.
Zelensky to actually recognize Crimea as Russian territory. What's the discussion?
We've really tried to understand what the Crimeans and the Ukrainians and the Russians are thinking. Also, Trump's just saying that the fucking annexation of Crimea was peaceful. Fuck off.
It's happening. President Trump continues. The area also houses, for many years before the Obama handover, major Russian submarine bases. It's inflammatory statements like Zelensky's that make it so difficult to settle this war. He has nothing to boast about. The situation for Ukraine is dire. We can have peace, or he can fight for another 3 years before losing the whole country. I have nothing to do with Russia, but have much to do with wanting to save, on average, 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers a week who are dying for no reason whatsoever. The statement made by Zelensky today will do nothing but prolong the killing field, and nobody wants that. We're very close to a deal, but the man with no cards to play should now finally get it done. I look forward to being able to help Ukraine and Russia get out of this complete and total mess. Again, this is President Trump saying this. That would have never started if I were president. Unquote.
Hey.
Now listen, President Trump's frustration is clear and understandable, but let's be also clear about this. For this conflict to end, Russia has to come to the table. Why is the question what Ukraine is willing to do, when the real question here is why Russian aggression has not stopped for a single moment for 3 years?
Ben!
The American people, obviously.
What a good question.
We need to understand just why it is important for Ukraine not to collapse amidst the escalation of Russia's invasion. So, with the Russia-Ukraine war now in year number 3, with tens of thousands of dead on each side and hundreds of thousands wounded, probably 50,000 dead on the Ukrainian side, maybe 200,000 dead on the Russian side, with eastern Ukraine and Crimea currently in Russian hands, and with the Trump administration obviously trying to end the war through negotiation, we felt that now is a vital time to actually travel to Ukraine to discuss this crisis with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. The American people have a lot of questions, and they have a right to know why they should care about this conflict in a faraway place and to have their questions answered on matters ranging from how their tax dollars are being spent to the treatment of Christians in Ukraine, from the nature of Russia's aspirations in Ukraine to the Ukrainian desire to remain free of Russian domination. So the trip into Ukraine wasn't exactly easy. It's, of course, a war zone. First, we traveled some 12 hours from Florida to Krakow, that's Poland, and then we took a 10-hour car ride with security from Poland to Kyiv. The border crossing was pretty much deserted. Not a lot of people are trying to get into Ukraine at this point in time. The country itself, it's a beautiful country. The breadbasket of the continent, Western Ukraine, which is what you drive through to get to Kyiv, is rolling farmland dotted with forest. My great-great-grandparents came originally from this general region, Belarus, Poland, Ukraine. I tried to see it through their eyes as we were driving. What it must have been like 150.
Funny how Ben is just stating facts as an example of him being based. That's where the bar is. Yeah, he is just basically giving like a very simple chat GBT rundown of the last week of news in Russia, Ukraine. And it's like nice to hear. How fucking weird is that?
50 years ago, before the carnage of the Ukrainian Holodomor, which is the Stalin-created genocidal starvation campaign against Ukrainian farmers and their families, and against those who oppose the evil of Soviet collectivization. And what it was like before the Nazi invasion in 1941 and the mass slaughter of Jews, with roving bands of SS mowing down tens of thousands of Jews over open pits in Babi Yar, shipping Jews via train to death camps all over Europe. Timothy Snyder, historian and author of a book called Bloodlands, Europe Between Hitler and Stalin, writes, quote, during the years that both Stalin and Hitler were in power, more people were killed in Ukraine than anywhere else in the Bloodlands or in Europe or in the world. For both Hitler and Stalin, Ukraine was more than a source of food. It was the place that would enable them to break the rules of traditional economics, rescue their countries from poverty and isolation, and remake the continent in their own image. If you know history, the voices of all of our brothers' blood cries out from the ground of Ukraine. And the history of Ukraine...
What do the comments under this video look like? Listen, don't distract me from this wonderful... piece of media here, okay? A fucking MAGA conservatard going woke, okay? on Ukraine. Getting the basic foundational facts correct about Ukraine, okay? Just don't distract me from this wonderful experience, please.
Ukraine's suffering doesn't stop with World War II. After the war, the Soviet Union again was in control of Ukraine. Its history was then steamrolled and homogenized to fit Soviet presumptions. After the Cold War, after the Soviet Union fell, Ukraine broke free. It became independent. It gave up its nuclear weapons in exchange for security guarantees from the West. Didn't go well for Ukraine, obviously. Torn between the attraction of joining the post-Soviet West and Russian pressure from the East, the country was governed by a series of corruption-ridden governments, culminating in the victory of Viktor Yanukovych, whose pro-Russian swing led to the so-called Maidan Revolution of 2014. Yanukovych was ousted. Vladimir Putin, dictator of Russia, seeing Ukraine slipping out
Oh my God, he didn't even mention. Wow, look at him. Look at this propagandist. Fuck. They're not even telling us about the Nuland call. No Nuland call, because it's actually completely fucking irrelevant and didn't really sway anything in either direction. Okay, wow. Because it's a totally insignificant part of the history that is only used by conspiracy theorists, fucking shitheads, mouth breathers, who are desperate to find someone pulling the strings of a fairly chaotic and completely explainable shift in the political situation on the ground. Wow. This is so lovely to hear. How are you tonight, Mr. Box? I'm all right. I'm just watching the great realignment.
His grasp then launched invasions of the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine, as well as Crimea. Both of those were largely Russian-speaking areas that favored a closer relationship with Russia, but they didn't actually want to be fully ruled by Russia. By the polling data available at
It's so true.
Time. Instead, Putin brought in what were called little green men, who he said were sort of domestic insurgents. They were actually Russian soldiers to take over those areas. Citizens of those areas were brought under Russian control.
That's true.
And then came 2022. Sensing weakness from the American-led North Atlantic Treaty Organization in the aftermath of Joe Biden's surrender of Afghanistan to the Taliban, Putin launched a full-scale invasion of the rest of Ukraine.
Yeah, he did.
When the war began, few expected Ukraine to survive. Indeed, the first Russian push into Ukraine came within 10 or 12 kilometers of Kyiv, the capital city, which is located on both sides of the Dnieper River. Actually, Vladimir Zelensky was made offers by the Europeans to flee the country.
He was.
But Ukraine instead fought back. Their forces actually pushed the Russians back toward the east and toward the south.
Them back, yeah.
After 3 years of war, that is where the lines remain. Carnage continues in Kharkiv and Zaporozhye. Bombs continue to fall. Drones continue to fly, particularly last night. The Russian government since 2014, in an effort to Russify Ukrainian children, has abducted tens of thousands of kids from eastern Ukraine and Crimea back into Russia. As the New York Times reported in 2023, quote, Russian officials have made it clear their goal is to replace any childhood attachment to home with a love for Russia. Hundreds of thousands of Russian soldiers and contractors have died, according to the BBC. Around 50,000 Ukrainians have been killed, according to Zelensky's government. As of February, the numbers are probably higher. President Trump's entry into office provided the possibility of something new. Pledging to end the war, the Trump administration insisted on negotiations, and to that end, put pressure on both Zelensky and Vladimir Putin to come to the table. After a fraught conversation with President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance,
slight slip there, implying a bit of parity with the amount of pressure Trump was putting on Zelensky versus Putin. But okay. Well, listen, I'm enjoying it. Okay, I'm enjoying this arc.
in the Oval Office, Zelensky has agreed to an unconditional 30-day ceasefire. Putin has agreed to nothing. The United States, under Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, continues to advocate for Ukrainian concessions, ranging again from recognition of Russian territorial annexation to abandonment of intent to join NATO. Putin, for his part, has mouthed words of interest, but has shown little willingness to make any real concessions at all. That is where things stood as we traveled into Ukraine. We'll get to more of this in a moment. First, do you know what I hate? Big government. Do you know what else I hate? Being overcharged. Pure Talk, the cell phone company I use for business every day, is helping you save money on your cell phone bill. That is correct. Pure Talk says, I don't think so, to $100 a month cell phone plans. That's just wasteful, irresponsible. Instead, they're offering America's most dependable 5G network and America's most sensible.
That was so seamless. What a fucking... what just happened there? The ghost of Kyiv was Ben Shapiro all along.
.com/Ben for 40% off. Terms apply.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
It got dark as we were driving, as we neared the
I'm going to buy gold. I'm going to buy tinned food for the Civil War. I'm going to buy bullets. I'm going to buy, what's it called? Freedom coffee or some shit? Bullet flavored coffee. 9mm coffee.
City, an app on our
Damn,
phone.
this person in chat's molding. This person's mad that Shapiro's saying, finally, for the first time in like 10 years, since we first saw him, we got Ben Shapiro saying something like actually accurate. Well, actually, it's since January 6th. Black Rifle. Yeah, I'll buy Black Rifle coffee. I'll do it. Who is this? The Kovacs. That person's fucking fuming.
It sounded a drone alert in Kyiv. Drone warfare has become one of the most highly publicized aspects of the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian forces, at a material disadvantage in the early days of the war, engaged in technological creativity to counter Russian advances. Russia then responded by building new drones with Chinese help, as well as by importing drones from Iran. By the time we reached Kyiv, the drone sirens had stopped. After a very short night in the center of Kyiv, we visited the site of the Babin Yar massacre, which is just across the street from a television tower struck by a Russian missile in the early days of the war. We visited a blown-out building, hit multiple times in a variety of Russian attacks. We visited a memorial to the victims of the Holodomor. The city is beautiful, but it obviously feels pretty empty. Approximately 7 million Ukrainians have left the country during the war. That's out of a total population of 44 million or so in 2021. I attended a meeting of the All-Ukrainian Council of Churches and Religious Organizations with representatives of 15 different religious sects attending to discuss religious freedom and traditional values with Zelensky. A member of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine was joined by a member of the Catholic Church, for example, to ask for a ministry of family to foster higher birth rates and support more kids.
It's my moment because I and a lot of the other people said that Trump would do exactly what he's doing, and Ben denied it. I want Ben's money. He is a hack. Yeah, the guardrails will hold, eh? The guardrails will hold. He wouldn't do a thing after the Supreme Court voted against it 9-0. Fuck.
In Ukraine, other members of the council asked President Zelensky about military deferment for members of the clergy. And then finally, it was time to sit down with President Zelensky. President Zelensky looked weary but upbeat. He is, of course, very camera-friendly, given his history as a TV star. We sat in the shadow of the St. Sophia Cathedral, the first foundations of which were laid in 1011, centuries before the Tsardom of Russia. Here, then, is part one of our interview with President Vladimir Zelensky in Kyiv, Ukraine, at perhaps the most crucial moment for the negotiations yet in the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. President Zelensky, thank you so much for taking the time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Thanks for coming, Ben.
So I want to start by asking you about the meeting that you had in the Oval Office.
God, that's a good set. What the fuck? This depth of field? Oh my God. Those chairs?
With the president and the vice president, this is almost a couple of months ago. Obviously, things went sideways.
I don't know. There's something about the fact that you can just about see Zelensky there, and that it's not even in like the third. It's just like in the. It's like in the right eighth. Oh God, it's so cool.
You could have handled things better with the president and vice president.
After this meeting, our teams had had plenty of meetings. Well, not enough of meetings to put an end to this war, but still there were positive meetings. There were meetings that were fruitful, and our teams have agreed that everyone will support the complete ceasefire mode, and that was a meeting in Saudi Arabia. Then there was another meeting. Then there was a meeting in France. Tomorrow, by the way, there will be a meeting in London. So as you can see, that what's important to us is the teams of Ukraine and the United States, plus our European colleagues. That is, our team has started to work together with the United States, and I can see some positive things about this. I'm grateful to all the partners, and I'm grateful to President Trump for this, as well as to Keir Starmer and to the Emmanuel Macron and to all the leaders who constantly support this very beginning, the complete ceasefire. It's the beginning of the path towards the stable and hopefully fair and just peace. And that is why I think we do have good meetings right now, and I would say good possibilities. Now the question is Russia, and that is the only element in this construct that is...
Wait, is he getting a live translation, or I don't know how these work? Never mind. Why isn't Zelensky wearing a suit? I don't know, because he's mogging Ben Shapiro.
Get ready to put an end to this war, and I hope on the strengths of the United States, on the strengths in terms of the sanctions, on the experience of the United States, and the influence that United States has on Russia. So for the Russia to agree to put an end to this war, it depends on them. As for our meeting in the Oval Office, I kept saying that we needed this meeting. We had to talk over a variety of elements. We had different meetings, fruitful and more philosophic meetings, I would say, on different stages of our life. And
wait, how many fucking does he have? Does he have a B-roll nod? That looked exactly like the previous nod. Fuck, man, media training is so weird. I'm too autistic for it. Fuck.
Thing with President Trump's as well. So I think that the meeting in the Oval Office, it did not help Ukraine. It did not help to the United States. And I think we should, when Ukraine and the United States are having the meeting, we should give light to people. We should demonstrate this path that I've already mentioned, to a path towards the end of this war. We count on the strategic partnership, and we always respected the people of the United States and the choice of the United States and the support coming from the United States. And that is why I think that we will have more fruitful meetings with President Trump. But you have to understand, Ukraine, that we are defending against the Russia's offense. And we believe Russia is an enemy. We believe United States as a true and real friend. We know that the United States has a position to serve as the mediator in this conflict. That is the choice made by the United States. But we consider United States as a strong strategic partner with an influence. And we would really like to have peace through strengths that would be used towards Russia, so that the force would be towards the Russia, because they're the one who's the aggressor. And we would like really to have this common understanding that Russia is the aggressor, not we. And we really want the United States not to search for the balance in this words. I understand what President Trump is willing to have. I highly respect the fact that he's searching for an approach. That's his approach. Somebody might have different approach, but you shouldn't be saying that Ukraine and Russia started this war. I believe that it's painful for our people to hear, and this is why we respond in this way. We're talking about the dignity of our country. We have demonstrated that we are ready to protect our dignity in any situation. I'm doing that as the president. We have clearly demonstrated that in the beginning of the war. It was the war. It still remains the war. We have only one enemy, Russia and Putin. And that is why, even if we're talking a diplomatic environment, everything that is related to the Ukraine's dignity, I will always defend it. This is my job. I'm the president. I'm the guarantor of the Constitution of Ukraine.
So, Mr. President, there are a lot of questions in the United States about how American funding is spent. So we've spent allocated nearly $200 billion to the defense of Ukraine. There are lots of questions about where the money is going, to pensions, to war profiteering, to corruption. How do you answer those questions? What kind of transparency can you provide to the American people to
that's a good
guarantee
question,
that their
Ben.
taxpayer dollars are being used in the best possible way to fight Russia?
Yeah, let's get some clarity. Holy shit. Let's just not accuse him of buying 15 fucking yachts with no evidence. Wow, Ben. Wow.
To defend Ukraine and to ensure that if the United States wants, would an audit be possible by the United States of where those dollars are going?
Yes, let me start with the end of your question. As for the audit, the United States have to understand there's United States inspectors working. There's the inspectors of European countries, because they've also allocated the money, and we are also grateful to them. Just as to the United States, we highly respect the support and assistance coming from the people of the United States as well as the people of Europe. That is why we have told at once that we are ready to have any inspections from the very beginning of the war. The inspectors coming from the United States, Europe, and our own inspectors, they're working. We have complete reporting, counting, absolutely transparent within the Ministry of Defense. There is access to all the figures starting from the very first year of the war. There's been always an access. When we've seen in the very beginning of the war that Russia attempted to undermine the support and assistance coming from the United States, because the United States was the main donor, and they wanted to undermine this through fake news, through other tools. That is why we told it once that we are open, send the inspectors, and they were inspectors. So as for the audit, we're always ready to any audit. There's nothing to hide. We're absolutely open, transparent, and that is what's happening. There's all the reports available. The second aspect, I never wanted to, well, I was grateful to all the.
We didn't spend 200 billion. It's a stupid question. It's he quickly changed his words to like allocated, right? Because it's like, yeah. Could have clarified that though.
U.S. taxpayers. I understand that the United States have different programs, directions, and that is also related to the weapons support and to the assistance of other countries of the world. I want to be absolutely frank. That's with regards to the audit. I have my own internal audit, and I clearly understand how much assistance coming from which country at which moment was provided to Ukraine. I'm not responding fully to like saying that United States has transferred something around 200 billion. I'm responding to the facts. The United States could be, registering that, could be voting. And we are grateful to the bipartisan support in the Congress because we are grateful to this unity around the fight of Ukraine for the independence and your great assistance and the great contribution of the United States in the defense of our people. But I have my own internal audit, and my country is clearly documenting how many assistance was provided. Just for you to know, we had 105 billion US dollars. Most of those money were in the form of weapons. Now, that's first thing. All of those weapons came. The money were paid to the transportation of those weapons. Ukrainian companies were not allowed to transport this money. That's why we haven't received, not in the public, not in the private sector, the money for the transportation. There were different assistance programs, the training of Ukrainian soldiers abroad. There's many things. I'm documenting, I'm registering what we have. I understand there could be different calculations, different assistance programs or aid programs, but this is like an audit, really. You are verifying what was the output, so to say, and we kind of verify what was the input. We verify this because we need to, keep the phase in our relations with the key strategic partner. It's very important. It's not that we're arguing that United States have said that we're giving you 200 and Ukraine is saying, no, it's 100. No, it's not an arguing. It's not a dispute, but it's important that both countries and the taxpayers, they should know where their money are. So that's it. And I kept saying all the time, it's not that I'm not, properly responding to 200, 300, 400. No. I'm responding to what was the input, so to say, how many money came to Ukraine. Now, in terms of the use of those money, primarily that was for the weapons. They were used on the battlefield. And the audit that I've mentioned clearly documented that whether this weapon was used on the battlefield or in accordance to some of the information been posted on the media. Primarily, there were the Russian narratives that some of the weapons were sent elsewhere, or there was some corruption related to this weapon, something was sold. No, all the audit that took place, not a single time has found any fact of sales of U.S. weapons to somewhere abroad. So there were no information like that in any of the audit. Then, secondly, the funding, they support the different social programs. That was different social programs, but the salary that we pay to our soldiers, the pensions that we pay to our pensioners, and we have 11.5 million pensioners. So the salaries and the pensions, these are only paid from the Ukrainian budget, this only by the Ukrainian money, not because we didn't need the kind of financial support or the support to the people. There were different aspects, infrastructural aspects, etc. We needed all of that, and we are grateful to all that. But the United States have to know that they were not feeding our pensioners and our soldiers with regards to the salary or the compensation. Surely you've provided the most important aspect, that is the weapons. weapons we needed to defend. Now, those things are very important. Now, there's special programs or separate programs, and we have the clear figures behind those. When the United States...
There's something about this answer he's giving that's almost a little bit sad. You can tell that the fallout with Trump has like really, really rattled him, and probably just all of Ukrainians, I guess. But because he feels like Ben Shapiro is maybe his opportunity to grab some of the more moderate Republicans who probably still supported Trump but are becoming disillusioned, and he just feels like he needs to prove himself so badly by giving all this detail on like spending and Ukraine being like responsible with American help and how valuable it's been. But he's like this kind of elaboration and like waffling for someone like a Ben Shapiro show is a very strong sign of just feeling like this is what people do when they're like desperate to prove something, you know? He's kind of been placed in an impossible position by Trump, you know? It's like if someone, you know, when someone's kind of like insecure about their intelligence and you ask them about you ask them a question about something and they just kind of ramble off everything they know about that topic, like really quickly. And it's like, people who do that are doing it because they feel like they need to prove that you know something, right? Like it's the same with this. He's kind of doing that thing where he feels like he needs to prove that he needs to prove himself on the back foot. American conservatives, really sad.
We're paying money for the development of a certain direction in the technological kind of development, like in new drones, and there were direct funding either in the private sector that was constructing the drones like that. What the United States have received, well, the exchange of information. The United States, without the war, would never have received the knowledge. I'm not saying that war is good. That's horrible. But whenever we're saying what the United States have received, for example, when there were some programs when the United States have funded the weapons and they were transferring the Patriots to us, and we are grateful to the United States, first of all, for this. They know that all the air defense systems that we had, different shells, there is artillery shells, even 155 shells could be Ukraine have been using. Ukraine provided the reports to the United States, and Ukraine has improved many of the elements and specifications by our engineers, by our people on the ground. They've improved the specifications of the weapons. The United States have received a true report based on the largest land war in many years. So now the United States know where to invest the money, where not to invest the money. I know those conclusions, but this is not public information. But the United States have received this knowledge, this data, and this knowledge could not be acquired without the live operations. And the United States have provided money to the development of different drones. Surely it's all about our special forces, recon, intelligence, security service of Ukraine, foreign intelligence. These are the separate money. They are part of those 105 billion. So this is where the scientists were working, the recon, the intelligence, the military engineers were working. Now, what the United States have received, when the United States have paid for those developments, the United States have received complete and open information on the drones. This is the new weapons that was not available to the United States, to Europe, and surely we didn't have it. Now, the United States have received all this experience, all this know-how and developments. Now, I'm not willing to say that it's a cheap price for all of those developments. We are grateful to every single cent paid by the United States, but this is the fair price, so to say. The knowledge, the experience, that the whole world is based on the knowledge, and I believe that this is what the United States have received. Then how our medics being operating on the battlefield, everyone knows about this. There's medical points or medical stations close to the battlefield where the military surgeries have been taking place. There's medical assistance of different sort that is being provided. Now, all this knowledge, all this experience were transferred to our partners. They've seen that they could make conclusions. The support to the people, the United States, together with the Europeans, have provided the support to the people, and I can give you the conclusions. You can compare the number of killed and the number of casualties. Now, I'm not comparing the Russian army with the Ukrainian army, but look at the portion of the wounded in action and the killed in action. We have the portion of the wounded in action the lowest. If we have 1 to 10, that is 1 killed, have 10 wounded in action. Now, in case of Russians, in case of 10 casualties, there will be 5 wounded in action, or 5 killed in action, or 6 by 4. So we're saying that's a different level of medical support, and that knowledge was also provided to our partners. Now, what exactly the United States have received as well? This is the most important thing that I have not mentioned yet. Let's be frank. The people in the world, they believe that we are living kind of fence against the Russia's invasion to the civilized world, including the NATO member nations. And we are kind of a living shield. We are defending this. So if Putin will come to the NATO member countries, or when he will do that, I don't believe that I know everything in advance, but let's just imagine, because everyone see who they have case with. So Putin might go to the European countries. Now, in this case, there would be a need to defend the European nations or to leave the NATO. I'm not saying whether the United States should be doing that or not. That's the choice made by the people of the United States and other allies. But this is a question that will definitely be on the agenda. So as long as Russians are not in any single NATO member nation, your families are not facing with this question. So there will be a major question for your families, either to send your child to the war or not, to the other country, to some foreign country. So that's the kind of question. Now, the cost of the United States not searching, and the families are not searching for an answer to this complicated question of whether to send their son or daughter, whether they will return home, like alive or wounded. Nobody knows the cost of that question. Whether the United States is the kind of the most the richest economy in the world, whether this is the biggest amount paid for what's being provided. I'm not saying that's a small amount. I'm saying that this is fair. This is fair. It's fair that United States assisted and supported Ukraine, and Ukraine gave away a lot in return for that support and assistance. And of course, the most precious thing we have is the life of our people.
So I want to get to Russia's intentions in a moment and the possibilities of a ceasefire, but Americans have questions about things that are happening here. So there have been a lot of accusations that there's been a crackdown on religious freedom in Ukraine, particularly with regard to the Russian Orthodox Church. I just watched you perform a meeting with the all-church meeting with members of a wide variety of faiths. Maybe you can respond to the accusations that there's a restriction on religious freedom with regard to Russian Orthodox.
Well, first of all, I'm very happy that you're here, that you had a chance to take a look, and really, we have a meeting like that.
Box, there's something more important. I'll bet it is. He's asking all the questions to try and salvage Ukraine's reputation amongst the MAGA-tards. Oh no, I know what the comments are going to be very fucked in the bottom here, but we'll see.
Couple of
Frogan
times per year, and I truly visit some of the churchill sites, and during the Easter, there's the Eastern meetings and Passover, and we have a meeting with all of our religious institutions, and I believe that what Ukraine has, and that is the largest council of churches.
Holy shit.
The largest in Europe. All of our churches are united, different religious, and everyone is united. So we are considering the question. There is the problem in military chaplains, the mobilization of pastors or not, or there's different questions. We help one another. We believe that the religious actors, if they're on the front line, it could be only through their will voluntarily, and they should be supporting military. Now, if those religious actors, if they're willing to do that, we are kind of considering every single question. We do not believe that these are the major challenges because we are having meetings. And if you have a regular meeting, so if you have a regular dialogue, then all the big challenges, they kind of remain.
What's Ben's agenda here? Ben's agenda seems to be to give Zelensky the opportunity to address a lot of the tropes that have been fired at Ukraine from MAGA Republicans. That's all this. So asking about the American money and where is it going, and can it be audited by the United States? Like, is there going to be transparency, or is there already? And then the other one about religious freedom. And are you really cracking down on religious freedom in Ukraine, or is there something more to this story, like that kind of thing?
But only small ones, and in many cases we solve those challenges, but they're not catastrophic, they're not tragic for the country and for the religious unity that we have in Ukraine, and we are openly doing that. Now, they advocate what you've heard, like abroad. They have one single voice, different faith, but single voice. Nobody's pressing anyone. So today, Sviatoslav went to prepare to. He went to Rome, and there's all those ceremonies around the Pope Francis. So Sviatoslav went there. Went to Rome. He needs that's correct, and I'm also planning together with my wife to have a visit. We'll have several meetings around the same dates. And as for the pressure, and you will
not my system, is it? It's part of the.
We'll never hear about anything about the pressure because we don't have any additional dialogues with our religious institutions or religious leaders. There's no shadow practices. We're absolutely open, transparent. There could be cameras or no cameras. We're absolutely open. Everyone can tell you there's no pressure.
It's hard to tell what that is because it doesn't sound like it's when wind blows on a microphone, it can be quite rough, but it doesn't sound exactly like that. It sounds a bit different.
Non-existent, and every holidays we are together. We have people from different religions, and we're always inviting everyone. That's important. As for the Moscow church, look, the question is not about the Moscow church. The question is that in case of Russia, Moscow is just another agency of the KGB. Everyone knows that Russia's special services are in control of the churches. Well, this is how they have. That's their choice. And their people either support that or not. Well, that's their choice. That's their right. And we've never raised this question before the war and during the war. But that's a fact that their special services are in control of the church. The problem was that their special forces was in control of the churches in Ukraine. That's not the truth. The church should be equal, and the Moscow could not be in control of our church. Their KGB, their intelligence could not be in control or could not be managing the Ukrainian church. Well, they shouldn't be here. So the legislative changes in Ukraine are related to the fact that there could be no connection in between of the Moscow and the church. Nobody closed anything or anyone, but it can't be the case that Russia's KGB is in control of the church in Ukraine. Everyone is against this legal ties. So it's not only about the ties at the level of intelligence. There was a legal connection, legal ties for many years, but that shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't be having disputes or controversies around whose church is older than the others. And Ukraine is not shouldn't be speaking about this. Look, we're sitting here close to the Sofia Cathedral. Sofia is older than Russia's capital city and any churches they have. This building is older than that. That's the answer. We shouldn't be having any disputes. We have scientific evidences. We're just saying that our church should be free from any authorities. It's free for the people.
So one of the other questions that's been asked is about military mobilization. So, obviously you're in the middle of a war. At the same time, there have been reports online that people are being picked up off the streets and in places in eastern
God,
Ukraine.
it's such a good question. Yeah.
Into
Conscription. Are you actually dragging unwilling 16-year-olds who are crying and begging for their mothers as you send them to the front line to go and die?
Services. How do you respond to accusations and videos like that?
Look, every single case is scrutinized by the land forces, by the Ministry of Defense. They're the one responsible for the mobilization. And you can have a different attitude towards mobilization, but we have this mobilization from the beginning of the war. It's in accordance to the legislation, in accordance to the martial law period. So the country is in a war. That is why we do have mobilization. We want the war to end. We want everything to end. We want to have a fair peace, calmness, and there would be nothing, not the mobilization, not the martial law. But as long as the war, as long as we have the law, there is the mobilization. That is why there were different aspects, like someone suggested money. Someone took money for...
I have a relative in Ukraine that tells me it does happen. Sometimes people of military age are sometimes picked up. Yeah, it's just that the difference is that people are assuming this is like an unusual thing to happen when you're being invaded and you're a country fighting for your survival. Like the problem is that Ukraine is not in a position where they can just surrender and stop the violence, because Putin wants, one, he wants basically all of Ukraine. Two, when Ukrainians give up and they lose territory to Russia, people get murdered, people get tortured, people get jailed, kids get kidnapped and taken to Russia and never heard from again. So it's like, yeah, this has been the case. This has been a fact as old as time, is that when a group of people is facing annihilation, they are going to conscript people. Just a part of the process. Unfortunate, but what are you going to do? Also, any conscription that Ukraine has done is completely dwarfed by what Russia's doing, just so you know, yeah.
For going or not going to the army, there's different approaches.
Bro, how many of his own men and draft dodge? God, there was so many. That was like a very normal Soviet thing where like Red Army troops caught trying to desert were just fucking murdered. Like, yeah. Thousands upon thousands, like, yeah. Especially Stalingrad and shit.
Well, there are different cases, but we shouldn't be saying that this is the major phase or the main thing that describes Ukraine today. No. Ukraine has 800,000 right now, or 600,000 people who volunteered to go to the army. That was the law on mobilization, but the people were volunteering to go and defend Ukraine. Definitely, there's different people, and I think there's different people in every country, and the law enforcement personnel should be making sure that everything would be transparent. There would be no coercion or something. There are some kind of advantages. That's a fact. We shouldn't be hiding that, like a corruption. But if we have any anti-corruption bodies, there's the security service of Ukraine is. If we're fighting with this on an everyday basis, well, of course you can hide it, like everything, as in case of Russia or some European countries. But Ukraine clearly shows that it is fighting on a constant basis against aspects like that. But those are kind of singular cases. This is not massive. That's more important, and that should be reducing on a daily basis. We're doing that.
As we mentioned, we left Kyiv on Tuesday night. On Wednesday night, Kyiv was hit with one of the biggest missile barrages of the war. We've been checking in on many of the people we met in Ukraine to ensure that they are safe.
Okay, that's the interview done. So now it's the Ben Shapiro monologue again. Hell yeah. Maybe this is how I should do my Israel footage. I should just do an epic monologue for 18 minutes at the beginning and end of each interview. Beautiful.
We'll bring you any updates. That was part one of our interview with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on Tuesday afternoon. Part two will continue on tomorrow's show. We'll get some more on this in a moment. First, according to a recent ZipRecruiter survey, 76% of employers plan to expand their headcount for 2025. It's a lot of time spent hiring. So, if you're the owner of a growing business the way I am here at the Daily Wire, it's essential to find a platform that provides an efficient format.
It is.
That allows you to
yes,
connect with
I'm so
several
sold by this
interesting
based
apps.
commentary.
If you feature them on free next day, vitamins kids really don't need. This is where Haya comes in. Totally packed daily 5 whole coverage for delicious, if not a disparate impact liability. Disparate impact liability is the idea that you can simply discern whether a branch of government or a company, for example, is racist based on the pure numbers of blacks versus whites who get a particular benefit. That if there's a disparate impact of a law or a policy, it must be that the law or the policy is racist. That, of course, is absurd.
Boom.
There are plenty of reasons for disparities in outcome that don't have to do with discrimination.
Ben. Settle down. Settle down, Ben. We know you're not bored of nothing to do with race, everything to do with culture. Okay, Ben. Have a nap. Wait. I'm still not used to this layout. Where's the comment section? Is it below the recommended videos? Here it is. Okay. Okay, good start. Finally, normal conservative journalism from the USA. Wow. An actual conversation, not a pissing contest. I don't believe it. Well done, Ben. Mad respect to Ben Shapiro, going to Ukraine for this interview. As a Ukrainian, I have to say Ben's intro on prior events leading to a full Russian invasion in 2022 is spot on. Okay. Respect from moderate Ukrainians to Ben and his willing to spread the truth. Okay. As a proud American Ukrainian. Okay. Wait, what's this? He said thank you only 56 times. Is it enough? Bro, this is interesting. Thank you for doing this. Right thing to do. One of very few conservatives who gets it when it comes to Ukraine. Okay. Let's go sort by newest. Bold move, well deserved. Scott Besson. Okay, whatever. I'm from Ukraine. Could have had a professional translator. Unfortunately, this is nowhere near the truth. Ben has simply believed the lies pushed onto Zelensky by the CIA since... Oh my God. Oh, fuck. Where's Newland? World Bank. The genocide of citizens in fucking Donetsk and Luhansk. Okay. Wonderful. Zelensky is a murderer and a warmonger. Okay. Deeply disappointed by your one-sided propaganda. Sorry, it's a money pit. Russia is winning. End the fighting or let the Europeans hash it out. We've done our part. This is Biden's doing. He was weak and stupid. End the war. Fuck me. What was the PFP? Prospering woman. Jesus. That's definitely a KGB version. Zelensky is a corrupt official who seized power in the country with the help of a corrupt military and corrupt police officers who, in the rear, along with his bandits, stole people on the streets. Okay, wow. Compare this to a propaganda Tucker did with Putin. You know, the comment, they're not terrible. It's just Ben farming liberal subscribers. I see you, Ben. We're not funding this war, period. Not terrible, not terrible. I know some of the hardline, like magatards, have probably ditched Ben a while ago, largely. Is there any specific video of yours that debunks all the common conspiracies about US involvement in Ukraine or just general misinformation? Yep. If you go to a channel on YouTube called Lonerbox, but not Lonerbox Live, just Lonerbox, and look at any of those videos about Russia and Ukraine. particularly the ones about Hasan Piker, or the ones about Jordan Peterson, or the ones about fucking Hinkle and Haas, or the one about Mearsheimer. You know, we do it all. We do the popular dipshits and we do the popular academics. Mearsheimer was like kind of final boss, but it's not just one video though. Good. If you want the common US talking points, or like propaganda, US involvement talking points, go look at the Mearsheimer one. That basically debunks the entire fucking Mearsheimer narrative on NATO intervention. I was quite proud of that one. The one I did with Dylan. That was a pretty good, thorough, because it's like taking down an academic, a reputable. Mearsheimer versus Tim Pool. Yeah. Are you going to make more vids on your main channel? I will one day before I die, but I don't know when. I just know it'll be before I die. You should debunk Oliver Stone. Yeah, man. That Shapiro content was a breeze. You should make a video debunking Shakespeare. Okay. I'll just annotate one of the plays. Shite. Can't understand a word. I feel like Shuanhead is probably going to make a response to the US aid responses, and she's going to clip me from that react. I think she's going to find a clip of me getting something wrong, or maybe misunderstanding her, because I think I misheard her at one point. I think she's going to use that and put it in her video. That's my prediction, and ignore all of the actual points that she got. Maybe she's open for a debate. Well, I DM'd her. She has not responded. I don't think she's up for a debate, no. It'd be very, very unlikely. When talking about NATO expanding eastward, no, that's in the Dylan Burns video, isn't it? That's in, yeah. There was part of the agreement that said NATO wouldn't put military bases in the former GDR, but to my knowledge, they still haven't. They've still honored that agreement, and Gorbachev has said as much as well. Himself, personally. Okay. Do I really? Apparently Charlie Kirk finally agreed to debate Dean. Oh, that would be good. Good luck, Charlie Kirk. I do find it irritating that there's like nothing. I don't know why I have to keep on unplugging. I was just saying that it is very annoying that for whatever reason, that Parker dude, who apparently is like Dean's go-to for information, gets all of his talking points on Israel-Palestine from that crazy Hamas girl that we debated, the Athena person. How did that happen? There's probably some dirt in the USB port. I don't think it's dirt. I think it's the fact that this cable is just very long and it's like dragging itself down. I don't know. I'll have a look later though. You never know. Did Dean ever do an IP thingy? No. He only really talks to MAGA, so chances are most MAGA people don't give a fuck about Israel Palestine. Um, um, this is probably for tomorrow's stream, right? I don't want to do this now. I don't want to watch Frogan's response to Ethan Klein. There's no. I feel like this is too much of a tall order. Would you ever be in favor of deportation? If someone crosses a constitutional threshold for deportation, like an illegal migrant who has come in and has committed crimes and has citizenship in the country they came from, then yeah, you can deport those people. To deport people on the grounds that they're trying to do it now? Absolutely not. What a fucking horrible precedent to set. It is the ultimate first they came for the X. And I said nothing because dumb fuck. Because I didn't watch enough Vosh. Yes, I did see that Hasan was watching Chris on Twitch last night. He's done it before. He used to watch that guy's TikTok videos as well, like the long form TikToks. He is a very silly person. What can I say? The Frogan vid is 12 minutes long, wouldn't take too much time, right? I know, but it's also just like, it's clickbait. I'd rather just title the stream with this tomorrow and and embrace the flood of dipshit slop viewers. Whereas right now it just seems like a waste. It seems like a waste of good ammo. Too much slop for one day. No. Charge for it then. I would watch it now for $100. Okay? But until then, I am chilling. Someone keeps asking me to watch this video. Too cheap. You can give me more if you want. Nothing's going to stop you. $100 of donos altogether or 100? I'm going to say a single 100. Or maybe if you combine it, but you have to say that the dono is for the fund. I don't know. Any room for negotiation? I have tariffs to consider. Okay, 200. Someone wants me to watch this video. What a fucking title. 30 years of traumatic peacemaking. What do Israelis really think? Wow. There's nothing like having intellectuals telling you what the general population really thinks. Hey, let's go.
Hello and welcome to Ask
Whoa.
Khabib Anything, episode 10, 38 years of traumatic peacemaking. Today we're going to answer a really fundamental and fascinating question that I get asked probably more than any other question. And the question has many iterations, many articulations, but it always boils down to basically the question, what the hell are Israelis thinking? Don't Israelis know
genocide? What
the rest of the world sees, what the rest of the world, or at least the Western world, knows? What's the Palestinian future? What do they think is going to happen in the West Bank? Or Gaza obviously is now, this question's become very intense because there's this war and there's a lot of human suffering and trauma, and it's on everybody's news feeds. But even setting aside this war, this moment, or previous specific...
That quick fire question. How long has it been since Israel blocked aid into Gaza? Remember, I need to remind you guys, because half of you fucking forgot yesterday, despite the fact that I remind you of it quite often. Quick fire, quick fire, quick fire. That's better. There we go. Now you know. Fuck. Turns out even the chief of staff and Israel Katz, of all people, think that they should resume aid, but there are currently no government plans to do so. Well, that's not good, is it? That's pretty fucking mental. That's a war crime.
Specific wars, which pique interest, right? Which drive intense looking at this conflict. What do Israelis actually want? What do they want from the future for themselves? And of course, they owe these answers to Palestinians. That's what we're going to answer today. What the hell are Israelis thinking? Really fundamental caveat that goes to the heart of what we're going to do. This is not going to be the objective historical truth. I don't know the comprehensive objective historical truth. If I did, I would tell you, and I would also invest in the stock market because I'd probably have a good sense of what the future holds. This is going to be something that I think is a little bit more useful, which is what do most Israeli Jews, the mainstream of Israeli Jews, think is happening to them, think has happened to them, and how does it shape their expectations of the future and their responses to future events? That's what we're going to talk about today. And the caveat is there are other narratives. There are people to the right of the Israeli mainstream Jewish narrative, among the Jews, who will have, I will talk about the disengagement from Gaza briefly, well, they will have experienced that very differently. There are people to the left who have very different thoughts on moral culpability, on the responsibility, on who's responsible for...
Noah Samson's going to soy over this fate. Why do you think Noah Samson would care about what this person has to say? If you're people like Noah Samson, all they want is the craziest fucking psycho settler murderer on the Ask Project. That's what they want. Or like, especially if they have Brooklyn accents. Or they want 9-year-olds on Omegle, I guess. The only good Israeli is an evil Israeli. That's how they see it. So they're not going to listen to this guy.
For what happening in the West
4-star General Gorbachev himself. Shut up.
Bank, or for the Second Intifada, etc. I'm not going to represent that narrative, but it is a legitimate, serious, thoughtful narrative. So there are all these different narratives among the Jews, and there are, of course, many, many different narratives among the Arabs. Israeli Arabs, many of whom call themselves Palestinian Israelis, many of whom call themselves Israelis before Palestinians. There's layered identities there and many different experiences there, and they're expressed in a diverse array of political factions. Well, I'm not going to be telling their story either, or there are many different stories either, and there are, among Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, a whole array of different narratives about the past, about the present, and about the future, and they have fought wars amongst themselves about these very different visions. And so it's a big, layered, complex place with many stories. We're going to cover one of them today, and it's a really useful one. And I hope that that's the justification for, the limited nature of what I'm going to tell you, which is limited by time, but it's also limited by, I think, the usefulness. It is extremely useful to know what Israeli Jews, the mainstream of Israeli Jews, which as far as I can tell, give or take roughly, I've been following this for many, many years, probably represents about 80% of Israeli Jews, going pretty deep into the political right, pretty deep into the political left, and including the vast majority of the center, what they believe, what they think happened to them. Before I tell you that story, before we dive into those weeds and hopefully come out seeing things with new eyes, I want to tell you that today's episode is sponsored by Pennyweight Prize
How
Fighter.
Oh
I
my
love that
God.
name. It's a small business dedicated to preserving.
So many. So many ads. They're everywhere.
Thank you to them for their sponsorship. Folks, we're going to start the deep dive now. I want you to walk away from this remembering one statistic, and we're going to unpack it. And we're going to tell the story beginning with the unpacking of that statistic. And that statistic is voter turnout in 2001.
Wow.
We had an election 24 years ago in 2001.
Sharon.
Before I tell you the voter turnout from that election,
They voted for Sharon. They were mad by the Intifada.
and
Peace
don't
process.
cheat by looking it up. I want to tell you something about voter turnout ahead of that election, in the decades before that election, in the 4 decades that preceded that election. Israeli voter turnout has historically been astonishingly high and astonishingly stable. It averaged, in the 4 decades before that election, roughly 80%. 80% turnout. That's extraordinary. Outside of Scandinavian countries, unheard of. I mean, America just had voter turnout in the 50s and the low 50s. Canada, it might get into the low 60s. Trudeau's first election was this run on the polls, the highest in 30 years. I think it was 66%. So you have an extraordinarily high turnout for many, many decades, even during periods of unbelievable trauma and disruption. What happens to Israel in the 40 years that precede 2001? You have the Six-Day War. You have the War of Attrition, 69 to 73 to 71. You have the 73 War, the Yom Kippur War, which is an existential war. Most of my dad's artillery battalion on the southern Golan are wiped out, and the Syrians are down in the valley. An hour and a half drive from the sea. That felt to Israelis existential. We're a tiny country. We're conquerable very quickly. You had the 76 war in Lebanon and the 82 war in Lebanon. That would be the Litani operation. You had just event after event, war after war. You had tremendous political turmoil, turbulence, change. 77 was a wonderful change. For 29 years, the Labor Party, what is today called the Democrats, was at the time called Mapai, ruled the country. The party that founded the country didn't lose an election for 29 years.
Whoa.
And we all knew we were a democracy. Obviously, we're a democracy. There's no question we're a democracy. But you know, it sure helps when the party that founded the country loses the election and goes home quietly. And then we have actual evidence that we had been a democracy all along. Well, that happened in 1977. Folks, things happened to us that you've never heard of because they weren't a war, but have changed us profoundly and forever, and we're post-traumatic to this day, generations later. For example, in 1985, we had a fiscal crisis so spectacularly huge, a monetary crisis so spectacularly huge that it was interesting. The shekel was headed to 400% inflation in a single year, and to prevent it from hitting 1,000% by year's end, the government canceled the shekel and issued a new currency. This was a time of unbelievable economic struggle and collapse. The shekel itself was only 5.
Holy shit. The H3 fucking Reddit is literally like grabbing clips of me from over a year ago now for their Reddit. That's quite wild. What was I doing here? This is during leftovers. Huh.
In the global jihad and rise up in the global jihad and rise up against
What? I actually don't like Hasan. I really don't. I used to have a bit of like I used to think at times that, you know, there's some, like, yeah, he's not all bad. You know, he's just a bit silly, you know. I used to think Hasan was quite silly, right? He's not silly. He's kind of evil. What he's doing right now is evil. He is hearing someone with a very genuine concern about rhetoric in his own country, not mind you, in the United States, in the English-speaking world, the way he's talking about every Israeli. We're not distinguishing between settlers, war criminals, IDF, anything. All of them. As in, like, bigoted, racist rhetoric. And he's just being like, oh, what? You think Second Thought's going to radicalize an American Hamas militant to... Fuck, man. Fuck. He's evil. He would never hold anyone else to this standard, ever. Wow. People keep saying your opinion changed. I mean, it has, but just in a more gradual and less obvious way, I guess.
5 years old. It had been instituted when the last currency, the lira, was canceled in 1980. And so you had two currency cancellations, two literally just devaluations of the currency in 5 years, because there had been triple-digit inflation for 8 years from the end of the 70s. Israel had been in 100%, 150, 200, 250% inflation year on year, and nobody could figure out how to end the crisis. And over that whole period, the 87 Intifada, the 95 assassination of Rabin, tremendous political turmoil and trauma, economic collapse, all the different problems that a country could possibly encounter, voter turnout, which, if you remember, is our topic, never drops below 77%. Nothing can disrupt it. Loyalty, faith in politics, faith enough to vote, or maybe the feeling that politics still is the arena for solutions to all our problems. That kind of faith that drives high voter turnout stayed very, very high. 1999 was the last election before 2001. Voter turnout was 79.5%. And then, in 2001, voter turnout collapses by 17 points to 62%. Absolutely unprecedented. In the short lifespan of the Barak government from 99 to 2001, something happens to Israeli politics that is more disruptive, more traumatic, more dramatic than everything that had come before, all the wars and the economic crises. It isn't just that the turnout dropped. From 2001, Israeli voters have seemed a lot more unmoored from the old ways of thinking politically and feeling politically, from the old loyal.
Sharon exposed his men to enemy fire in 67. Yep, he went way further into somewhere in Egypt in the Sinai than he was supposed to. Yeah, divide orders. Yeah, and got like 200 people killed. I don't know if it was 200. It was a lot. It was a lot of IDF soldiers died. Yeah.
Loyalties. So, for example, we had a political party called Kadima that went into the 2013 election with, I believe, 28 seats and came out of it with 2 seats. It collapsed. It evaporated.
Wow.
For example, we had a party called Likud. You might have heard of it. It's the current ruling party of Israel, led by a guy named Benjamin Netanyahu. You might have heard of him. He's the current prime minister of Israel.
Is he?
Well, Likud won 38 seats in the 2003 election and then 12 in the 2006 election. These are wild swings that had never happened before. Roughly since the 2015 election, or maybe the 2019 election, politics have organized themselves around yes or no.
If this guy threw a stick at the camera, he would look just like Sinwar. Okay. Listen, I'm tired and I'm aching because I literally have no way of streaming on this laptop with this current fucking internet right now without sitting in the most awkward, disgusting position. Go to bed. It's 9 o'clock, mate. What the fuck? It is true, though, that if you throw a stick at a camera in the right setting, you might look like Sinwar. Well done. I don't know if people think you're a hero in most contexts, though. Only he gets that treatment. Oh. Watch the GDF video. No. I don't need to watch Vatnik propaganda slop. No way. The slop is only good if the slop generators are funny. Not bedtime, I'm bored. What? Go do something with your life then. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do for you? Hey? Weirdo. I guess you can go Godwards. I don't know if he's going to end stream in like 2 minutes, but going to pop down to the pub after work. No. play piano. I can't. I don't have my fucking piano set up. I don't have shit. I need to wait till Monday for my desk, man. Monday. I'm just going to be streaming in this fucking wank chair. This wank hammock. I'm sorry. Where are you now? I'm just in the living room of my new flat. I don't even know why. I just don't like it as a seat. It's just not nice. You should watch the What is Politics IP analysis. I should watch everyone's IP analysis, shouldn't I? I should watch everyone's. Guys, you should watch my IP analysis. What about that? Why does no one ever recommend that in the chat, hey? So ungrateful. Okay. I love you guys. Take care, okay? Have a good day, evening. See you tomorrow, okay? We'll do our social experiment with a Frogan versus Ethan title. That'll be funny. Okay. Take care. Bye-bye.